Those Scholars can you do it? Dan Albert di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight is low, gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be an easy cleanup for Todok as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang buhay!
Backline already, and you're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleats it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita akan ada satu buah reward manipulasi yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika tuh langsung benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Get ready for a new season of NACT. This year, we're going to be dialing up the intensity like never before. We're going to have 2 rounds of open qualifiers so we can give more teams and more players the opportunity to join this tournament.
This season, you can team up with friends from anywhere around the world. The NACT battlefield just got more diverse and thrilling.
This season, the winning champions will be heading to Saudi Arabia to represent North America at the MSC.
This season, I'm not just aiming to win, I'm here to dominate and show that my journey to the top is just beginning. Watch out NACT, the best is yet to come.
For next NACT and next international tournament like MSC, you're probably going to see me play with some of my older teammates.
Ooh, you gotta reply to what he says.
More assassin games.
The Ohio brothers stand.
Stay tuned, everyone. You won't want to miss what happens next.
NACT 2024 spring season. Registration starts February 4th. Showcase your skills on this grand stage. It's time to make your mark in history.
In the world of NACT, every single player has one dream: to raise the ultimate trophy. It builds alliances. It defines rivalries. And it creates superstars. The only question is, who will be next?
It's a little bit of a contest from Ramses, but by himself, I don't think he'll be able to pull it off. A Black Dragon.
Yeah, and actually Pro Destroy's very low here right now. It doesn't actually want to get into this fight. You can see him sleeps, looking for the kill. Is he going to be able to find it? Pro Destroy still alive, looking for the retribution, looking for an opportunity on the backside. Ooga Booga laying waste onto Kahari. Pro Destroy finds the retribution. Colette in a good position. Gonna go down, looking for some damage. Here comes the last insanity. Mystic Gush is out, but Nicolette with great positioning. Tarzan still gets the turtle.
White Chicken able to get the I'm offended. Tarzan Cutie goes down. Maybe they should have just gone for the Lord, but they decide not to. They want to try to force this right here, but Jay is bursted. Shark back on the field. Area 77 are falling. Did they push it too far? Gaimin Gladiators don't come to our base just yet. Cutie does pop to Purify, so they get that out before the turtle. Best player able to hint out in the bush, get the Violent Requiem off onto Tarzan Cutie, and Tarzan Cutie goes down first blood. Lapu with the bravest fighter, forces to get away, but no, finally a nice two-man stun, but the Minoan's Fury able to delay them just enough time. Oh My Foe finds Tempest, and Ramses now on the run as well. Sleeps, looking for a target though, trying to lock onto Momo here. Ramses has fallen. It's 3 members down for BloodHounds. Make it 4. The exact, oh, wait a second, nice suppression, nice grab. They're able to get the kill onto Sayori. No black shoes for her. Oh My Foe takes a turtle, gets to the Tono's welcome, lands it down. Ugabu takes a lot of damage, tries to dash away, but Nakoko is on the trail. The last Insanity gets the kill. And now a clash to the mid side. Violent Requiem locks on My Foe, but he still stands tall. Finally falls, but takes Ramsey with him. Fiends is definitely up right now. Uneven gonna dash in, looking for Kush there. Mikasa with the last Insanity, still not enough damage. Final Slash able to lock on, but Churobani and Pro Destroyer here to help out. Yato on the run, gonna get stunned up, but Pro Destroyer taking a whole lot of damage. Karu once again with the Blazing Duet, able to shred down several members, and down goes T, Toru, Yato. Cutie Gang not looking too good right now. White Chicken trying to close the distance. Black Shoes pops, so it brings Mark Cutie back into all members. Welcome to home. Gaimin Gladiators is here. Knock, knock, FBI. They're kicking down the door right now. A terrified J Cutie falls. Mark Cutie gonna be next. Fly Chicken, Fly Keto, Puck Keto. Take them to their graves. GG takes game number 2.
Your MVP is Chip! His portals completely set the pace of the match from start to finish.
Wow, another MVP? That's my Chip.
Just doing my job.
Can I see the highlights?
I'm off the clock.
Yeah, I can't wait to see your portals in action.
Looks like Red Team's trying to catch Chip alone up top, but he just calmly dropped his portal and Alpha ults in to flip his fight around. A great example of skills persisting through portals.
Double kill.
Cyclops is taking a serious beating from Gord, but it's Chip to the rescue. Will he make it? What a clutch save! Poor Gord just got jumped JJK style. Arlot's just in time for the buy one, get one special. Man, next time look before you enter enemy portals.
And then? Wow!
Uh-oh, Cyclops is about to overstay his welcome. Is this deja vu? Oh, wait for it, wait for it. Boom! Melissa joins the party. Chip runs a big CC. Jeez, what a massacre! And to add insult to injury, Melissa portals back to her lane without missing a beat. A skirmish breaks out. Where's Chip going? Is he gonna? He flickers to the high ground. Portal's up. Surprise! Broly gets deleted. Can Red Team make it back in time? No shot! What an insane portal strat!
Welcome to All-Star 2024! Hey, superstars!
can you do it? Dan ang partisana! Nagkataro sila!
Ledge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todok as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 4v1!
Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. Gaimin trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita ada satu warrior manipulasi yang membuat pergerakan dari Mega tuh lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Get ready for a new season of NACT. This year, we're going to be dialing up the intensity like never before. We're going to have 2 rounds of open qualifiers so we can give more teams and more players the opportunity to join this tournament.
This season, you can team up with friends from anywhere around the world. The NACT battlefield just got more diverse and thrilling.
This season, the winning champions will be heading
It's time for another year of MLBB esports, and our vision of creating excellence is crystal clear. We've expanded this year's playoff structure to 3-stage qualifiers to ensure the most deserving teams move on to the next round. The long format playoff bracket brings the most captivating matches, so the action never stops. Each team in the North America Challenger Tournament has a chance to qualify for many of our global events, like the Mid-Season Cup. So they better come ready to dominate, because it has more teams and the biggest prize pool in MLBB history. But for now, they better keep their eye on the prize. Over $25,000 and tons of diamonds. The competition is stacked, and the teams are ready to prove themselves. It's time to dig deep, focus up, and see what team will stand out from the rest. So, are you ready to meet the teams? BloodHounds. Their roster is united and full of charisma, but does Boca have what it takes to lead his team to Vegas? Area 77. They have proven that they have what it takes to succeed, but will they put it all together this season? Devious Activity. They've assembled a team of powerhouse players from former NACT Titans, but will their skill and determination allow them to dominate the bracket? BloodThirstyKings. It's Mobazane's 3rd refreshed roster in 3 years. Will this be the one, or will it be his last dance? FIENDS. They have emerging synergy and skill, but will they be able to compete with the best of the best? LEGACi. With a last-minute surge, LEGACi narrowly secured their NACT spot. Will they ride this momentum to the top of the bracket? The Night Horde. They've already defied expectations, but can they continue this push for greatness? Gaimin Gladiators. With a squad full of NACT champions, will anyone step up to snatch the crown, or will the Gladiators dominate once again? The teams are locked and loaded, and the world is watching. This is the NACT Spring Season 2024. Who will have their name etched into glory?
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back to the 2024 North American Challengers Tournament. I'm your host Zeke, and although my outfit screams spring break in Hawaii, my skin looks like it's never seen the sun before. So, today on the caster's desk with me, I've got the Prince of Party, Private Dancer, and Tropical Treks themselves. Boys, how we feeling?
Hawaii? I thought we said Vegas. I thought we were meeting I'm literally in Vegas right now.
You're in Vegas right now?
Yeah, I thought you said Vegas.
I thought we were supposed to do a Miami Vice theme here, so I'm very confused.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Get to the next card. Get to the next card, Zeke. What are we doing?
Oh man. So this tournament shows off 8 teams battling off in a single round robin best of 3 format. Trex, can you tell us about the new point system?
Well, best of 3, as they've been hearing for the last few days, and you get points depending on how you do on those games. 2-0, 3 points, 2-1, 2 points, 1-2, 1 point, etc., etc. But this is why, as we're seeing on the standing boards, things have been so close, neck and neck lately.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do believe that the new point system is actually going to directly impact how the playoff standings are formed. Private, could you tell us about that?
Well, that's the thing is all the points, depending, everybody in the top 8 is going to make it to the playoffs, which is different from last season. But what's different now is that the top points will get those priority positions and face the bottom points. So it means that you probably have a better chance of lasting through the top brackets and not getting knocked to those lower brackets early on in the playoffs.
Well, as well as a cool new point system, this tournament also shows off a grand prize of over prize pool of over $25,000, with a top prize of being $10,000 with 100,000 diamonds for that first place, and then scaling down from there. Private, what would you buy with that money?
Well, man, there'd probably be some vacations, maybe even go to the land that loves Mobile Legends, take a little vacation over there to PH. But, I mean, that's not for me, that's for the players, and that's what they are all competing here in NACT for.
Yeah, and, you know, with all the new points coming out, with all these teams having to compete head-to-head, trying to get this $10,000 grand prize, you know, it's only goes without saying that the standings are going to be consistently changing. And we saw some huge upsets in last night's matches. So, Trex, can you take us through those?
Well, I mean, like you said, huge upsets all around. Gaimin Gladiators still holding first place, but did take their first loss of the season. I think that is one of the big things to point out. And secondly, Fiends, this new face, this new team, these new members jumping into the NACT, and on week 2, holding down second place. Not only second place, but honestly tied for first place against GG themselves. Now, today, we're going to see a lot of things even out. We're going to see some teams fall. We're going to see some teams rise, because a lot of those teams in the middle are facing off today.
Absolutely. Some really strong teams going head-to-head, and even for some of us casters, I feel like there's a little bit of disagreements about who can do what. Private, what can you tell us about today's schedule?
Well, the second place, well, actually almost tied for first place, Fiends is going to be going up against Night Horde to start things off. And then it's going to be Devious Activity taking on Area 77, pretty much the fan favorites there. And then at the second half of the night, it's going to be BTK taking on BloodHounds. And then to cap off the night, it's going to be Gaimin Gladiators taking on LEGACi.
Yeah, Fiends versus Night Horde. I feel like that's a huge opening game. You guys got any thoughts about that? I feel like Night Horde for me has just been looking strong coming into it. I don't want to say who I think is quite going to win, but I think both of these teams have got an arm wrestling match going on.
Definitely an arm wrestling match. Definitely, I think, one of the matches of the night. For me, the first 2 matches tonight are the ones we really have to keep our eyes on. Hopefully, they can meet the expectancy of what we saw yesterday, because yesterday there were some crazy games. We got to see 2 best of 3s, and I got a feeling today we're going to see the same exact thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think we got the Night Horde's roster coming up. Private, could you take us through that?
Yeah, the victors from yesterday, it's going to be R, Momoy, Sayori, Oh My Foe, and Sleepy. And as most people know, yesterday they took a victory over Devious Activity, almost a little bit of an upset. So that's why this match today here, the starting one's going to be so important for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Nighthorde's been looking really strong again. Oh My Foe has really been doing a great job of taking these guys to some successful wins. And, you know, as the season goes on, they're looking, you know, better and better week by week. So I think the question is, Trex, you think they're going to be enough? You think Oh My Foe is really going to be able to take it to these guys?
I mean, I think Nighthorde, even though Fiends are sitting at number 2, I think Nighthorde has a couple more notches in their belt. Main reason being they took down DA, which right now DA definitely isn't looking like the hottest team on the block, but Fiends still needs to earn a couple more stripes for me. I think Fiends winning this cements them even more in that possible top 3, possible contenders for grand finalist spot. I think this win, they still need to maybe take down Area 77, you know, take down some bigger dogs. I feel like maybe BTK, maybe GG, but this is, I like that they're kind of taking a slow route. They didn't get thrown in against GG. They didn't get thrown in against BTK or Area 77. They're kind of like taking these steps, and if they can keep on taking down every team that's in front of them, they have a good road ahead of them. So this is just the next notch in the belt for them. Can they pull it off? I'm still on the fence about it.
Trex, could you take us through the Fiends roster?
I mean, Fiends looking great. We have my personal favorite all the way to the left here, Kohari the Brave in the gold lane. After that, Magic in the roam, Churobani in the mid, Pro Destroy as our jungler, and Uneven as the EXP laner. Definitely excited to see this team play and see what they can bring to the Land of Dawn today.
Absolutely. Strong lineups coming from both teams. And again, week by week, we've seen them get better and better day by day. And with both of these teams' scalings, I think it's anybody's matchup.
Yeah, very much so, especially with where these two are on kind of the level when it comes to places right now. Like we said, right now Fiends tied for first place, but have they been challenged just yet? I think we're going to find out here with this next match.
I mean, it's really possible that, don't get me wrong, it is possible that Fiends could come in here and just sweep. I think it's possible that Nighthorde could come in here and just sweep. I think it's possible to get a best of 3. Right now, NACT is the most unpredictable I think it has ever been in the history of NACT. Literally, we're all getting guesses wrong left and right. None of us can keep up. There's no, sure go. I'm sure a bunch of you lost your guess coins last night on whatever games you betted on. So, I mean, it's just like, who knows? Who knows, man? Well, I'm sure we'll see our predictions here in a second, but either way, who knows?
So, I guess enough about who we think is going to win, and let's talk about how we actually think is going to win. Let's see what you guys voted. Oh, my.
Right. Yeah. I went for Fiends, baby. I went for Fiends. Wait. I did not go for Fiends. I went for Nighthorde. I went for Nighthorde. Me and Privates are actually swapped. It's okay, though. We told production we wanted to quit choice. I am Nighthorde. Private, tell us why you voted for Fiends.
Well, with Fiends right now, they have just a roller coaster right now of momentum behind them. They've been strong, but it's kind of crazy too, because before I've already said this was going to be one of the closest matches for me, especially with the performance from Nighthorde yesterday over DA, which I don't think I actually think I got that prediction wrong, and it just kind of shows how strong the Nighthorde is right now. But my heart is telling me Fiends, just because of the I want to say the all-star highlighter players that we have out there with Kahari and their jungler as well.
So for me, although the Fiends have been looking absolutely vicious, the Nighthordes, man, that's a horde in the night. They've been coming in strong and looking good, man. Taking a win over DA yesterday was absolutely enormous for me. And I think with that being said, I think they might have what it takes.
But wait, what is everyone's final prediction here? Because I think we did have a slight mess up. For me, it is Nighthorde, Zeke Nighthorde, and Private Fiends, correct?
Fiends. Yeah, so I'm out of the weird one.
Yeah, you didn't go full Hawaiian. You didn't vote for the same team as us. We're very upset with Private today. I just want to let all the viewers know, he looks way too good right now.
Why is he in Miami?
I don't know why he's in Miami. It's freaking nuts, man.
I'll tell you what, though. you know, I think regardless of who really comes out on the top, there's definitely going to be some pretty big shifts happening in the current standings from this, because I feel like the Night Hordes, they've been slowly making their way up the roster, and I think that the Fiends are actually holding the second place from what we saw. So with that being said, I think if Night Hordes do happen to take it over the Fiends today, I think it'll be huge in how it impacts the later on standings.
I think if Night Horde gets this, I think the big thing for Night Horde is like try to get the sweep here, right? If they can get the sweep here, it catapults them to 8 points. It denies Fiends anything, and that's where we're gonna see like a big change up. If Fiends lose and they get a point here, it kind of messes it up. But if Fiends like completely dominate Night Horde here, Night Horde is sitting down in a very bad position, and there's not much more opportunity to climb up and possibly secure like a top 3 at that point.
I think the big story here is especially when it comes to predictions, even Yui who's usually at the bottom of the prediction pool is at the top, because anything has been going when it comes to these teams who have come in that we just don't know their kind of power level. Just yesterday, so many upsets, so many picks that nobody could have gone for, whether it's the BTK going over Gaimin Gladiators, whether it's the Night Horde over Devious Activity, and then even in week 1 with Area 77 getting a win over BTK. There is so much going on week after week with these teams. It's almost kind of impossible to guess some of their power levels.
So I think that you hit the nail on the head there. I do think that we're finally in a NACT where the teams are shifting. We're not seeing one team absolutely dominating every other team. I think we're in a position right now where it really could be any 2 teams going to the top. I mean, we can make our guesses, but with the Area 77 upset on BTK so early on, and then Night Horde being able to beat out DA, again, we're seeing all of these shifts, and I think it could go anywhere. But without further ado, let's get into the first game, Night Horde versus the Fiends.
Hype for it. Draft number 1, Private. It's definitely going to be a good one. We're already getting started. We're jumping quickly into it. Bands are on the field. We got the Claude, we have the Matilda, we have the Angela from the side of Night Horde, Fermies, Nolan, and Arlott from the side of Fiends, and first pick going to be from that Barats.
Oh man, we got that juicy intro music when it comes to these drafts, keeping the suspense up there. I mean, Barat's being that tanky, he's got probably the highest win rate and pick rate here in North America, especially around the world. So you need to have a plan that will deal with him, that will cut down into that tankiness. But you have to, as you see here, pick up that Vexana, who is, even after the nerfs right now, still a force to be reckoned with.
I think it's just the CC. I think another good pick from here would be for Night Hordes, maybe the Ruby. It combos so well with the Vexana. Kind of works wonder. They go for the CC though instead, which CC has also just kind of been a nominator. A great shredder for the Barats. Now Fiends getting 2 picks in response. And I still think taking the Ruby here, because we've seen it, man. You able to lock people up long enough, the Eternal Guardian comes down, it gets the big stomp. It can definitely be a problem for teams.
I would say here probably picking up the carry just so that you don't have that counter out there. Oh, of course they're going to take out the X-Borg, which is in itself a decent counter for Barat. Yeah. So you're taking that off the table for Night Horde, and you're giving them very limited possibilities to be able to kind of counter this Barats.
And Fiends going for something we've seen them do before, actually. Picking up the Rafaela, I think week 1, day 2, or week 1, day 1, we saw them pick up the Raf. I feel like we've seen it from them before. We saw them pick it up against LEGACi, actually, with the Barats, actually. They picked up the Ruby and the Gourd that time, but still, it's not like this is something uncommon for them. A team that knows how to actually kind of run into a couple different strategies, which we don't see that from that many teams. A lot of teams, it's like we hunker down onto one main plan, but we've seen Fiends really kind of change it up multiple times, and you pair up that Raf with the X-Borg with the Barats, it is definitely already a vicious combo. All they really need now is some big damage.
Yeah, and interesting fact about Rafaela here in the NACT, 3 picks and 100% win rate for her right now. So this could be the denominator, or it could be the continuation of that 100% win rate when it comes up to it. We're at the second banning phase. We do see that we're starting to focus down on that mid position. We're going to take out the Navaria for the side of Night Hordes, and I'm wondering what we're looking for on the side of Fiends to take off the board.
I feel like they want to kind of, I mean, they could go in a jungle. They could go full in a jungle here, maybe take out some utility options, take out something like the Fred, or go into Rome, maybe take out Minotaur, some of those options since they already have their Rafaela. Basha's solid. And on the side of Night Horde, do they go full? And we've seen Kohari pick up things like the Bruno before, so I don't think it's super viable trying to ban into gold lane here. Mid though, what could they ban out on mid? Harith gold.
Yeah. Yeah, I was about to say Harith has been a big counter that we saw yesterday. I don't think I've seen Harith the week before, but yesterday Harith had to have been picked up at least 4 times as a counter to the carry. So, I mean, it's a good ban there by the Night Horde, something that can kind of withstand the early game and kind of press on carry in that early game, which is what you really need to be able to do, because once you reach that late game, she's going to be unstoppable.
Yeah, there definitely needs to be an answer, but carry without the range, and right now Night Horde overall kind of lacking front line. They need something for that. I think they need a utility jungler here, because even Sleepy doesn't have there's no real CC there, right? Yes, you have Shred, you have some zoning capabilities, but they need something to peel for R right now. They need something to kind of peel for that carry. Ruby still on the board could be a really viable option for the side of Night Horde here. I think that might be the pickup, because you don't want Fiends to steal that away from you. They go for the Martis.
Yeah, a decent amount of early game, and then you've got the Mortal Coil that can dodge a lot of the CC. But, I mean, we don't really have a ton of CC on the side of Fiends. You've just got that big tankiness, that shredding ability from Uneven on the X-Borg. So it's going to be very interesting. And Kohari goes for what you were talking about earlier, goes for that Bruno, that big burst attack that he can do and dish out.
Yeah, still need a mage. Could pick up the Lilia here, maybe something like that. A good way to black shoes away from the Martis. A good way to black shoes out of danger, or the Valentina. Then on the side of Night Horde, got to close out with a jungler still.
Or Rome, I believe, is what they're going to be looking for. Here, I mean, you still have the Tigreal out on the board. You still got the Minotaur out on the board. I want to say Minotaur might help a little bit, because it can kind of clash with the healing that you're going to get from the Raphael out there as well. I mean, it's 2 viable options, unless you're going to just be going with a pure support. And that's really kind of on the Night Horde. The composition really kind of lends itself to either facet there.
I think something like the Minotaur works good. Something that can get group CC down when they want to try to group up around this Rafaela. Something to slow down the composition a little bit. But also, they still have to worry about what they're going to hand over to the Valentina now, right? Night Horde got crazy. So a lot of damage. Like, I just feel like Night Horde, like the composition is kind of very risky, very kind of all in here. Yes, they do have late game, they do have early game, but I think them not having like any big CC here could be a risk. There's no way to really slow down Fiends here.
Yeah, and that's kind of the interesting thing. It's almost kind of accomplishes the same but opposite thing that Rafaela accomplishes. Rafaela kind of wants the team to be close, to be able to kind of benefit from a lot of those heals, whereas on the side here, Momoy's not really going to need any of that. With the Bloom, it's basically a global heal, so the team can be more spread out. They're free to kind of get away from the group. So it's going to be very interesting to see how, I want to say, these kind of clashing compositions go into each other here.
Now we're going to be jumping into game number 1. Take us in, Private.
Boy, it's going to be game 1, the Night Horde taking on the Fiends. I want to say this is kind of the battle for second place here in North America, and both teams looking for something to prove.
Both teams definitely looking for something to prove here. Let's go a little bit into win cons up front. I think on the Night Horde, they do have some early game possibilities here with the Martis. And then we take a look at Fiends. We take a look at their mid side. Yes, they will have some quick rotations, but they are a bit on the squishier side. It's the same thing to the side of Night Horde with the Florin and with the Sayori, but with both junglers, I do feel like Night Horde has some more opportunity to maybe catch someone off in this laning phase. If Night Horde can land something, maybe at first turtle, maybe get a big decimation play, it could kind of tip the scales into their favor. Whereas when I look at Fiends, they're going to have a great mid-game power spike. Once Bruno gets online, gets a couple items in, the crit damage is going to start locking on, and it's going to be very troublesome for Florin and for Sayori.
Yeah, for me, it's really interesting, too, because Night Horde have, Magic in a little bit of trouble here between 3 members. He's going to have to expend that flicker very early here.
A little bit of something, but both teams still not forcing anything at all. Taking out the flicker, though, from Magic, sending them back to base is going to be big, though, because this is what I'm saying. Night Horde, this is their time to shine in this laning phase. This is their time to try to make some plays happen, get a little bit of an advantage, get a little bit of a gold lead, set themselves up for this first hurdle. And if they can do that, it puts them in a wonderful position now. In the matchup, we are going to see Kohari have a little bit of range on the carry, have a little bit of an advantage kind of in the laning phase. But as that tips forward, it's going to be a bit more down to mechanics and who can kind of use their skills at the right time.
Yeah, and especially as we start moving into the mid game. Actually, now that we're at the turtle fight, I want to say Fiend's doing a very good job zoning out Omafo. Just really kind of good with taking his purple buff. Didn't really want that fight. His team wasn't in a great position. Made the smart choice not to contest.
Yeah, Sayori went up top, so they were down a member. Night Horde down a member. They do... I mean, honestly, first, this has kind of felt like this. We saw BTK, give up like 3 turtles the other day. We've seen them not prio first turtle, and I think it's starting to trend a little bit because even looking at the gold, there was not a huge difference with them losing that turtle. They were still able to make it up elsewhere. They're able to be a little bit ahead in jungle farm, and now a little bit ahead into getting to this top side.
Yeah, and actually, on my phone here from the flank, coming in with a Mortal Coil, trying to bring down Magic, and catches him with a Decimation. That's going to be a first blood going over to the Night Horde. Pro Destroy finds Sayori on the side. He's going to go ahead and get that stun. Is that going to be enough? Sayori with the flicker and in the front. Oh my foe doing the best he can, but it's not going to be enough as Sayori still goes down. Mamoy in trouble, gets taken down by Pro Destroy. R finds a kill onto him. Oh my foe might be in a little trouble against Turabami. Oh, I guess not is going to be able to find himself an escape. 2-2 for both teams.
Oh, wait a second. My foe, why did Sayori
actually really wanted that minion? Coming in, finds a Decimation. Is it going to be enough? I'm not even sure. Sayori finds the kill onto Kahari. Magic a kill onto Oh My Foe. They are just trading back and forth here.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit real quick, because Sayori did not have to die on the first death. Literally walks back into the range of the blast range of the stomps from Barats, was able to flicker away and could have probably gotten away safely. Walks back into range, taken out by Pro Destroy. Oh My Foe gets a great play, going the 2-1-2. And then even at the end, they're able to hit the Decimation just in time and gets the kill for kill there. Luckily, Sayori does end up picking up a kill at the end there, which is huge, because after taking the death, you get a little bit set behind. So still kind of a standstill. Night Horde, though, is ahead a few hundred gold. Nothing too major, but this is going to be the big game changer, I think, this turtle.
Yeah, we're actually down to about 10%. Out comes the Holy Baptism to stun him down. Pro Destroy picks it up, and the Night Horde going to go ahead and disengage from there. Actually are in a little bit of trouble here, getting taken on by Kohari, who is going to back off. Actually, uncharacteristic of Kohari there.
Yeah, but before he backed off, he dashed in. He was like, "Oh, let's do this. Come on, 1v1 me, bro. 1v1 me, bro." Always ready to go for it. That's why I've been calling him Kohari the Brave. The man is not scared at all. Now R.
Wow, they're going to go ahead and dive in there. Mamoy able to fend it off with 2 other members of the Night Horde. Just about half of the gold taken off there before the gold completely depletes from the top tower.
And when you put magic on something, a little bit of action, nothing too major at the top. Don't think Oh My Foe is going to. But wait, Holy Baptism?
Yeah, Holy Baptism is out. You see the terrified on Sayori, who's going to try to flicker out. Oh My Foe taking a heap of damage from Kohari. That is 3 members, Magic and Turabami on the back here, trying to put some damage on, but they are not going to be able to catch up. And this might be a tower for the Fiends.
Listen, first of all, Magic has been landing those holy baptisms back to back to back. At the last turtle fight, it was huge. Pretty much one of the things that got them that first turtle. Now you put him up at the top side, it's landing them again. And Kohari, anytime he has this supportive roam with him, we saw it game 1 or 2 against on week 1 when they had the Angela on the Claude. And Kohari was a menace. It's not exactly the same thing, but still, once he knows he's got a little bit of heal, a little bit of a speed boost, a little bit, he can push just a little bit farther than what he normally does. He feels comfortable diving under those towers. He feels comfortable making those crazy engages, and he's really able to push his limits.
Yeah, you can see here right now, Malloy in a little bit of trouble here. That Bloom has been processed out. R gets chunked down by Kohari. Oh my foe tries to sneak in through the entirety of Fiends and gets the damage put on him. Kohari finds a tower at the bottom. Now a 6-4 lead for the Fiends.
Yeah, Fiends are putting on the chokehold right now. They've cut off 2 towers, did it very cleanly, pushing everyone back. Night Horde unable to make a way in. The heal from Magic and just the sustainability plus damage from Protosaur. And hold on, Kohari!
Kohari dives deep in there with another tower and still finds the kill onto Sleepy.
Kohari is not scared of enemy territory. Kohari is not worried about anybody. He is him right now. Teams are going to be looking to pick this guy up next season. This guy is just a menace right now. I mean, and he's able to do it all. He's able to do it without falling down.
Yeah, I mean, and just look at how much forward he's kind of pressing here. You'd think he had a tank with him right now, but we can take a look at this equipment before this fight starts.
He's already got a 2,000 gold lead. He's got the Haas Claws. He's got Berserker's Fury. He's making his way into the next one. I mean, the man is just so far ahead. Luckily, jungles aren't too far apart, but taking a look at the mid lane, the 2 major damage dealers on Fiends are the ones who have this huge 4K gold lead ahead.
Yeah, big Detna's welcome onto R as in the background, Pro Destroyer doing a great job of zoning out the entirety of the Night Horde, trying to bring down this tower, but they're not going to be able to do it just yet. Pro Destroyer, oh my foe on the side here, looking to put some damage on, looking for an opportunity for that decimation, but is not going to be able to find it.
And Fiends are just, their front line, you look at Pro Destroyer and you look at now the X-Borg as well, uneven on this X-Borg. Night Horde is just having so much trouble dealing with that front wall. And anytime they do any damage, it's just too much. And taking a look at this replay, Pro Destroyer makes the initial engage. They cut off the tower once again. We do see Night Horde try to come in and help out, but the burst damage is just way too much. Kohari chunking down Sayori. Nobody can withstand that. And we take a look at Night Horde. They have no way to get into that back line. They have no big diver. They have nobody that can make it to the backside. Even Oh My Foe, I mean, maybe he can find an angle, but they gave up going for like a big divey EXP laner and picked up the CC, and now there's just no option.
I want to say, too, the first few items from Pro Destroyer, he didn't even pick up magic defense. That's because he's out-leveling Sayori on this mage so much that the magic damage that's actually being put out by him isn't even enough. You can see there's like no magic defense except for the
third
boots
one
onto him.
He's now he's got Dreadnought, like goes into Blade Armor, goes into Brute Force, picks up the Dreadnought. I mean, he literally has 0 magic defense right now. He does get a lot from his passive, but yes, I mean, your point is very, very clear there.
You can see here on the side, Sayori does get terrified. Eternal Guardian comes down. Is it going to be enough to save it? It is not. Oh My Foe answers back onto Churabama. Does look for a Mortal Coil. This might be it for Pro Destroy as R picks up the kill there as well. Off screen, though, Kohari finds himself a tower.
All right, so Night Horde finds a little bit of something there. Able to kind of, I mean, they're still at a big deficit, but they're showing that they still can fight, and that's going to be important here because Fiends is being super aggressive, and Night Horde needs to be like, you just let you guys know you don't have the game just yet.
Yeah, you can see here, they uneven, trying to back off here from Oh My Foes. You're going to have to try to Mortal Coil himself away, looking for the decimation, getting slowed down. He is not able to find it. Oh My Foe gets taken down while up at the top. Kohari doing Kohari things, checking bushes. He doesn't care if it's his face on the line there, pushing at the top tower.
You know, the Florin just isn't feeling like it's it right now. I think Night Horde really needed something to kind of cause some disruption, kind of stop Fiends, like I said, from moving around. And Fiends are just able to make so many angles. You mash that up with some of the small mistakes that Night Horde's making. Foe going a little too deep. He just misclicked that last decimation. We're starting to see some of the problems bubble up.
Yeah, and you can see here the damage dealt Kohari with 56,000 right now, almost more than his entire team combined. As they press into this mid tower, there's very little that Night Horde can do. Sayori trying to do the best they can, zoning them out with a little bit of that magic damage, but it's still not enough to save that tower.
I will say this with CC and Carry. Fiends do have some, I mean, Night Horde do have some possibilities to kind of shred down Lords, keep them out of the base for the time being. Unless one of them goes way too deep and gets taken out. Kohari just unloading right now.
Yeah, even with the Mortal Coil, Oh My Foe charges in with the Mortal Coil, gets himself back out of harm's way, still almost knocked down to 10% health. That's just the damage that's coming out from Kohari here. You can see it every single time he lands a soccer ball to the face. Night Horde has to back up.
No, and it feels like Churobami is landing the better Eternal Guardians than Sayori, who literally has the Vexana right now. We need, and it's kind of scary. Oh, wait a second, a little bit of action. Magic.
Ooh, a nice little flicker there over the ledge is going to have Magic seeing an escape from Oh My Foe. A little bit of a scary situation, but still had that flicker up.
And Night Horde really kind of pushing out. I'm wondering, like they're playing for how passive they're playing. I still feel like it's a little too aggressive. At any point, I feel like Fiends just needs like one big play, and a lot of them are going to get shredded down. If Kohari gets more than 3 hits off consecutively, anyone's dead. Maybe 2 people are dead off just 3 hits. I mean, he's definitely just so much damage. Night Horde have to play this game slow. They need to kind of look for end game right now. Taking a look at some of the items, we're waiting to see when R is going to get online. He does have the he's got 2 of his core items in. He went a little defensive with the Thunder Belt. I think at this point, does he just go for the Trinity, right? Does he go for a bit more speed here? I do think it's like he's in this weird spot because the damage from Kohari is out of this world. So it's like, do we maybe put another defensive item on Carry? Do we go for damage? It does look like he's routing into the damage right here, but still, it is kind of a hard choice to make, especially because of the range difference. He's unable to make his way in because he doesn't have any big tank to make sets for him. It is a problem for R to try to make any plays right now.
Well, and that's the problem when you do pick a carry and you don't really have a front line to be able to defend carry, who does have that shorter range than most marksmen. Now we're charging here into mid. Oh My Foe taking a heap of damage down. We do have the last Insanity chasing them down, is going to back up there, backs them all the way up to be able to get into this high ground. That's another one more high ground up at the top left for the side of Night Horde as the Lord pushes through the bottom. Oh My Foe gets knocked down very low. Kohari has been sniping them right now. Flickers back, and that's gonna be the core. Fiends with a 14-minute victory over the Night Horde.
One game away from another notch on the belt for Fiends right now. They're taking down the NACT one team at a time, taking us by storm. Night Horde gotta find an answer, Private.
Yeah, I mean, what a game by them too. You can see here, KDA here, 11-6. I wanted to say it was going to be for me. I wanted to see if Kohari would be able to dial it back if his team got behind, but Fiends never got behind. So he was allowed to let loose with the courageous play style he has right in front, putting on the damage, and there was nothing the Night Horde could do.
And Kohari once again just kind of stealing the show there, but I don't think Kohari would have been able to do what he did without Magic there, without that support roam. Even in the early game, he was able to just really keep R at bay, pushing him under the tower, getting that early game under the tower dive kill. Those are the type of things that were huge in the early phases. We take a look at some of these stats, even towards, I mean, from beginning to end, Fiends just controlled the game. Nighthorde was never able to take a single turtle. Yes, the first one is like, okay, maybe, but you get into second and third, there starts to be a problem, especially when the gold starts escaping you. Taking a look at some of the items, Kohari just gets the Berserkers in, gets the Malefic Roar in, Endless Battle, Hawes Claws, never even maybe sold boots at the end there, or never even picked them up because of the speed boost from Magic, or decided to sell them. I couldn't remember. I think he had them in the beginning, ended up maybe selling them just to get more damage because you have the speed boost from Magic, right? You have that movement plus. Taking a look at some of these final things, Kohari, rich guy, Kohari, carry, and this is why I've been hyping this man up, Private.
Yeah, and then you see even Oh My Foe with the Mortal Coil. That usually means that he takes a little bit less damage, doesn't get CC'd, tries to go in to get out, and Kohari punished him every single time there. Team fight participation here too. You can see 73%, the highest on his team, which meant he didn't care if he had a roam with him. He was charging into battle and making himself known against the Nighthorde.
And I think something important to point out here as well is on Nighthordes, Oh My Foe 100%, he had a point in every single kill, but the rest of the team just wasn't always there. And I'm not going to blame the rest of the team because it did feel like Oh My Foe was kind of reaching out a little bit too many times alone. Towards the end, I get it. It was for the reason. It was for the reason of clearing out those waves when they were coming into the towers. But even we saw the big death on him in the early game, kind of going a little bit too far, going for uneven, getting kind of outplayed there, slowed down, and then taken out. There was too many times he was just trying to solo queue the game.
Yeah, and the big thing here is the Barats with a healer. I mean, there is probably no better combination in Mobile Legends right now in that he can basically just enforce his will. We were talking about him. He didn't even buy magic defense, which is usually one of the bigger, I want to say, counters for the Barats, is he doesn't really come stock with that magic defense on his kit. But when you're so ahead and you have the counterpart with the Raphael always topping you up as you're charging in, I mean, there was very little that the Nighthorde could do throughout the process of these games.
The top up is definitely vicious. So we're going to be taking a look at some of the replays coming in, checking them out, because I think there's a lot of things to point out here. And this is about 6 minutes into the game. This is one of the big moments that Fiends really started to take off. They only had a 1k gold lead before this, but this is when we start to see the damage really count. Look at Sayori's health bar just instantly get melted down, was able to get down the Eternal Guardian, but still just not enough time. And that's one of the problems that we see sometimes with the Vexana. You do have to get close, and if, once again, you don't have a front line to peel or protect you, there is a problem. This is very soon after that. Pro Destroy able to just get away here, and this is where we start to see the damage lacking on the side of Nighthorde, and this is when Fiends are really just able to kind of be in their face, any single one of their members. And as you mentioned, the top off from Magic just lets them push their limits even more, and they're already an aggressive team. They're already a team that wants to get in your face, and once they have the opportunity, they're going to hit the gas. You add that up with a hero that can let them do it even more, it's a problem.
Yeah, you saw Pro Destroy there, a 1v4 on that last little replay there, still able to get away with Magic closing the distance, topping him off, then he ushers himself away. Just, it was a great balance from the team, and we kind of identified a few of these holes when it came, right as soon as the draft came out. We knew that they didn't really have a front line, the Nighthorde, which meant that a few of the heroes were going to have a little bit of a problem when it came to their engagements, specifically R, who was on a marksman who needed to get very close to the battle to be able to actually unload a lot of that damage. And I mean, the Fiends, I mean, showing why they are tied for first place right now.
I mean, they're just continuously, and again, I don't think it's only just the fact that they're playing well. It's when it comes down to drafts, they have a plan in mind. They're willing to really pull out that plan. And speaking of drafts, we're going to be jumping in to the second draft of this series. Fiends on the red side this time. Nighthorde will have first pick. They're going to take out the Vexana first, already kind of switching things up a little bit. And they had the Vexana last time, but I think they want to try to prio something else.
Yeah, very interesting. I'm wondering if we're going to kind of keep out that Barat. We've already seen how strong it is. I mean, it's not even this match, just all around the world right now. Barat's so strong. And that's even without a support hero to kind of mesh with him. You add a support like the Rafaela, like the Florin or an Estes or a Matilda, and he is just going to be a truck that needs to have an answer.
Yeah, definitely a truck that needs to have an answer. CC Nighthorde literally banning out all the picks that they picked last game. It's like, listen, this didn't work. We're gonna get rid of it. This one didn't work for us. We're gonna get rid of that. Which I get it because they still are strong picks. Like Vexana has been probably one of the most picked mages we've seen. One of the most at least upfront picked mages. CC also has been a monster. And for the first time, I feel like both of these bans seem pretty meta. The Fermis has been kind of hit or miss on the first ban list, just kind of depends on the teams. But when it comes down to Matilda, CC, Vex, Noland, all these things are pretty usual. Ruby was not picked last game, which I was a little surprised about, but is still open. Still the opportunity there. Barat's still open, which has been very prio for a lot of teams. So it comes down to Fiends. Do they want to ban one of those two things? Do they want to leave those things open? Arlot also still open. A lot of opportunities on the desk.
Yeah, really interesting too, but you only have one pick, so you kind of open it up to be countered on the side, and the Arlot's going to be banned out, so which means you have Prime picking for that Barats, possibly for the Ruby if you want to pick it up. I have a feeling we're going to be answering with the Barats picked up by the Nighthorde, possibly answered with a Ruby on the side of Fiends.
I don't know. I guess Ruby the whole time last game, and neither team's picked him. So it's like I'm not even putting that one on the list right now. And I think that's why the favor for Nighthorde is most likely the Barats. But Nighthorde, last game they did draft a little like just out of the ordinary. The Florin pick was kind of like the last cherry on top of like, let's get different here. So I don't want to count them out for this game exactly. I feel like if they just kind of get back to the usual, there's a lot of possibilities. Fiends now, first pick. Now, even though they may not pick the Ruby, I do think it could be solid here. It can help zone away. They probably pick up the Claude here. Just secure Claude. Just make sure Kohari's good. Claude, like maybe not Claude. Maybe they go for the carry, but just get in Churro and get in Kohari very cleanly right up front. It seems to be their magic combo right there. I mean, get in Magic and get in Kohari right up front.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting for me, too. You've also got the X-Borg that can kind of come in there, help shred down Oh My Foe on that Barats. I do agree. I mean, especially when it comes to strengths for Fiends, Marksman Kohari has been up there, so I would want to secure something for him first. We're going to see, they go ahead, pick up that Claude. A good call there, Trex.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, well, they did the same thing on week 1, and it's just been, that's like a combo, like we saw that combo, that was the combo that beat DA. That was the combo that beat DA in the one game, so we've seen the possibilities from it. Nighthorde going to pick up the X-Borg for themselves. Do they go maybe Mage here? Maybe Valentina here? There we go. Now we're getting down to the basics, but they are a bulky lineup. And that Claude Angelo combo looks scary against those bulky buds right there.
I was going to say, I feel like they learned their lesson from last game, maybe a little too well. We might be overcompensating. Like, okay, we didn't have any tankiness. Now we're just going to go all tankiness into this lineup, at least until the first half of this draft. And I want to say we got a decent amount of mobility and early game from Fiends. So we're going to see how well that this kind of lasts for them, as they're going to be very mobile around the map here, at least with these first 3 picks.
Carry ban here for the end just to kind of stop Nana. Nana's been like this weird pick, right? Like we saw it super proud in the beginning, and now it's kind of not as proud. I haven't seen it as proud overseas as it has been here. There's always like the fear of it there. But yeah, on the side of Nighthorde, still need a mid lane. I still think Lilia could be a possibility. The Novaria is still open as well for Nighthorde. Kind of got forgotten about, so I think that could be a possible pick, though. There is the dive that they have to worry about from Kohari. Fiend's going to need an EXP laner, though, here.
Yeah, I mean, Arlot has been taken off the table. We've been talking about Ruby, but I mean, apparently neither Nighthorde or Fiends really like her. So.
She's garbage,
yeah, she's
bro.
Trash. I mean,
she's garbage,
that's
bro.
last week's pick there for the XP lane. Ooh, a Fredrin pick up. That's probably going to be slotted in the jungle lane there. It's going to be helping Fiends to be able to kind of withstand that dance for the turtle, for the objectives and the lords.
And now we need Night Horde. They still need Mage. There's an Novaria pick, and they need a gold laner, probably the carry, right? I mean, it might. I feel like that's your late game scale. You have a front line this time. I know there's probably some like, that carry did not feel good last game, but it is like one of the most meta gold laners right now. I mean, they could go a little crazier, but I think that's probably their most solid pick.
Well, yeah, and plus the lineup is completely different. You have a composition that supports carry, that can be in front of carry and CCing while she's in the back doing the damage. But we're going to go for the Ixia pickup, a very interesting. And I do want to say Ixia does fit in here, especially with the front line. She can sit in the back, take put out a heck of a lot of damage with that full barrage.
You have range. You have this nice front-to-back composition from Night Horde right now. And I was just going to say, what Fiends need now is a diver other than just Kohari, and that is the answer, right? And I was thinking maybe like Lapu, because we've seen stuff like that. We've seen the Yuzong a few times. The only one who's like really done it amazingly. We saw Mielo do it last night very well. But this time I do feel like it fits good here because you have a lot of peel. You have the Daytona's Welcome. You have the Minoan's Fury. You have the knock-up from Minotaur. And Uneven is not, he's completely unstressed by that. It's just Black Dragon. We just fly right over you, man. We fly right over you and get to the back line. And you pair that up with Kohari as well. And Magic has plenty of choices for the Heart Guard. It's definitely clean from Fiends. Both compositions look good. I think a lot of it's just going to come down to who can kind of outplay the other this time. I don't feel like I'm questioning either team's composition this game.
Yeah, I do want to say maybe the front line is lacking just a bit for the Fiends, but you make up for that with a decent amount of backline dive. And I do want to say, I think it's going to come down to the initiations by Momoy on this this Minotaur, or is it going to be Churubami with the IMU? I'm assuming we're going to probably be going for the Minoan Fury to get this set on the entire team. We're going to see, I mean, it's going to depend on how these engagements kind of start for both of them.
I think one thing that Night Horde has to worry about here, before I get to that, we'll let you bring us into the game though, Private.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 2. Fiends fighting to secure their first place against the Night Horde, and Night Horde looking to take this to a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's match point for Fiends right now. They got the knife and the belt out, ready to lock in the notch, ready to put another NAC team in the grave. So grab your hammers, grab your nails, because we're trying to put the last one in the coffin right now. Night Horde, though, heavily invested into the late game, I feel like. Maybe not late, but late mid at least. It's going to be at least 2 or 3 items, like really honestly 3 items till R is really online. And what I want to see from Night Horde, they have to know what's coming, right? They have to know that Kohari is going to be a problem. And hopefully, if they want to try to meet their win cons here, they're going to try to gank that gold lane. They're going to try to put pressure onto Kohari, which is going to be tough because you have that Heart Guard. But still, I think that is going to be big for them. On the side of Fiends, they just need to play this normally. They're going to hit a nice level 6, I mean, they're going to hit a nice 6-minute, 7-minute spike. They can kind of play this game however they want to, and feel pretty good about it. There's nothing they're very locked into. They have some nice mid-game engages. They have nice turtle pick control. They have some of those options, and if Kohari just is able to free farm, it's going to be a problem.
Ooh, Black Dragon is out uneven, trying to push back the lines of Night Horde. Pro Destroy is going to find himself a turtle, and now they have set their sights on to Sleepy, who's going to be able to find himself. Ooh, Magic finds a kill onto R.
Oh my god. That's it. It's over. All win cons for Night Horde are done. There's the beginning of the problem. Level 4 locks in. And here's the thing, Night Horde doesn't even make up for it. Like, they lose the turtle and they lose a gold lane pick. It feels like Omafo is just a little late to the game repetitively. The team is just a little too split up. All of Night Horde just kind of feels on, they're all kind of doing different things right now. I don't know if it's comms, I don't know what it is, but they don't really feel like a unit. Whereas Fiends, every time they make a play happen, everyone's on point. It's like, all right, you guys are going to do turtle, I'm going to Heart Guard Kohari, we're going to attack from 2 sides here. They just seem very locked in right now.
Well, it's where they're kind of setting their eggs and their basket is they're losing those fights and then losing another fight. It's just, I want to say Fiends is just doing a better job of being able to kind of hit 2 points at once and still be successful, where most teams would kind of find themselves kind of watered down because they're split off too much.
All right. I take back what I said a little bit. They do still have Sayori. They do still have late game possibilities. But R definitely can't take another death, which is very close to happening on the bot side right now. Fiends have also been doing so well at doing this split engage onto these off lanes. Whenever they have a target and the target's like, all right, we're going to try to take tier 3. Whoa!
Cherubami finds the IMU last insanity to pick up the kill onto Sayori. Nowhere is safe on this bottom lane for Nighthorde.
Nighthorde's not ready, man. They're not ready. They did not eat their Cheerios today. I mean, Fiends are just all over them right now, and they continue to do, like I was saying, they continue to do the same thing. When they want to go for bot, they attack at a full, like, one of them takes that mid route, one of them takes the other route right below the tower, and the other ones come from the actual lane, and they just attack you from all angles.
Lane.
Yes, the entire lane, exactly.
Which is absolutely insane because, like, there's nowhere for you to be able to run. R up here in front. There are two hiding in the bush. You see Kohari does spray a little bit down. He's not afraid. He knows he still has that heart guard. Actually, he's going to be able to use that BMI to get himself back. Oh my fro from the side. Cherubami comes in with a little bit of a frightened. Sayori comes in, puts the vision on Kohari. Gets taken down there. R finds a kill on them, so maybe a little over eager on the side of Kohari.
Nighthorde needed that. They needed that kill bad. And especially it's good that it went into the hands of R because he needed it bad as well. Now Nighthorde hitting the engage.
Yeah, Cherubami in a little bit of problems here as we have 4 members actually able to defend this tower against 4 members of Nighthorde. Maybe a little bit of a misplay.
Ooh.
They didn't have the minions there just yet to be able to. Oh, we have a little bit of a play here. Oh, my foe in trouble. Down low. A big pop-up on the Fiends. Isn't going to be enough to save them. Pro Destroy finds a kill onto Oh, my foe. Sleepy finds one onto Magic. We are exchanging, but still 2-5 in favor of the Fiends.
Uneven played that so perfectly too. Immediately locks onto R, pushes R away, because for a second I was like, all right, Fiends just made a big play, but then the Minoan's Fury comes from Amoy, and you think there's some possibilities from maybe a full barrage to happen, but R is forced to flicker back, forced to get under the tower to safety because Uneven just locks on, man, and bites down, does not let go, and that's what really puts the fight into the hands of into the hands of Fiends there. So now it's 5-2, 3,000 gold lead for Fiends. They're feeling good. They're still keeping up the aggressive, and they don't only win that fight, but they take a tower up top.
Yeah, and Kohari very quickly changes himself to the top lane, finding himself success. Didn't even take the bottom tower, but decided to quickly go into top, finds himself a tower there, and now we are looking at about a 2.5k gold lead for the sides of Fiends.
And Nighthorde gonna try to look for an answer here.
Yeah, Kohari with the Blazing Duet does get chomped up by the Detona's Welcome. Is it going to be enough? He getting bursted down. Kohari gets taken down by Oh My Foe, but Cherubami finds a kill onto Momoy. Pro Destroy and Cherubami doing a great job zoning out the rest of the Nighthorde. And you can see Cherubami doing a great job. Oh My Foe in trouble. Gets taken down by Uneven. Black Dragon is out looking for R. Is he going to be able to put him down? Oh my God, look at all the damage coming on to Uneven. And he gets taken down next, all the while the turtle being taken down by Pro Destroy.
My man Oh My Foe got the 2-for-1 special right there. The gobble up to Tona's Welcome on the 2 members. Able to get the kill, but had to pay for it with his life. Now, we are starting to see R do a bit more damage. Like, we're seeing the possibilities, and Nighthordes are getting a kill back here and there, which, when you're behind, a trade is not exactly bad. The big problem is, though, is Fiends aren't only taking fights, they're playing the macro game as well. Kohari is going back and forth, lane to lane, taking towers. They're keeping pressure everywhere, and it just feels like Nighthorde are the responders. They're the emergency unit. They're just showing up when there's trouble.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem here. And I want to say, too, on the other side, Fiends, I mean, Kohari is being a bit aggressive. He's 0-2 right now. You'd never think he was with the way he's playing. Oh, actually, we do have Pro Destroy does get head up by a Detna's welcome, getting sprayed right now. You see the Heart Guard ready to launch on, and there it is for the secure and the save on to that Barat.
Yeah, so OhMyFo able to protect the orange buff. Fiends, you know, Pro Destroy wanted to maybe push a little bit, see what kind of information he could get. They're going to try to make a play onto this mid tower now.
Ooh, and deep into the back lines, Kohari with the blazing duet, chunking down the Night Horde, but Uneven gets caught in the back, and it wasn't enough. They weren't able to get the mid tower. A little bit of a misplay by Fiends.
Okay, so this is the point that Fiends maybe needs to hit the brakes a little bit. We talked about it when the game first started. Night Horde, they're not going to hit that power spike until kind of late mid-game, you know, 9, 10, 11 minutes, and they're getting to that point now. R's got 3 kills. Oh, another one possibly.
Yeah, and that might be it for Churaba. Oh, even with the Hearts card, not enough to save him. Ari finds the kill, and that's going to be a mid-tower down. OhMyFo going to put the last and finishing touches on there, and now setting their sights solely onto this Lord Kohari. Fearless, kind of going to show his face there. Wants to make sure that they know he's there. Is he? Oh, he actually goes back a little bit early. Half health onto this Lord. The rest of the team coming in. Are they going to be able to kind of put any damage onto it? OhMyFo finds the Lord, and Pro Destroy in trouble, getting taken down. Full barrage, helping to put down the suppressive fire as the rest of Fiends back up.
Hey, what did Fiends think was going to happen there? They just walked in, man. They didn't even we're not looking for angles. Pro Destroy's like, I'm just going to walk right into this Lord pit and hit the retry button. Was not able to. A full barrage comes out. This is where the fearless part of Kohari and the rest of the team, the brave, kind of backfires. Because even when they're behind, they still make some of those crazy plays, which it works well when they're in the lead. But now we need to see them really develop as a team. We need to see them really kind of pull it together, because this is when we see, you know, boys turn to men. Do you know how to play from behind?
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem when you have such aggression. And speaking of aggression, Churabami gets taken out by R. Kohari in a little bit of a bad way. Sleepy with the flicker onto him, and the Hearts Guard now into the blazing duet. OhMyFo in a little bit of trouble there. Sayori trying to put on the damage to back him off. Flicker into a Detna's welcome. Is that going to be enough for OhMyFo? Big flicker. Kohari finds the kill as Sleepy finds the kill onto Uneven. Ooh, Kohari's not done yet. Looking for an opening or an opportunity, decides instead to protect his tower.
The clutch purify from Kohari there. He was just holding on to that thing, waiting. He's like, come on, try to Detna's welcome me. The moment OhMyFo locks on, Kohari's like, nope, jukes out, and now OhMyFo's right in range. Kohari's just able to shred him down. So Kohari, yes, able to do well still when he has the Heart Guard on him, right? When Magic and him can pull off that combo, it does amazing. But now Kohari still right back to his usual tactics, his usual antics. I'm going to jump into the off lanes. I'm going to attack your towers. I'm going to split push. I'm going to macro. And this is kind of where he shines. Bold out of stalemate, private. 500 lead for Night Horde. That's nothing. We got us a game 2.
Yeah, a very close game 2. We can take a look here at the items so far.
About a 600 gold lead for Kohari, but taking a look at R, we've got that third item been locked in. Now we're going to be working on the Malefic Roar, and that's why we're starting to see R really start to chunk away. Taking a look at the mages, the 2 other major damage dealers. Churobami does have a little bit of lead here. Did lock in the Necklace of Durance, kind of help with some of the heal, help with some of the sustainability against Sleepy, against OhMyFo, and kind of help shred that down a bit. Is it going to be enough, though? On to the EXP laners, 2 War Axes for both of them. I will say that I feel like Uneven was doing a great job in the early game, but we haven't been able to see that dive from him in the past few team fights.
Yeah, it's just that I want to say the last few team fights have felt a little, I want to say, complicated for Fiends, where the dive is too deep for Uneven. He goes way too far into the back lane, and his team does not follow up too close. Ooh, Kohari in a little bit of trouble there. Gets a little too close to that bush. Is able to zone them out with that battle mirror image. Still zoning them out. Ooh, oh my foe in chase here. Kohari gets another Purify onto it, but that's going to be a Purify they're not going to have for this fight. You can see up at the top, Sleepy and Pro Destroy going at it. Pro Destroy goes over the ledge. A big ultimate coming up there with the Hearts card. Full Barrage is out. That's going to be an ultimate they're not going to have. Uneven with that Black Dragon. Churubami coming in with the last insanity of his own. But too deep, here comes the Blazing Duet, and R gets shut down. Same with Oh My Foe putting on the damage. You can see Pro Destroy diving into 4 members. Here comes another last insanity. Magic trying to put on the damage, and Detna's welcome lands on, and Pro Destroy gets picked off by Sayori. Only 2 members left for the side of Fiends.
Marksman for Marksman. Kohari makes a dive, gets the shutdown, but gets taken out as well. But in the end of that fight, Night Horde comes out on top, and sustainability is working in their advantage. 1+ we do have to keep from Kohari, though. He did play the macro game again before that big fight, was able to take a tower in the mid side. Momoy.
Ooh, Churubami finds a kill on Momoy. Is he going to be able to know Oh My Foe? Able to get the retry. I was about to say, this is about to be scary for the side of Night Horde, but they able to secure it.
We both clenched up for a minute there. We're like, whoa, is Churubami about to do this right now? No, backs off, but it was a valiant effort. Does pay with his life there. That's a 20-second death counter. Should be up just in time for the Lord. No crazy timer on that. Night Horde kind of grouped up in the mid. Not going to be able to really sync these waves to their maximum ability, but still able to at least take an advantage.
Yeah, and right now, Lord coming in, and this is the problem you've been talking about, I've been talking about, is when you're behind. This aggression that they still have. Pro Destroy, comes in, puts some damage on here, comes the last insanity, that's going to put down Pro Destroy, and from the back, Uneven gets gobbled up. That might be all she wrote coming. Actually goes pretty deep on there, finds a kill onto our Uneven, down himself. Sayori finding the kill there. Momoy in trouble. As you can see, Kohari, the Brave, chasing down Sayori. There's nowhere to run. Kohari puts on the finishing touches, and the tide has turned for the Fiends.
Kohari, the Brave, the namesake is not in vain right now. When in doubt, put your guest coins on him. He's carrying the game. That man's moving fast. He's on fast time. He's at a fast pace. He's in all the lanes at once. He's in your face. He doesn't care. And as long as a heart guard's on his head, he is safe.
Man, and a great play there by him. I do want to say maybe he's having a little bit of trouble when we see these team fights in there. Kohari kind of dives in the middle, even with the Hearts guard. That's a lot of CC and damage to just dive in the middle of during these team fights. Maybe he needs to be a little bit more patient, let them get ticked down a little bit more before he dives in full gusto.
What's really been so clutch for him, as long as he has, it's 2 things. He needs the Heart Guard and he needs the Purify. So I think Night Horde needs to try to time something right. They either need to make sure they catch him off guard. More damage on Momoy.
Yeah, he's chasing him down, but he's getting lit up by that full barrage. He didn't have an escape there, and unfortunately goes down Magic, and Uneven getting chased right now. Black Dragon is out. It's not going to be enough to save Magic, and Uneven going to go ahead and fly himself to safety. Pro Destroy. Almost got caught up there by a Detna's welcome. Momoy chasing down Uneven in a little bit of trouble. Oh, man, he's in between 3 members looking for the kill onto R, who is so tanky right now. Up at the base now, you can see R with the pickoff. Here comes the Appraiser's Wrath. That's not enough just yet. Last Insanity is out. Doesn't chunk anybody down. Churubami gets taken out by Sleepy. This might be all for the Fiends. Half health. Sayori finds a kill on the Pro Destroy, and we're going to a game 3.
Okay. Game series number 1, day 2, week 2. Night Horde bringing us to the rubber band match, the back and forth. Better put those belt backs in. Better put that belt back on, because Night Horde not letting you put the notch in just yet. Night Horde feeling good. And I want to talk about the unsung hero here, man. Sayori was just sniping, man. Even in the last fight, I kind of lost it for a second because she just landed a long-range meteor and was just taking people out. Only had 1 death that game. Had, what, like 13 assists or something like that? 14, 15 assists. Was just a monster on the field. We went a total of almost 17 minutes there, and it felt like a lifetime, and it was a bloodbath. I mean, both teams just back and forth, neck and neck the whole game.
Yeah, but what we've identified, we can take a look here at some of the stats here. Sayori, 14 assists there, 5 and 2, a great ratio for a mage, especially for Navaria. Moving on into that late game, she just has such an effect on there. Not to be outdone though, I want to say Sleepy did a great job withstanding, getting involved in a lot of those fights. 5, 1, and 7 for him. And I mean, it just came down to what we were talking about. When you're behind, there is kind of a limit to what you can be doing. It doesn't matter. Despite how the match ended, still Rich Guy and the Kairi Kohari leading the charts.
He's got, look at his eyes. Even his eyes are fearless, man. He's got the 1,000-yard stare going on, staring into my soul right now. Taking a look at the damage dealt. Sleepy, I mean, even, and there's, like you said, kind of the unsung hero as well, man. Sleepy did 74k damage, more than Sayori right after R. And that's the thing about the X-Ward. You can't really tell how much the X-Ward is actually doing sometimes, especially when the fights are just so back and forth. And I think that really started to scale as the game went forward.
Yeah, and that's kind of the crazy thing for me is that even though teamfight participation is 90% for Sayori, when Sleepy did get involved, which was only actually half of the fights, he just had a huge impact on the damage that was going out there. I mean, it was just a great game put together by the Night Horde. It could have gone back and forth, but I want to say Night Horde kept up the tempo, kept up the aggression, and made sure that they punished the side of Fiends, especially with Kahari diving in deep every single time there was a dive. They made sure to back up and punish the members of Fiends for it.
Yeah, so now it's 1-1. I honestly feel like it could go either way. Fiends got a beautiful win in game 1, but now we see the Night Horde can kind of deal with that Ube, with that kind of like sustainability, with that support roam strategy that Fiends likes to bring in. So do we see Fiends switch it up? Do we see them maybe go for more of a tanky front line this time and sacrifice the support, which also means putting Kohari in a little bit of risk here, him not really able to shine if they go for that. I think they could just like download, they could just kind of run the same strat again, because that game definitely could, I don't feel like Night Horde just had that game in the bag. They ended up winning out, but Fiends could have pulled that one off. So I definitely think draft is important, but neither teams have to truly like change everything or scrap everything. Kind of like first game, Night Horde definitely had to scrap everything and switch some things up. But now both teams kind of have some rhythm going, and it's going to be interesting how they approach this.
I was about to say, I'm wondering if we have an answer for Barats, because he does feel like he has, while he doesn't get the kills, while he doesn't get a lot of the damage there, he does have a huge ability to kind of force these fights to get that tankiness in there and withstand a lot of it. And that's going to be taken off the board by the Night Horde. He also has, I want to say, an 88% win rate right now in North America. So, I mean, now we're going to see how well either of these teams can do without that big tankiness from either side composition.
And it opens the field to a lot of different things, right? Especially now we're also seeing the Angela ban. There's going to be a few things open that have not been open in the past. Arlott possibly going to be on the field here. But with the Barats gone, if we're still going the utility, right? If we're still going the utility route, it's like Basha, Fredrin. We saw the Akai picked up a few times from Mobazane, which I think is a possible answer. We know that Oh My Foe is willing to pick up the Martis like we saw in game 1. With something bulkier around it, I think it could be a bit more viable, but I really think if you pick up the Martis, you need to be able to contest for turtles in the early game to get that gold scaling. Fiends, gonna have first pick here. Arlott is open. They go for the CC instead. Night Horde, I feel like you gotta Arlott here, man. You gotta, I mean, it's such a great flex pick if you want to go roam, if you want to go EXP. I think it's something you have to lock up front, and maybe even take something away from the side of Fiends. Vexana's open, so maybe Arlot Vexana here.
Yeah, Arlot Vexana, but then you kind of leave it open for the box to get picked up as well on the side of Fiends. They didn't really have a big success on Night Horde with the game 1 Vexana, so it'd be interesting to see if they've adjusted, if they have a little bit of a finely tune here for the game 3. It's very interesting to be picking up the CC, where I feel like her priority, especially when it's single target, she does dominate her lane, is able to get those pickoffs, but I feel completely outside of our.
Yeah.
I'm through trying to guess this stuff, man.
I get it though.
Raphael
I get it though.
and the Nana picked up for the Night Horde.
At least I get the Raph pick. I think it's like, we ban your Angela, we're going to take your Raph away, right? And now it really forces Fiends. But the thing is like, can Night Horde really play this well? I almost want to go through their games real fast and see if they've picked any Raph at all so far. All right, so yeah, they played Raph against BloodHounds on day 2, week 1. So this isn't something they're completely uncomfortable with. It's definitely a possibility. They also have some CC on the field with the Nana. Still no Arlot picked up from the side of Fiends. They go for Minotaur, they go for Basha. They kind of have their front line down now. Does Night Horde maybe go gold lane here? They still could pick up the Arlot, but they never want to listen to anything I'm saying. So maybe they go gold lane here and then try to ban into Kohari.
That was exactly what I was going to say, is maybe you secure something for R and then you kind of ban out Kahari, try to leave him on the back foot here, would be the game plan. But I mean, as we've seen, they don't really kind of, they have their own plans in mind. Yeah. I want to say if you're trying to kind of set up the Nana, you're looking for a lot of CC, possibly a Tigreal or something to be that front line that holds the enemy in place for the Molina Blitz, for those Molinas to come out there and actually do the damage. But it does look like, in answer to our question, they are going to pick up the marksman for R and possibly looking at banning out something from Kahari.
I think you take out the Claude, like for sure. One of them is probably the Claude because that's just been Kohari's saving grace. And then maybe you take out the carry, you take out the Bruno. We saw Bruno in game 1. That was disgusting. So maybe Claude Bruno here. Definitely good possibilities for Night Horde. I don't think there's like anything else super scary on the field, especially they're gonna get first pick at the end of this ban phase. So there's just, even if they are still worried about maybe, you know, something weird coming out, they can just take it from them. Fiends, on the other hand, they got to ban out, they still need a mid, and they still need a, Fiends still need a mid, or no, Night Horde still needs a EXP and a jungle.
Yeah, they take out the Vexana, which still leaves open the Lilia, the Valentina for the side of Fiends. So apparently not really ironed in on taking down the marksman for Kohari, but definitely wanted to try to take out those mid players that have the big, heavy CC and damage, like Sayori on the Nana.
Which is smart, right? Like, because you mentioned earlier, since they just have the Raph and the Nana, they are a bit squishier on the mid side, especially in laning phase. They need to kind of be careful about someone that can hurt them too hard. And if they can control rotations in the laning phase, it doesn't really matter what Kohari picks. We saw it in the last game. Eventually, they can get kills onto Kohari as long as they're able to kind of move around the map freely. So they still end up banning out the Claude on the side of Fiends. Still maybe going to focus on EXP. Maybe they take out the Arlot here. Maybe they take out something. Ruby's still on the board, but, you know, hey, man.
Apparently, I know what it's not going to be. It's not going to be a Ruby. Because both these teams...
they banned Ruby. They banned Ruby. They have not picked it or banned it all day. They've been first banning Arlot in game 1 and 2, and now it's just... no one bans it, no one picks it. Man, they got their own rhythm, Private. We need to stop trying to constrain them. We need to stop trying to hold them down.
Shackle them down
let
to
them,
the
let
current
them fly.
meta.
They're peacocks, man.
And there goes the Arlot ban. It's going to mean the first pick is going to be picked up by the Night Horde here. Going to see what we're going to focus on. Looking for a jungle or an XP on the side of the Night Horde.
Yeah, I mean, jungle. Fredrin's still open. That was an easy one.
Just like that. Yeah, that was an easy one.
I got one right.
And that's, I mean, we were just talking about what they need, especially for the Molina Blitz, for Nana to be able to shine. You need something that can be up front, that can be tanky, put the CC, and especially with that the energy eruption that he can do to kind of taunt the enemies all together, which is good pickings for that ultimate from Nana.
So now for EXP, do they go for something like Divey on Night Horde? Because they still need something bulky there as well, right? Because they're still like, we saw it last time when Oh My Foe was the only front liner, it did not play out too hot, right? That was the big issue in game 1. He gets a little too much, and now there goes the Bruno for Kohari again, so we have burst. So I think we definitely need some sort of more front line in this EXP. Maybe a Lapu, maybe even get crazy with like a Grok or something to kind of really get in their face. But now we have the Lao Yi from the side of Fiends Private.
Yeah, Lao Yi, and especially because of the Rafaela, because of the healing. Lao Yi isn't picked up too often. It's one of my favorite heroes, but I mean, there are constraints on it. There is a very niche part where she fits in, and that is for anti-heal, to be able to kind of spread out a lot of her abilities with the yin yang and connect them there, and especially with the front line. We don't have a dive yet, and there she is. Praise be.
Praise
the
be
Ruby.
It works here. I guess they finally decided, oh, she works here in this composition. Not all the time, but in this one. They do need a front line. You know, you were talking about the Louis, though. We've been seeing this pick slowly, like, skyrocket, like, slowly get picked and sprinkled in our own NACT, but also last night, Rebellion picked apart Onic with it in game number 1. I think we saw it in NPLPH once or twice. And if the diversion, we used to see it in NACT a lot from Nicolette. It was like one of her kind of pocket picks. So if Chirobani can use this well, especially on an aggressive team like Fiends, if you can use it to hit those positions and hit those random attacks and catch them off guard, it could be, you know, the ceiling factor here.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 3. Fiends taking on the Night Horde. This one is close. We've been seeing it right now, and this one's for all the gusto.
Good thing I didn't stand up yet. All right, coming in to the last match of this series. Fiends up against Night Horde. All right, so we see this Nana pick. We know there's some possibilities with it. It does apply something a little bit different than what the this Lu Yi's gonna supply with Fiends. Definitely two slightly different compositions here. Night Horde, when it comes into these team fights, they're gonna take the more grouped up strategy, right? The more Ube-esque, the more we get together, we make sure that Momoy can move us around quickly with the Wrath, and we just try to kind of pile drive you, right? On the side of Fiends, maybe they can take the advantage on that using this diversion. Maybe they can take the advantage on that using Churro to kind of, all right, you're going to try to come at us here, we're going to move to here, we're going to try to get some split pushes on, we're going to try to make some movement happen on the map to keep you constantly chasing us around, because we've seen Night Horde do that before. We've seen them just kind of respond to wherever Fiends are. So if Fiends can use that to their advantage, use Kohari to use that macro like we've seen him do in the past, kind of hit those angles, attack those off lanes, that could be huge for Fiends.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say too, especially in this early game. I'm looking for Churubami to possibly use those diversions, close the distance on those top and bottom lanes, maybe get those surprise ganks to surprise the side of the Night Horde, but it's all going to come down to being able to use this to the extent of, I want to say the character, a little bit of an engagement up there between Oh My Foe and Pro Destroy. Both decide not to go in for the fight, but Oh My Foe going to go ahead start on this turtle. Doesn't look like Fiends is in a position to really contest it. Yeah. Pretty spread out right now, and Pro Destroy actually gonna go ahead. Oh, going on to the backside there, gets picked up with an I'm offended from a Sleepy. Pro Destroy goes in, catches a Molina Blitz. Oh My Foe picks up the turtle, and this might be it for Pro Destroy. Momoy finds a kill there. Oh, and Appraiser's Wrath uneven gets taken down by Momoy. 0-2, a great start for the Night Horde.
2-0 plus a turtle. Not just a great start. Oh, Fiends!
Aggression is the name of the game as Churubami with a diversion, with a magic, finds a kill onto Oh My Foe.
Listen, when I saw the diversion, that was the last place I would have guessed it was going. I'm like, all right, maybe they're repositioning to bot or something, whatever. They jumped it. Like, listen, where are you running? Where are you running? Like, we're just gonna come into your jungle, make sure we get that kill. So they at least salvage something in the chaos. Nighthorde, though, still with a 1,000 gold lead. Luckily, getting that kill onto Oh My Foe makes sure he does not get too far ahead. Pro Destroy, though.
Yeah, and that's going to be the name of the game here. We are still about 1K, which is a very big lead for so early in the game right now. Both teams doing a good job of kind of zoning each other out. Sleepy picks up that War Axe right now. I want to say pretty even on the XP lanes so far.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I feel like when it comes down to gold lane, EXP lane, it feels even on all sides. For the a lot of damage on a Kohari.
Oh, Kohari just narrowly misses a holy baptism from Momoy. Is going to have to go and recall back home.
Yeah, he's not up against a carry this time, right? Like, he doesn't have the lane advantage, the range advantage that he had in game 1. This time, if anything, R has a little bit of a better poke, even has a much stronger laning phase in early game. So he needs to pace himself a bit in this game. He can't be the Kohari, the Brave that we all know from past.
Oh, now Pro Destroy in a little bit of trouble there. Here it comes, and the Magic on there looking. Is not going to be able to get that Minoan Fury off. R finds a kill onto Magic. Pro Destroy. He's going to have to find himself on his Churobami with a Yin Yang. Mashes the Nighthorde together, but this turtle, Churobami not looking to let go of this turtle just yet. Looking for another Yin Yang. Is he going to be able to find it? Oh My Foe picks up that next turtle, unfortunately for the side of Fiends.
One thing I think I have to point out is that last big fight before the turtle was very clean by both teams. It's not very often in NACT that you see a clash like that happen and nobody go down. Everyone just kind of escape with a sliver of help, make the big engage, make the good disengage. Both teams played that last fight very well. Taking a look at some of the items, R has lucked in the Blade of Hepatus, has a little bit of a 500 gold over Kohari, and Sleepy!
Oh, Kohari! And I'm offended, pulls him out, and he's still taking damage from the tower. This is, man, uneven up at the top now, in trouble. 3 members now charging into it, dodging, narrowly escaping a Molina blitz, but that's going to be the end of the top tower. Good macro coming from the side of Nighthorde.
Listen, do not take Kohari to Vegas, man. It's just like one more hit, man. Just one more shot. I can take another tower shot. I'm okay, man. He's just always looking for that final shot. And here we go. Big gank on a Sleepy.
Oh, yeah, big pop-up that lands on a Sleepy and gets taken down, and that's going to be the end of this tower. Good answer back from the Fiends, able to answer with a tower of their own. As you can see, the big push here from the top. Churobami in a little bit of trouble here, is going to back off of this tower. The damage has been done already, though, is able to get away some of those minions.
Yeah, that tower could be going down soon, and R's not going to go far from it. Grab that gold crab, move right back to it, and then Nighthorde also bringing presence into the mid to make sure they pull people away from it to guarantee that tier 2 on the top side.
Yeah, and I want to say right now, as we were saying from the first game, it looked like Nighthorde was doing nothing but answering what Fiends do. And I want to say it's kind of the flip-sided here, as Fiends look to kind of only be answering what the Nighthorde is. They're still trying to catch their breath, trying to make plays of their own. Churobami gets caught with an entire Molina blitz, eats that one on the face, and gets chunked down. Holy Baptism comes out, just narrowly misses Pro Destroy, but he is able to clean up those minions.
Nighthorde's a different team right now, man, and this time they have the lead, and this is Fiends now once again on the backside. Don't have the power spike. It's going to be a little bit of time. Luckily, Kohari hasn't died yet, and we got to keep our eyes on Kohari because, as always, he could be the egg in the basket, right? He could be the golden goose right here, and he needs a little more time, maybe another item, maybe a little bit more to really start bursting down, and then if we see magic, if we see Churro, if we see someone able to really just get... What was that?
Oh, you can see Holy Baptism is out. R in a little bit of trouble here. Pro Destroy has a locked on, and the torn apart memories comes out. Churobami finds a kill onto Momoy. That passive comes out, eaten up by Pro Destroy, who protects Churobami.
Sorry, I'm still stuck on Magic, just using the Minoan's Fury on the ground randomly. That threw me off a little bit.
Natalia can be dangerous out there.
Man, they're everywhere.
Oh my foe here battling against two Fiends members. Ooh, Pro Destroy able to create some of that distance with the help of Churubami and those yin yangs. We're starting to move into a point in the game where we're out of the laning phase. Ooh, uneven. A little close to that bush there where they didn't have any vision.
All right, into the mid game. We're 8 minutes in right now. Night Horde, 1,200 gold lead, still kind of holding it, but Fiends, we're starting to see some possible prospects. We're starting to see some small moments, and with Lord coming up soon, both teams forced to kind of group up. I do feel like this is a chance for Fiends to kind of showcase their composition here. They have the Minoan's Fury, which is going to work great in the Lord pit. They also have the Diversion to find angles, and here comes a possible one right now. R.
Oh, on the back of R, who might be in a little bit of trouble here, gets burst and popped up. Churubami finds the kill as well. Oh, my foe in a little bit of trouble. The rest of the team, Churubami comes around the side, isn't exactly able to find the angle, but they do find a kill, answering back, tying the game up to 4-4.
Yeah, that is that's and literally as I'm saying, I'm like, they have this diversion. It's time to start using it, and there it is. And R is going to be the target, man. R is going to be such a target. He's going to have to start playing a little bit more, kind of in the bushes. Oh, good pick on a magic.
Yeah, full Molina's Blitz. That's the problem with the Nana. Oh, big diversion there. On the side, find the little damage on the Sayori. Might have overstepped their welcome very fast there. Momoy in trouble. Sleepy taking some damage. Ooh. Here comes the I'm Offended into the tower. Oh, my foe from the flank finds himself an ultimate slamming down, and that's going to be it for Kahari.
Sleepy saved the day with that I'm Offended there. It was almost night time for Momoy there, but all it took was that, pull him onto the tower, buy enough time for Momoy to get away, and the whole play goes down, and they put themselves deep in enemy territory, and then it was just too little too late. Now they've lost some of their ultimates, they've lost some of their time. Night Horde secures first Lord of the game.
Yeah, and it's kind of unfortunate too, as they had a pick off. Fiends got picked off one, go with the diversion, and I want to say maybe not as patient as they should have been. Oh, we do have a Holy Baptism, lands on the magic. Minoan Fury pops them up. Sayori finds a kill onto Churubami. That's looking bad for the Fiends. Magic getting chunked down, and that's all she wrote for him. That is 2 down for the side of Fiends, and here comes the torn apart memories as well. Pro Destroyer walks into a bush of 3 members of the Night Horde, saying nope, decides against it, backs himself off.
All right, Night Horde now trying to close things out. The goal lead is starting to tip more and more and more. But still Kohari not far behind R. Still only 1 death down. Same thing with mid laners. The big difference here, the EXP lane Sleepy with a 2,000 gold lead over Uneven right now. It's definitely making the difference. We're also seeing some more damage being built onto Sleepy here with the Hunter Strike, War Axe, and then the breastplate. So we're seeing why that's becoming a bit of a problem. When he gets those bigs I'm Offended, he's actually able to do decent damage onto Kohari. He's actually able to do decent damage onto Churro and some of the lighter heroes on the side of Fiends.
Yeah, and I want to say some of these diversions not landing perfectly. They're usually just a little bit late, or once, oh, Sleepy does catch this diversion. Definitely not wanting to go into that bush there. Kohari right up in front again. He's completely fearless. Oh, my foe chasing them down. Oh, Sleepy does miss an I'm Offended, so they're not going to have that for a little bit into this next engagement. Now going for the purple buff. Oh, my foe doing a great job wanting to get the zone out. There goes a Molina Blitz. Kohari on the side putting on the damage, and unfortunate for the side of Fiends, not able to answer back.
You know, like when you're playing a new hero and you're doing like limit testing, like you're seeing like how aggressive can I get until I die, right? Like how far can I push up until I die with this hero, right? Like what can I really do? That's how Kohari plays all the time. Like he's just consistently limit testing. Why have a front line when Kohari, like even you look at his positioning, but he makes it work, right? Like he's just always sitting up front, but this time it's not going to work. Going to get caught off in a lot of danger.
Oh, 2 fights happening. One at the bottom, then at mid. You can see Churubami trying to make his way, close the distance. Kohari getting chunked down. This might be all she wrote. Momoy and oh, my foe find the kill onto Kohari. That's going to be a marksman down. The Fiends are now trying to back up.
All right. There's another kill for Night Horde. 5,200 now. Lord in 3 seconds. I think the only way Fiends get this, they need a great play, man. They need to use the diversion. They need to, and I don't mean like all 5 members. They need to find some sort of split. They need to maybe go for a steal. You know, they have to catch Night Horde off guard because they're not going to be able to take it just head on.
Yeah, and that Molina Blitz right now is just doing so much work. It already chunked down uneven to about 1/3, and that's the problem now with this Nana. And it's kind of actually crazy to me that we don't see her too much more on the international scene, because as soon as she lands that Molina, you're basically taking guaranteed the entire combination from Nana.
Now, I mean, and that's not Sayori 2-0 Cell, man. That hurts, man. Like whether you're on the Nana train or not, at 13, 14 minutes, 2-0 and 6, that Nana is probably one-shotting just about anybody on Feed's team. Lord now about to make its way, get the crash onto this base.
Yeah, it's going to go ahead and charge to the high ground, chunking it down to half health. You see the Molina Blitz out, catches uneven and Shurabami on the backside. R finds a tower down at the bottom. Now they are transitioning to the mid. Fiends doing everything they can to try to defend. You can see the Yin Yanks coming out from Shurabami, doing the best they can. Kohari diving up in front, missed from the I'm offended. Sleepy gets taken down, uneven finds a kill there. Oh my phone finds a kill onto Magic, and down goes Kohari. R with the snipe, able to take him down. Oh my gosh, you can see the damage. Is that going to be enough? Turabami looking for the diversion. Are they going to be able to find it? And here comes the Yin Yangs down, looking for a kill onto Momoy. R dodging. Oh, they're still going for it. Turabami finds the kill onto Momoy. R in trouble. Here comes the torn apart memories, and on the side, oh my foe, able to take down Turabami. Uneven is next.
This is guerrilla warfare at its finest. R also able to find Pro Destroy in the last moments of that fight. Fiends is giving it their all right now with the diversions, the plays all over the map, but Night Horde has their card. They're pulling it. Kohari.
Yeah, Kohari putting on the damage. Oh my foe with the immortality procced. Is it going to be enough to save the mid tower? Doesn't look like it as R puts the finishing touches on it. There are no more towers for the side of Fiends as the rest of the Night Horde backs up to reset on the map.
All right, so now Night Horde slows it down. I think it's the right play from them. They still have a huge gold lead, 9,000 now. We doubled up in the past few minutes almost. At this point, they don't have to try to force it. I still think they have an advantage in these team fights. They have it's not like Fiends just completely outscale them or anything. Night Horde have scale along with them, with Sayori, with Momoy, and even with R, even though he's gonna kinda like his damage kinda caps out at a point, but it's still enough.
Ooh, Night Horde is going to go ahead, start this engagement. Kohari in a little bit of trouble, still putting on the damage. He is standing right up in front. Big Minnow and Fury catches them. Kohari finds a kill on to Momoy from the backside. Oh my foe, so low, but Pro Destroy not going to be able to find the kill from the left side. Kohari finds a kill of his own. That is going to be 2 unanswered. Oh, one comes out there as Kohari answers back to Sayori. Are they going to go ahead and start this Lord? R in a great position. Kohari. Look at the damage, losing planets, but the wind! Was that a wind chant that R just put out there, blocking the damage and turned it around on Kohari?
Oh man, look at Magic right now on the camera. He's like, oh, we had it. We had it. We had it. And that's what this game has been for the past few minutes. Just back and forth, but each team getting an outplay after an outplay. R saves the day there, though. I thought he was signing himself up for a death sentence there, but pulls it off, buys time. Oh, my foe back on the map, but here comes a diversion play. Nothing major just yet, though.
Yeah, decides against it. I'm not sure that there's really much, unless there was a good fancy diversion to come in right now. Pro Destroy actually looking for a good opportunity. Cannot get it. And this actually might be bad because now they're too close and the rest of the Night Horde is closing in around Pro Destroy. R finds the kill. The rest of the Fiends are going to back off.
That might seal the deal. It's 38 seconds. Here's the thing though, Lord, actually no, he'll have enough time to get back up. We're still waiting on another wave. It's going to be 3 seconds till the next wave comes, till Lord comes out. He's going to be marching down in just a second, but here's a quick replay at that last big fight. And I knew it was a bad play for Night Horde right here because Momoy goes down, they get the Yin Yang, plus they get with the Nolan's Fury. Sleepy gets kind of pinned away from the team. Pro Destroy gets away from this safely, and this is where they start to crumble, but a big fight at the base now.
Yeah, you can see the Lord starting to chunk down on the core. Oh, my phone finds a kill onto Kohari. This might be all she wrote. Big pop-up onto the Night Horde, but it's not going to save the core. This is going to be another victory for the Night Horde.
Night Horde makes it clear who's been here, who's been trying to be a grand finalist first. Listen, Fiends, wait your time, because we've been fighting for this longer. Night Horde showing why they're in the NACT, why they've been able to make it to the top 8 for a while, and putting themselves above right now. But Fiends give a valiant effort, 2-1. And here's the thing about them. Even when they've lost so far in the season, they have never been swept. They're still a team we got to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, crazy here. I think this is going to go ahead and lift the Night Horde to about 3rd place. They were actually pretty low when it comes to the rankings, but this should lift them up along with their spirits. You can see here, taking a look at the stats here. I mean, a great game for the Night Horde, and 9-18. Not very close when it comes to the kills. Unfortunate for the side of Fiends. It just felt like they were hunkered back and not able to really catch their footing.
I mean, and Fiends, I mean, don't get me wrong, Fiends tried. And I would even say, like, it's not like the Lu Yi was a bad pick there or anything. The damage was getting out of control towards the end. The plays were right. But really, man, his positioning in that game, and you combo that up with some of the sustainability from Moy, our Sleepy Momoy just played amazingly. Sayori as well, able to get some great random pickoffs here and there, literally just like by herself running up, catching the Molina Blitz, and the Boomerang all at once, able to get those combos. But Sleepy had probably some of the greatest plays, and R as well had some of the greatest plays in those games. Taking a look, there was that Wind of Nature, and towards the end, if you look at R's items, towards the end, that was the clutch, right? And look who didn't have a Wind of Nature, Kohari. And that's where the big outplay happened. That's where the big moment happened, that R was kind of able to save the day there.
Yeah, and how the turntables here are taking the place of the rich guy and the carry from Kohari. And that kind of told the story. And I want to say, for me, the biggest things were that Ruby and the Nana there. You can see here, Nana, not the high. Oh, Jesus, R.
Kohari's right behind him. It's crazy.
Yeah, Sayori had a great effect, but man, look at R, the amount of damage he was able to output, and only in 50% of the fights.
Yeah, that is crazy. Literally half of the fights R's involved, but he's doing so much damage, but it just shows how aggressive Kohari was being there, that he only did 10,000 less damage than R. Like, he was still just outputting. Damage taken, oh my foe, continuously just the front line of the team, continuously just absorbing it. And honestly, didn't take like too many deaths that game. Didn't fall behind too much. Fiends only ends up losing that game with getting 9 kills. So it just goes to show how well Night Horde were able to engage, disengage, kind of stay in those fights and make them last when they needed to.
Well, and then it also kind of shows that Night Horde knew who the priority target was. Kohari, 110,000 damage taken there. So they were on him, and they were there to shut him down, make him pay for, I want to say, that that first game that he pretty much trounced on them.
Oh my, foe. Are you guys sleepy yet? Not me. That is Zeke, the geek, getting one right. It's about time, folks.
Who is this guy? Why is he here, Private?
Who is he?
Is he?
Oh,
Private, how do you like the game, Private? You want to just ignore him? And I'm just kidding. Zeke, you enjoyed the game, I'm guessing, right? That's what you're telling me? Is that what all that meant? All right.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, man. Fiends came out super strong within the first game, but Night Horde, they made some adjustments that second game, and then even the third game. Both the second and the third game, really, I felt like could have gone either way, but Night Horde just, you know, the prowess really showing up as the Horde, bringing the fight to them. Kahari the Brave meeting them face to face, and R said, "You can't see me," and just met him halfway.
I liked it. Even the Wind of Nature, you can't see me. You get it, you know? Yeah.
I'm not even here. He doesn't get. He's in Miami. He doesn't understand different time zones. The joke will hit him later.
Anyways, no, I do. But there was something you said there, Zeke, because game one, Night Horde was like, "Yo, like, what is going on here?" It really just felt like Fiends, like, honestly, after game one, it almost felt like Fiends just were going to sweep this, had it in the bag. But Night Horde quickly changed things up, were able to adapt very fastly, change the way they want to draft, and just come in very strong in those next two games private.
Yeah, and the big thing, too, I mean, I don't want to say pat ourselves on the back, but we were calling for that Ruby to come out, man, for a while, and it had a huge effect on that third game where you have the single target coming out from the CC, but Ruby on the other end, when it came to those team fights, had an effect like no other, especially with those I'm Offendeds, pulling them into the tower to kind of disengage a lot of those traps or those engagements that were coming from the side of Fiends, and then, of course, I'm on to say, and then R and the Nana. It was just, it was a well put together composition, and the target focus was unmatched for the Night Horde.
So honestly, I think I've seen you guys a little too much. I'm really wanting to get R up here. An interview with him would be absolutely stunning. Let's do it. R, how you feeling, man?
Great, especially after that win.
Oh man, you gotta tell me, man. Kahari the Brave, he was super aggressive, super good marksman. How did it feel going head to head with him?
How I say? No, he was good. He's a good opponent. His playstyle is a bit int, if you understand. Like it's just nice. He's overly aggressive. He allows for a mistake, allows for us to make plays. But he can contribute a bit of our victory because of how he plays. But good player. Now, good player. Nothing to hold against him.
Well said. Well said. I'll tell you what. You guys came in a little bit on the short side of the stick on the first match, but made some awesome adjustments to see some success in the second match. How did you guys really go about that? Like, what mentally was going on that you guys were like, we can get this together, and then actually being able to execute it?
That's a good question. See, as a team, we have this issue of choking our first game. Like, if you were to play a best of one, we'd probably be like 1-7 right now. We would lose all our games. So we suck. We suck on our first game. It's for the mental. And it's like the mental after that, it's good because we know we suck our first game, but we can bring it back on the second and the third.
So I think what you're trying to say is you guys typically use your first games to really feel out the enemy and then try to make adjustments accordingly.
Yes, something like that, yes.
So that third game, the pressure was on. How were you guys feeling about it? There were a lot of really close fights that you specifically had such good positioning. I think you brought up a Wind of Nature at that one point to really take the edge over that Kahari and really help seal the deal for your team. I got to know, how did you process those emotions? I know for me, I probably would have got overwhelmed and just like throw the phone out the window, you know?
It's more of keeping calm. I'm playing with things on the line. Like, I know I can't make mistakes. I can't really be pressured to do anything. Like, I need to keep calm. Even in that situation where it looks like we're losing, like, I keep track of what Kahari has. I noticed he doesn't have wind, so I took on the 1v1. Like, it's all these thought process that's going on in my mind because I kept calm. Because I'm not panicking, because I'm not overly worried about what can happen next.
So the last question I got for you, again, you know, you guys came out victorious in the end, but leading up to that point, was there any actual moment that you guys were like, oh no, like we really need to be careful of this? You know, like what in specific were you guys, if anything, really worried about?
Their game, the Louis pick. No one, I'm pretty sure no one here really understand how threatening it is. Like, how scary it is to have a whole team just appear in a random bush. So it's like doing the Lord push when it was a 4v4. Like we were all constantly worried that Louis might just pop out of random bush out of nowhere. So that's why you see our team not really grouping up, not really sending one person alone. So if I was to say a moment, that's probably the most dangerous, and the biggest trouble is probably the Louis.
Absolutely, absolutely. That makes a lot of sense. That's not something I really I don't think I put as much emphasis mentally on it as you guys did, but you guys are obviously the ones who win and not me. So with that being said, I am gonna let you go. You know, thank you so much for that beautiful win. You guys really put on a show for us.
Thank you too.
All right, let's find our way back to the caster's desk. Thank you guys so much for the fantastic interview. You guys just absolutely killed it. We were loving that. Trex, how you feeling about it?
I felt good. I felt like I like the honesty from R. I like R just kind of knowing that game one, they were just kind of off. I think he felt confident against Kohari. I would have liked it a little bit spicier, but I like the humbleness from them, you know? So it's fair. It's a fair interview.
Yeah, I like that he identified some of the things that we saw here, especially up at the caster's desk. He saw that he didn't have Wind of Nature, and that was really kind of the turning point. That it turns what could have been a huge upset into just another part of the plan. What's worse, though, right now is that Trex is ahead in the predictions. And that's
very
that's
ahead.
The real punishment right now.
Not just ahead, very ahead. Like 2 or 3 points.
So, without further ado, I think it's about time we announce MVP. Trex, let's see who got it.
I'm not going to take any guesses because everyone played great, but Sayori, so I'll give it to her. I'll give it to her. Game 2 on this on the Navaria, I said it, she was kind of the on the Navaria, she was kind of the unsung hero there. Was able to pull off a lot of snipe shots. One even at the very late game, which I think we might see at some point here. One of the final pushes there was just able to, I mean, kind of put the nail in the coffin there. Played overall a great game. We're seeing her once again be heavily involved, this time on the Nana. And I think that was when Sayori really took off on this Nana, was just so clean. Was able to kind of be the aggressive player that she wanted to be. Because having that passive, right? Because even if I do get picked off, I'm able to still get away. So I think it was huge for her on this pick. There goes that play right there was just, that's when we really knew, oh, this Nana is online right now. And did that same thing later on in the game over by the orange buff, was able to get another one of those right before a big Lord fight. So just continuously kind of in their face, played that Nana like an EXP laner with the way she was zoning.
Yeah, a big amount of suppressive fire. The second game, basically the artillery from way back, able to land those spheres, and then in the last game with that Nana, it was like I was talking about it during the game. It's basically as soon as a Molina lands, it's over for whoever catches that. They're gonna be taking the full brunt of the Nana combo, whether it's the Molina blitz into the Molina into the boomerang that she can throw out there. It's just a huge amount of damage, and she was able to maximize it and was a huge factor in a lot of those team fights.
Hold on a second. What is that? Hold on.
Don't smile.
There's a giveaway. Oh, what do we got? So for this tournament chest, please keep in mind there is a limited quantity of 31, and it is going to be a first come, first serve, but we do have the code listed here. We've got the QR code that you guys can scan for quick, easy access. Trex?
I don't got nothing for that, bro. I'm just kidding. It's a great tournament chest. They got the QR code now, so if you're like me and you're looking at this on a computer screen, you can just pull out the phone, hit the QR code, all that good stuff. Bunch of cool skins to get. Like you said, only 31. Only 31 of those. They're probably already gone, so I'm sorry if you showed up too late.
Yeah, or if you have slow fingers.
Yeah, like Zeke.
That's pretty much how I be playing Lancelot, and that's why I lose all of my games. I can't do it. It's not bad for me, man. It's not meal for me. No fanny. Some really good skins. You know, I was peeping that they got the Yin Yang Mage up there, man. After seeing some of that Liu Yi performance, man, I might have to try to get it. You know, I was pulling out like my 16 different phones, and but again, slow fingers. I don't think I got any of them.
You didn't get a single one, man.
Nope.
16 phones. Why aren't I able to get on that one?
I'll tell you guys.
How you feeling about the next games?
I'm excited. These first two, we already talked about it. These first two matches going to be super hype because there's a lot of teams here fighting for that second place, fighting for that third place. We just saw this first game. It was already a war between Fiends and the Night Horde. The next one going to be just as exciting.
I know we're making our way through this racetrack of a tournament, but let's hit the brakes and time to go to one. We will see you guys when we come back.
They do notice Tarzan. Good positioning for Area 77 for this first turtle. Cold-Will trying to stop, I want to say doing the best he can to kind of harass this turtle. Now at about half health. Nicola Whoa! Looking for some damage. Here comes the last insanity. Mystic Gush is out, but Nicola with great positioning. Tarzan still gets the turtle, and this might be bad for BTK. Cold-World and Mobazane get taken. And a great turtle and 2 kills for Area 77.
Back online, he was struggling early on, but he should be able to find a kill here now. Ooh, red side, lots of people.
EA once again bringing in 4 members, 5 coming soon. Koharu with the Blazing Duet, more to get away. Toru bursts him down, sends Koharu back to base. Look at Yato! Force the proc to passive just to get away. That Eternal Guardian is starting to hurt. Uneven, a little bit of trouble here though. Getting shredded down. T able to pick up the kill. DA with the advantage, taking out 2 members from Fiends.
Lord marching down. It's going to be an extremely hard clear for the side of Fiends.
Fury something. Kohari is able to shut down the Lord, but he's pulled in with the Offended. No One's Fury does lock on. Blazing Duet just to get away. Destroy back to the base as well. But Uneven locks on to Kush here. Mikasa also pretty low. Chirobani looking for some sort of pickoff. Kush finally goes down, but still has the immortality. Destroy looking for an angle as well. Gonna come in, but locked up, and down they go. But Mikasa saving the day time and time again in these team fights. A lot of damage onto Yato. Comes in, able to pop back onto Kohari. But DA not done just yet. Kohari back onto the base. And DA has locked down. They're going to take us to a game number 3.
That walk just splitting the whole entire strategy of LEGACi apart. Getting this neutral objective without any problems.
Holy Baptism locks on. Terrified. Boom. Knocked out. Koyaken hit by the Hayaken. But Nash might just be next. Riles couldn't take a lot of damage. BloodThirstyKings on the prowl. Meteor comes in, gets a knock up on 3 members, but no one there. Follow up. And
the members are all onto the top side. Is BTK going to clash with the advantage that they have?
Tona's welcome. Not able to land on it. Buddy. But it doesn't matter because the rest of the team is here to help out. Ken taking a lot of damage. Swansong comes in though, able to unload on several members. Nicolette goes down. Koya Nash with a shutdown. Double. Will it be enough though? Because BTK is still riding forward. As Nash falls, it's 3 for 2. Just when LEGACi had a shot, they lose it.
A lot of these objectives and small fights.
I mean, it's definitely a tough game for BloodHounds. Already a 4,000k. This is the exact. Oh, wait a second. Nice suppression. Nice grab. They're able to get the kill on Sayori. No black shoes for her. Oh, my foe takes a turtle. Gets to the throne as welcome. Lands it down. Udabu. Damage. Tries to dash away, but Nakoko is on the trail. The last insanity gets the kill. And now a clash to the mid side. Violent Requiem locks on my foe, but he still stands tall. Finally falls, but takes Ramsey with him. It's a bloodbath right now. Tempest falls next. Sleeps as well. Nothing but Boca Roscoe left.
And also Fo was able to peel off the quad on the Blazing Duet, and that's going to be quite tough for any of them to come back.
Explosion does land. Members back, followed in, but wait a second, the Minoan's Fury to counter back. Members are knocked up, and Chaos has unveiled the crystal. 2 members down for BloodHounds, 1 down for Night Horde. They find another. Bocarrasco's next, and Tempest is alone. The Night Horde should take this game 2-0. I mean, that's definitely been the winning ingredients for GG in these fights so far. Tarzan was the first hurdle. He gets knocked up, found out. Now best player, even though he's had a slightly rough game. Still been huge. Ressi takes a Turtle Guardian to the face, locked up by Chicken, knocked up by best player, and Hoon gets the kill. It's looking a little bit rough. Mark Judy's gonna be the next to fall. Tarzan not able to get away. The ammo fender locks on. His Mon's Force dropped by ISO. He's moving in onto several. He's unable to get the kill. He might just go down, but Tarzan finds best player. It's 1 for 2.
Getting how they want to fight out these fights, and best player getting caught once again, but decides to jump away. It's a good
drop from ISO. He's going to use it to zone.
Implosion?
They try to collapse up. The implosion connects only onto 1 member though. The pushback onto several. The big Guardian slams down. Shark taken out from ISO though. Best player might just be next. A double kill for ISO. The final slash.
Ooh, it's hot out here in Hawaii, or maybe it's just these games heating up and getting ready to cool down a little bit. Might have to go turn on the fan. DA versus Area 77 coming up next. Another highly anticipated game that I'm just stoked to see. Trex?
Yeah, I think these were the 2 games, last series and this series, that I feel like I thought they were gonna be the closest matches this whole week. Of course, we saw some great games yesterday, which really kind of went far past my expectations. But today is so far not disappointing. We've got a great series 1, and I don't think series 2 is gonna be much different.
Yeah, we already, I mean, I talked about it before when I was doing the voting, even off cam when we were talking about it. We knew that these first 2 games were going to be very closely contested, especially with where kind of the power struggles are for these teams, kind of all of them trying to make their way up into that top 4 to top 3 position here and having actually very good success. So this is going to be kind of where they start separating the fork in the road of those ones who are starting to be more successful, getting up into that top 4, and those who might have some issues and some things that they need to work on for the rest of the season.
Well, speaking of success, let's take a look at Area 77's roster. Trex?
Now, Area 77, some players are the same, some players have changed, and some have changed roles. But either way, Area 77 has been dominating. We got ISO in the gold lane, JQT. Mark Cutie taking the change gold lane last season, mid this time. Tarzan, a.k.a. Guapo, sitting in the jungle, and your Reshi Cutie finally finding a spot on a team in the NACT in the EXP lane. Definitely a roster that a lot of us, you know, we knew there could be hype, and they are definitely living up to that expectation this season.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely, when I look at the Area 77 team, especially, you know, who they were coming into the regular season, they've absolutely stepped up. They've come in hot again, you know, and I'm just so excited to see them perform. Private?
I want to say they've changed my mind when it comes to how much of an effect that some of those sub participants, people like Smiling, who's been doing the managing, the drafting's now done by Sir Rose. They've really kind of turned me around on how much of a huge effect that has had for a team like Area 70. They're like a brand new team. This is the team we wanted to see, I want to say 2 years ago at the top of NA, and they are really pushing forward and have a chance here to really separate themselves from the pack here tonight.
So I know we've seen Area 77, we've seen them do well, and we've also seen them have a couple hiccups. Do you guys have anything that you're really looking at in regards to them coming into this upcoming match?
I think one of the big things for them is Yureshi and how he can affect for the game. If he can get the picks that he wants, if they can make sure Yureshi is comfortable, it definitely helps the team a lot. Whenever he is able to kind of move around the map and be proactive, he just holds such an influence over team fights. So that is huge for him, and I think the same goes for DA. If they can kind of suppress Yureshi, it can help them control team fights.
Fascinating. There seems to have been a roster swap in regards to DA. Private?
I know Trex is really excited about this. It's going to be Toru being swapped out for Melon in here. I say that's in excitement because casters, it usually kind of flips us upside down when it comes to these changes. It's hard to tell what the effect of this will be, if they will still have that synergy that made them so strong. As we can see here, Melon, T, Yato, Kush, Mikasa, members of just, I want to say, of other Titan teams here in North America, came together here and have been having some great success. And you know, Devious activity has something to prove here, especially since yesterday they just took a loss to the Night Horde. So they're definitely looking to prove something here tonight.
I'll tell you what, man, consider my timbers shivered, because Toru being swapped out is horrifying for me, because I've seen Toru, you know, kind of representing that, you know, that Kohari effect. You know, earlier games we saw him on that Aerith just yah, and now he's not going to be there, and I don't feel like I've seen enough from Melon to know, am I safe right now?
I mean, we'll definitely see. Either way, Area 77, I mean, DA are a team that we kind of got to keep our eyes on, and I don't think that Melon would just be on the bench for no reason. I do think that he's got to have some game, or else why would he even be there, right? Unless he's literally just a just-in-case player, in case, you know, what's his name, mom takes his phone or whatever. So the possibilities are there, but I still think this is going to be a match that we need to watch, and I still think DA, you know, are going to put up a great fight.
Private?
Oh, I just wanted to say, like, I mean, we were talking about this before. Area 77 right now has garnered a lot of fandom in the last few weeks. A lot of people are vying for them to win, looking for them to kind of push forward, but they still have a huge hurdle here tonight with a Devious activity, who was pretty much favored for the top 3 here in North America.
Absolutely. We're finding DA in a position where I don't feel like we really know where they're going to end up placing. I feel like coming into this tournament, I definitely expected them to be like a top 3, top 4 team. And although they very well still might be, at this point, we're seeing same thing with Area 77. We are seeing some success, but we're seeing some hiccups. And I'm really just not sure what to expect out of either of these teams coming into it.
I mean, there's a lot to expect, I think, from both teams. I think one thing we have to watch for from the side of DA is like the Yato T combo. How can they move around the map? And the thing about Yato and T is, for me, I've noticed they either play amazingly or they make some big glaring mistakes here and there. And if they can play amazingly, I do feel like this game can be in the bag for them. But if they make some of those big whiffs that we've seen, even back when they were on BTK, we saw, you know, the legendary Yato Kadita play that just locked onto nobody, you know, like where these guys are known to sometimes just make some of these core memory mistakes that haunt our dreams at night. But when they are on point, they can be champions. Both of these players have gold medals for NACT, at least under their belt. They are not players to be counted out.
Private thoughts?
Well, I mean, I echo that same thing. I mean, they have the live stage experience. They have the gold medal experience. They've all been successful in NACT. But there are those little glaring mistakes that kind of come out there, and that's what kind of separates the top of the mountain in NA, is whether you can kind of make some of those mistakes and bounce back, which where we've been seeing some teams here have issues with. You get knocked down and they just can't gather themselves again, whether it comes throughout in the draft or they get reverse swept, where they just cannot find their footing again. And we're gonna see if either of these teams can kind of push through that type of hurdle.
You know, it's kind of actually, it's really interesting to me that you're bringing up some of them stakes, but didn't you end up in Miami? That's crazy. You know, at least Trex got a little bit closer to Hawaii, but, you know, without further ado, let's actually get straight into it. Let's see, who do we think is actually going to win?
Well, as you can see, it's pretty one-sided here. It's pretty one-sided here. You know, I thought about changing my vote at the last second, but I decided we're sticking with DA here, even after the roster change. I think they're going to be able to pull through. Area 77 has showed some signs of greatness, but I still put DA as the better team here. We'll see if Area 77 can pull it off, though.
When it comes to the signs of life on other planets and the extraterrestrial rumors here, hashtag I want to believe in Area 77. They have come with a vengeance, and I'm looking for them to plow through DA here to kind of really cement themselves at the top of North America.
Sure. I hear you. You know, and although Area, you know, although it be getting a little extraterrestrial, DA has been really getting into some devious activities. And with that being said, I think they've got what it takes to really take it home.
Definitely have what it takes. I want to point out one more big thing about this match, right? This is the, you know, this is like the brothers in arms match right here. We got Yato and T up against Mark, Cutie, and ISO, which all four of these players, though under different names, all have played together before. It was ISO, T, and Yato on BTK in previous seasons. And then even before that, Yato and T used to be part of Area 77. They were part of Area 77 when they won a NACT back in the day. Mark Cutie was their gold laner back in the day. These guys all know each other. These guys are friends. These guys gotta go at each other's throats though today. Someone has to lose, and that's the real highlight of this match here, right? It's like they're taking down their own family right now.
Well, you know, I think whether they're friends or enemies, I definitely think they have to go into this match a little bit neutral, you know, call them frenemies. And I think they're really going to have to size themselves out and say, you know, you guys are good, we're good, but the question is who's better? Who the boys be, you know? Private?
Yeah, it's for me, I'm really excited. Who can forget last week? And it was a match that completely surprised me. Area 77 taking on BloodThirstyKings, and Area 77 with a new strain, I want to say, a new sight on this drafting thing, which I feel is like a huge plus for them right now. They're not afraid to go outside of the box. They're not afraid to kind of mix things up a bit, but it's not so much of like super outside the box. There is a method to the madness, and it always, when you see the draft, it might not be what you expected, but when you see it, you're like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. This could play. It's just they have the same thing we were talking about Yato and T, is they do have some of those little mistakes that they make. Sometimes there's those, do we need to rush into the core? Should we do the safe thing and take the Lord? And sometimes it ends up costing them against more experienced teams.
Let's be real here, though. NACT is a pretty weird spider web of tier lists right now, because we got Area 77 over BTK, who is over GG, who is over Area 77, who is over DA. Like it's pretty weird right now. It's a very awkward tier list when you're trying to make it all out, and that's what's made this whole season so interesting, and that's what makes these guesses so hard, right? Because yes, you beat them, but you lost to them who got beat by them, and it's just kind of all over the place, and it really just feels like day by day you just don't know who's gonna take it, and that's why we're all kind of so hype about when playoffs come, because for the first time it feels like someone's can lose. But to just bring it down to Area 77 and DA, I do think that Area 77 has the better notches in their belt today. You know, that kind of seems to be my keep going back to right now. They have taken the bigger wins. DA took a loss to Night Horde yesterday, which was pretty rough, right? And I'm not saying Night Hordes are kind of, slumps on the block or anything, but still, DA hasn't really gone up against any of the big fish yet, at least when we came into season who we thought the big fish were going to be. And we consider them to be one of the big fish, so they kind of need this win. Area 77 has at least gotten a win on somebody that a lot of us put in possible S or A tier. DA has not yet. So if DA wants to kind of hold their ground as a contender, they have to get this. If they lose to Area 77 today, they're kind of... they're B tier. They're C tier at this point, you know?
Bold. That is bold. Honestly, again, I think it comes back to what I was saying earlier. You know, I think we are in a version of NACT unlike any that we've really seen in the past. We're seeing really good teams going head to head, and again, we can't accurately guess out who's going to actually come out on the top. Like, you know, when the finals get there, who's it going to be? We genuinely don't know, because again, we came into this, we said, hey, you know, we think DA could be like a top 3, top 4 team. And I've also, you know, during NACT, I've heard different people saying, you know, they actually think Area 77 might take the whole thing. So I think at this point, again, it is anybody's guess.
Yeah, it's really kind of come down to me for, like I said, this is a new and improved Area 77. I mean, like I said before, I kind of am nostalgic. I was really attached to that old logo, but if this new logo that they have means that they're going to continue to play the way they have for this season, I'm all for it. And especially all of the changes that they've made, whether this new manager has them focused and prepped right. I hear they have a new person drafting for them. Sir Rose has got them eating their Wheaties and making sure that they're focused on the fights that they need. It's and even now the only loss that they've taken is to a Gaimin Gladiators, which is I mean, it's the I don't even know if they are. I think they're tied for #1 right now in North America. So I mean, that's no laughing matter for them. But the big thing is if they can kind of come back now, especially over a team like Devious Activity, who's going to be looking to kind of pay back for the loss that they took yesterday. It's anybody's game, and I'm actually really excited about this match because, like I said, I'm a big fan of Area 77. They've got I don't know too many other teams that have the same amount of tenure here in North America, but they've got a long-standing history here, and it's nice to be able to see if they can make up with that with some type of success.
Well, I think I'm going to stop us there, because at this point, I think it's pretty safe to say that just like Trex, the audience is going absolutely bananas, ready to get into the draft. So without further ado...
It's because there's bananas on my shirt. That's what that joke was, right, Private?
Get it?
Zeke, you're so funny. Thank you for the toss. Thank you for bringing us back into the draft now. We've laid down the stakes. We've laid down the law, and it's game #1. And I think the final thing to point out, just to kind of set up the story one last time, is both these teams tied at 6 points. And this is what we've been talking about all day, is so many teams are so dead even right now. So this is the deciding factor of who's going to seal that 3rd place, who's going to lock themselves into a possible 3rd or 2nd place finish as we move towards into the season. Drafts coming in. The Novaria continues to be banned, but here's something new on the bans. That Joy, and I think there's just respect, because we know that Kush likes those assassin picks sometimes, even though I think before we saw DA pick up, we saw Kush lock in this Joy on like previous days, and they lost with it. I think it was can't remember exactly when it was, but I feel like we've seen the Joy and it got locked up by the Ruby, so there are counters to it, but still Area 77 showing them the respect.
Yeah, really interesting you bring up the assassins, but now we still have Nolan out there as well. If you're afraid for the assassins, the dashing, the maneuverability out in the map, there's so many options out there to kind of, especially for the early game, to really put that damage and that effect and that pushing power to the enemy there. So we're going to see what else we're going to be taking off here. I want to say a lot of mobility taken off the map here right now. We're really trying to iron in both of these teams into that support tanky type of jungle here, as we're trying to take off those speedsters from the map.
Yeah, but leaving the Noland open could be dangerous, because it's not like Tarzan. Don't get me wrong, we've been seeing Tarzan on a lot of Hold on, because I'm wondering, is Tarzan going to pick up the Nolan here? Like, because Tarzan's an old school West jungler, man. And if you know, like, the Western boys back then, they were really like the assassin junglers. Like, even when we saw basic jungle a little bit way back, but no, he's going to play it safe. He's going to go for the Barats. Does Kush pick up the Nolan here? I love to see it. It's kind of dangerous, though, because if he picks it up, like, they got to take the Ruby. If they pick up the Nolan, they need to get something that slows him down.
Yeah, well, it depends too. Are you looking to kind of form your own composition out of this, or do you have to answer the Barats? Which I kind of feel like with the Barats, with how strong he is, his win rate right now, I feel like you have to answer that. You have to maybe pick up that expert, maybe pick up that carry, something that will be able to kind of shred into the armor and the health that he's going to be having there. Vexana picked up first for the side of Devious activity.
I think they're wondering it. It's like, because you're right. It's like if we pick up Nolan, we probably just get bullied by Barats. Like, it just opens up. Let's just get invaded. Let's pick up the Nolan and get invaded. But you're right. They go for the X-Borg, which they're answering the Barats. They go for the Vexana. They get 2 power picks. And if they want to still pick up something like the Nolan, it's always there for the pickings. I feel like on the side of Area 77, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to get crazy here. The Ruby is probably solid. We've seen the combo with the Barats. It works well. Maybe lock in a mage here as well. Nana's open, Lilia's open, couple possibilities. Novaria has been picked off, so I feel like one of those two are maybe the next best thing here.
Well, we've seen that the Valentina has been a big thing. Oh, I like this. I like this. I haven't seen it too often, and it kind of shocks me because of how strong it is together. And I wonder why we don't see it too often. But Angela and Barat, that means you're going to have this tankiness with the Hearts Guard, with the slow, and the early game presence that Angela has.
Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities. And just because you now have 2 very big dynamics on the side of Area 77, like the Heart God Claude, plus you have this Barats that can cause mayhem, and it's very similar to what we saw from Fiends in previous matches earlier. So it's just a lot of different ways you can approach the match for Area 77, where DA still hasn't kind of locked in a clear strategy just yet. They have the damage, they have the Vexana, they have some counterplay to Barats, but they haven't really like rounded out. And when I look at Area 77, they already feel rounded out. Like, they can pretty much slot whatever they want at this point as long as they don't get too crazy.
Yeah, I mean, but on the side of Devious activity, we have the early game with the Vexana. We have some of that piercing and tanking. Well, not tanking, but like a good front line with Mikasa. Depending on where he's going to be going, the jungler, I almost feel like it would be a little bit preferred to kind of match up and be able to kind of shred through the Barats. And it does, oh man, we're taking out, I think both teams had the same idea in mind when it came to taking down those setting and CC heavy roams. The Minotaur taken off there, Tigreal taken off there, Lu Yi amazingly taken off there for Devious activity.
But what is so like with DA taking out some of these big heavy roams, what do they go for? Do they maybe they pick up something like support as well? Maybe something like the Estes or the Raph as well? Could be possible. Like, it's fine if you want to go for the Angela, we're going to do it as well, because they were willing to ban out the Tig after the Minotaur was banned. So maybe we see something like the Raph from them here. We've seen it picked up a lot, like Raph Basha. Very possible.
Yeah, some type of healing, I assume, is coming from the side of DA. That's the only real reason to kind of take out the Lu Yi. She has a great synergy when it comes to anti-heal out there. Oh, okay.
Kaja?
Absolutely. Beside what I was thinking they were going to go for, they're going to go ahead and pull up that Kaja.
I mean, T's been favoring this Kaja a lot on DA. It has been good. It has been bad. We've seen a little bit of everything from it so far. T has kind of been like the black sheep in terms of roam from all the other teams. He's picked up things like the Kaja. He's picked up the Hilda on certain times of important measure. Like, he's never scared to go a little bit outside of the box. Does it work here against the Claude? It does kind of find the way to get past that Purify, get past the possibility of escape. But for now, that is kind of it. And now we see the Horde from Area 77. Another outlier that we haven't been seeing all the time. Yureshi Cutie going to get in the Ruby, which is very solid here. Kind of maybe being the delay to keep T away from those engages.
Yeah, really interesting. You're going to have a big, tanky front or CC heavy front line coming from Area 77, which means that you're gonna also have a lot of room potentially for Marcutie on this Gord to be able to send out that Mystic Gush, to be able to do a ton of damage, and then you have the fear of that back line ISO being able to, or for the Claw to be able to dive into the back line, possibility of the Heart's Guard to aid him with it, with that Blazing Duet. On the other side though, we're looking to see what we're gonna go ahead to match up with this Kaja as well. Kaja in North America sitting at about a 75% win rate.
I mean, Kaja's, it's doing well, but also doesn't get picked very often. Again, it is kind of the answer to the Claude here. It can also help deal with these big Lord fights, with these big neutral objectives, and maybe if you don't want to use it on ISO, you can use it on Tarzan, right? You can try to pull away the Barats to kind of help Kush secure those objectives. So I think it's a big play of mechanics between both of these teams. It's a big play of like, who can make their ultimates count here? Who can kind of make sure they landed on the right person? Because it's the same thing for Area 77. One of the big detrimental things, though, I think, is Yureshi on this Ruby. I mentioned it. Yureshi's a key player on this team. He's a key player to making things happen. And if he has a good game here, if he gets the right Offendeds off, it could be groundbreaking.
Yeah, very interesting here. I want to say the big thing, well, actually, I mean, we're going to move into it, guys. I mean, we're going to stop theorizing, and we're going to move into game one of Area 77 taking on Devious Activity. Both teams tied at 6 points at a leaderboard.
Okay, so both teams with the utility jungle, nothing too crazy there in deciding factors of early or late game. When we look at the mid, though, take a look at Gord, we take a look at Angela, there's decent wave clear there, there's actually great wave clear there, and it does look like Devious Activity is taking the slower route when it comes to terms of rotations and laning phase. T kind of helping out Kush to clear that orange buff a little bit faster, but because of that, Area 77 kind of gets, you know, they're able to move around on this river, but both teams want to contest for the Lethal Wander here.
Yeah, he saw that nice little stun land from Marcutie, and it's going to go ahead and help Area 77 go ahead and take the first Litho.
Which is big for them, right? And in terms of off lanes, we have ISO, we have Melon. We've seen this matchup a few times before, but honestly, when it comes down to Claude and Carry, neither of them extremely outrange the other. Neither of them crazily poke each other. So I don't think it's like anyone outright wins. It kind of comes down to, can Melon get the speed light wheel at the right time and maybe really burst down onto ISO? Does ISO have a BMI ready to escape? It's a much more mechanical fight here.
Yeah, and what's interesting here is the back line. ISO is going to have to dive deep to try to get that damage onto Melon. And Melon, I want to say, Mikasa is going to be the big one for the side of Devious Activity, is that it's going to be diving into the back of Area 77. And it's really going to be on those players and their success rate during these team fights to see who really kind of comes ahead or comes around ahead during these fights.
And now with Turtle coming up, DA seems poised and ready, but so does Area 77. Yato kind of up on the top side, going to be going to have to take the long route to this fight, and Yureshi already cutting off.
Ooh, Tarzan getting very close there. Offended does come out there. Kush able to grab the first turtle. Down comes the Appraiser's Wrath. Marcutie with the Mystic Gush. Mikasa in trouble. Ooh. Still able to find a kill onto Tarzan, but Yureshi finds a kill onto Mikasa. 1-1 apiece, but that first turtle goes to Area 77.
So TA gets Turtle.
To Devious Activity.
Yeah, DA gets Turtle. I thought the same thing for some reason. My brain just registered Kush getting it. That's Area 77. This is how much these players used to play with each other, right? But DA doesn't only get Turtle, they also get First Blood, and they get the First Blood on to wait. Who did that? They get the First Blood onto Tarzan there, which that's kind of big, right? Taking out jungle, I think, is a little more important than just taking out the EXP laner for DA. So for me, it's a clear win for DA. They also start to get a gold lead. Taking a look at some of the items, and nothing too crazy. One thing to point out, ISO decides not to pick up boots, was these pretty common for Claudes, especially in an early game, because you get the passive speed boost and everything. But I will say this, Melon does seem to be winning out a little bit on lane when it comes to gold.
Yeah, and Kush doing a great job here right now, just being harassing to the side of Area 77, already in their jungle, and looking to really kind of state his claim on Area 77's minions.
Yeah, so at that point, ISO has to take his time. T already kind of poisoned. This is what I want to see from T. I think kind of hover down in the gold lane a bit more. You see it pretty commonly when people do pick up the Kaja. Try to get a pick onto ISO early on. Slow down the Claude, and if you can do that, it can all, you know, it's, and there it is. ISO, though,
really
smells it in the water.
Bait there from ISO. You see they chomped down on that so hard, looking to try to get him, and he comes back with the battle mirror image.
So clean. It's going to be a hard catch. It's definitely going to be a hard catch. And look how ISO, he knows. This is something interesting to point out as well that I didn't catch at first. ISO knows that T has that, wait a second, little nom-nom.
Yeah, you see, terrified is Tarzan. Big mistake. Gush finds and lowers down T, but now Appraiser's Wrath going to be able to catch and take down Tarzan. And this is before the next turtle, which means that the side of Area 77 will not have a retribution.
So ISO went for the sprint instead of the Purify because he knows it's like, what do I got Purify for? To get out of something that's unpurifiable, you know? Like something that I can't escape the Divine Retribution anyways. So he picks up the sprint instead, which I'm wondering like how wise of a decision that is. I think it could play out as a bonus, but he might regret it if he gets caught dead by a bad Eternal Guardian or something.
Yeah, he's waiting, and look at 3 members, so he's going to decide against actually even contesting this tower. Great positioning from ISO, though, and to give him a great vision so that he knew what was coming and whether he should go ahead and engage or not.
Yeah, I mean, good plays. DA, though, better plays. Get the tower, able to cut it off. They're making good progress. They're catching their laning phase stride very well. And as long as they can keep running with this, as long as they can kind of keep up this pressure, they can definitely hold on. I think the next big objective, though, is try to get a kill on ISO, and that might be what they're looking for. They keep hovering down to this gold lane, just searching for him, but he's a little too slippery.
Yeah, it's very slippery, but unfortunately, the passivity coming from Area 77 and not with the rotations too, they're not able to make anything really happen, and that's really starting to elongate this gold lead. You see Kush down here at the bottom. He's going to go ahead, find the taunt on that Tarzan, and Yureshi going to back off from this top fight.
I think Area 77, they need to get to a point. They're looking for the time in the game when they can kind of group up a little bit. When they can get the Magic Gush, they can get Yureshi involved, and there goes a pick on a Tarzan.
Yeah, Divine Judgment comes out, and the Detna's welcome, but it's not going to be able to save Tarzan as he gets chunked down again. 0-3, the third death for Tarzan on Area 77.
So we found Melon's job. When Daytona's welcome happens and Tarzan's staying still, you just shred him with Speedy Light Wheel. And that's where Tarzan's going to have to be careful, and I think the rest of Area 77, someone has to get Melon away from the fight when he's kind of going for that play to happen, because as long as he's just a sitting duck, it's just an easy target for Melon.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the side of Area 77, Devious activity very successful with this objective pushes, with their ganks onto the lanes. Only tower so far, and we can see right here, now Melon going to go ahead and put the damage on the ISO. ISO getting chunked down, is going to have to back up from this tower, and this actually might be, a nice little stun lands on the T, courtesy of Mark Cutie.
Melon saw T in the bush. He's like, no, wait right there. I got this, bro. 1v2s. Let me show off real quick. Let me show why I'm subbed in today. Let me show why I'm on the bench here, because I'm ready to play. Melon feeling good right now. They're going to cut this lane. They're going to take another objective here. Devious keeping it slow. They're not even going for kills. They're playing like a whole different team today. They're definitely on point.
Yeah, definitely. I want to say a learning curve that happened yesterday. Devious activity is here to represent and show that loss yesterday. I mean, they took it as a learning experience. Very slow, very methodical, and I want to say very intense here, especially with the way that they're controlling the map and the pace of the game. I feel like Area 77 isn't even able to get a rotation that is in their favor. They're just stuck reacting to Devious activity.
Yeah, and the thing is like DA is not
They're like, we're not going to fight you right now. Like, we don't have to. We can just pick you apart. We can make you guys come out. And Area 77 kind of wants them to make a mistake somewhere, right? To where Yureshi can capitalize on a big offend.
Oh! Yeah, big Divine Judgment lands. Tarzan gets pulled out and annihilated. And you can see the Mystic Gush is out, but only able to take down the Eternal Guardian. Into the back lines is ISO with the Blazing Duet, not able to land onto any of the members. DA just so smooth, so fluid with it. El Mikasa comes in, has the is going to have that ultimate, and still able to take down J Cutie.
Going on? I mean, DA just right now is just, they're making it look easy in game number 1 right now. It's a 5.5k gold lead. Area 77 unable to answer a single thing. They do still have some hope though, right? They still have ISO who's gone deathless. J Cutie's only taken that 1 death, and we still haven't really seen the full possibility of the Claude Angela combo just yet, right? The big problem for Area 77 is with Tarzan being so far, with being 2 levels behind, the retree's just not there. They know they can't contest these neutral objectives. They know they can't fight it. They have to wait until Tarzan's level 15, Kush is level 15. So it's going to be a few minutes until Area 77 can even try to, maybe next Lord, if they can close the gold gap a little bit.
Well, the gold gap right now, especially the where it's placed, 2k above Xborg right now is on the fellow XP laner, the Ruby. So even if they try to have Ruby front line because she's ahead of Tarzan right now, you're going to get shredded down because Xborg has been having such a great game. Mikasa just doing some wonderful things. Now we're going to go ahead and engage into here. The Divine Judgment does miss their big pull, and then I'm offended, followed up by Mark Cutie finding a kill onto T with that Mystic Gush, and still the Heartsguard keeping them topped up. Great job for the side of Area 77, but they are still being backed up. They get a kill, but they're being, they're being pushed back from their towers.
And that is just pure gold lead right there, because even when T goes down and DA's still like, yeah, we'll still send her to this tower and fight you. Like that's the problem, is even if Area 77 gets what should be an advantage play, right? Like what should be they could capitalize on this play, it doesn't matter as much because the gold lead's too far ahead. Something to point out, you mentioned Sleeps and Yureshi. Yureshi also went for he's going full damage right now. He didn't go for the brute force breastplate as second item or anything like that. He went for anti-seal and anti-life steal, and he went for the war axe. So he's not as tanky as he maybe needs to be, especially when you're behind in gold. He's getting shredded down a bit too fast, and he's not able to be involved in fights to get life steal. So we're seeing that problem start to kind of show its face as well.
And a devious activity, just enforcing their will on these lanes. They just come straight at the tower. Area 77 tries to defend, but there's literally nothing they can do at this point right now. Almost 8k gold behind devious activity.
Yeah, it definitely feels rough, but Area 77, what I do like, they know that it's like, we got to buy time. And they're not really forcing fights either. They're not like making any glaring mistakes. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to do, which is just kind of turtle up at this point, get the gold we can. If DA overextends, we get a kill. They got that kill onto T earlier. They haven't lost anything too major. Honestly, though, they might not even be able to fight for this next Lord. They might have to wait even longer. And they do have some shred with ISO. They could, as long as they don't mess up, they could probably last another Lord, maybe even 2, and push it the long haul.
For me, I mean, if they're going to push on this Lord, it's going to need to be something magical, especially concerning ISO being able to get into the back lines. They're already going to go ahead and start on it here. You can see Mikasa on the side getting good vision for his team to make sure that he is zoning out the rest of Area 77. And yeah, it looks like they're not even going to try to contest it.
And I think that's the right play, right? And they have J Cutie who can kind of relieve some pressure. Look what he's doing on the top side. It's a good thing about the Angela. You can kind of get some wave clear and always heart guard back to safety. Devious activity just rushes the Lord. Now it's a 9.3k gold lead. And everyone, any member of Area 77 is on the block to be chopped right now. If anyone gets pulled in from T, if anyone gets targeted down, it's trouble.
Yeah, and look at, and they find the I'm offended. They're able to kind of lock on the T, but I mean, he's already at a point where he's pretty tanky. Mark Cutie still can't burst him down with the Mystic Gush.
So Lord coming now. Devious activity kind of poised and ready to sink some of these lanes. They should be able to crack an inhibitor, maybe 2, maybe more here. If they can catch off some sort of big play, if they can maybe get T to kind of pull an ISO, if they can find ISO here, it could be game ending.
Yeah, doing a good job. You see them waiting out this lane. They want all 3 lanes here crashing down at the same time, especially a Lord at the bottom. That's going to put a lot of pressure up at the top lane as well. Now you have Area 77 who's going to have to spread out. Ooh, Tarzan getting pulled back a bit. Mikasa getting full stacks onto the Dino, looking to put the shredding onto him. Now the rest of the team's going to have to deal with this Lord. Minions crashing down at mid. This could be an opportunity for them. They do have a big pop-up. Mikasa coming in with that ultimate. Blazing Duet onto the back line. Yato is able to take down the tower. Down comes the Appraiser's Wrath, and Melon finding a kill onto Tarzan. DA is so low. Unfortunately, Area 77 is unable to capitalize on it.
Let's be real here. DA did not play that well. That's what an 11K gold lead does for you, ladies and gentlemen. They were under the tower. I mean, Area 77 played that perfectly, honestly. Like, they got the Daytona's welcome onto T. Blazing Duet should have cleaned things up. But when you're this far behind, you can push your limits.
Oh, Mikasa with that last insanity. He still has the immortality, but is not going to use it. I'm offended. Pulls Kush into the core, and that's going to be the end of his days for now. T getting chased down. We have the Hearts Guard on him as well. That is a tanky boy. He activates his immortality, but he's in between 4 members of Area 77. Starting to turn the tides is Area 77, but still 10K down.
Yeah, I mean, as long as DA doesn't continue to kind of make little mistakes like that, then that was fully worth it. Getting all 3 oh my god, that's a lot of damage. As long as they're able to they got all 3 inhibitors, it is something, but they have to know now, they have to be careful, because Area 77 is definitely kind of catching up slowly. They've now already closed the gold gap about 2,000, and it's dropping more and more.
Well, and that's the thing, too, is with no high grounds left on the side of Area 77, that puts a time limit on how long they can keep these engagements going without answering the super-powered minions that are going to be coming in through the lanes. So they have to be decisive, they have to be quick, and unfortunately, when you're this far behind, it's very hard to win. Oh, we do have a little concealed play there, caught by Yoreshi, who's going to back up with the rest of Area 77. DA doing a good job. They have the Lord on their side. They definitely want this fight, so they have a good opportunity to kind of bait it out. ISO, with that BMI, backs himself off. Lord is at about half health. If you're gonna contest the Lord, now is the opportunity for you. You can see them. Big Divine Judgment lands on the Tarzan, who's gonna go ahead and use the ult to get himself away. Gets bursted down by Melon, and the rest of Area 77 falling like dominoes. That's 2 down for Area 77. The rest of DA in chase, trying to take down J Cutie, Yoreshi, and Mar Cutie. This is 5v3. They are looking to put the finishing touches. Mystic Gush is out, but from the back line, getting taken down by Kush. That's going to be a first game for Devious activity, and a dominating one.
A very clean finish. A dominating one is right. DA taking the lead 1-0, getting to match point. Yato, T, the whole team really just on point. Even Melon being the sub played very cleanly that game from laning phase to the end team fight there. Uses his flicker to get even more aggressive and make sure he secures the first kill of many.
I did that say Melon has been waiting on the bench for his moment.
I'm ready, man.
He's like, it's put me in, coach, put me in. And he found himself an opportunity here today and showed through. Not to be outdone, though, I want to say Mikasa had a great game here as well.
Yeah, definitely a great game. I mean, the whole team just played cleanly. The whole team plays cleanly when you only take 4 deaths all around. So I mean, that is the usual. It's like, wait, nobody's died yet, so of course they're all doing well. T also, though, I got to give it up to him. The Kaja has definitely just been such a clutch pick for him. And I mentioned in the beginning, it's not just ISO that's the target. If he can catch Tarzan during those big objectives, it is also a win. And he got Tarzan several times when it came down to turtles, when it came down to mid-tower pushes, when it came down to lords, he was able to just put that pressure on, and that's one of the things that really secured them here. And now with that, Area 77 has to think about it. Let's look into some of the items. Melon just completely decked out there, even got the Wind of Nature towards the end there just as extra safety measure.
And gold per minute award going to Melon. And this was basically all Area 77 except for the assist that's going over to T. A great game by Area 77, and almost kind of like a textbook low scoring game, which meant DA knew their objectives and made sure that each kill counted and was leading to another objective.
Yeah, now, I mean, it's 1-0. I don't want to count Area 77 out just yet, but still, DA was just very clean with that. Let's take a look at damage dealt. Mikasa, this is the X-Borg effect, man. I mean, leading in damage, and it just never feels like it, but Mikasa definitely was a star that game. But take a look at Area 77. They actually outputted more damage that game. Mark Cutie was actually the leader in damage that game out of both teams, but still, it just goes to show that DA was effective in the way they executed, the way they were pushing. They were textbook, and that's why the kills were so low, just like you just stated. I mean, just super methodical about their gameplay that time around.
Yeah, and it goes to show too, especially when you get ahead on that X-Borg, you can really kind of push the boundaries and really kind of enforce your will when it comes to these towers or into these engagements. You have a Ruby that's building, not really building defensively, building more for damage, and she's behind. So now the X-Borg is chunking both of your frontliners. Your backline can't do much as they're kind of just being swarmed upon in every single objective fight. And I mean, just overall, a great draft, and I see the reason for taking the Tigreal out. A great ban from Devious activity, because that would have been a perfect kind of counter for the Kaja out there. So, I mean, a great draft from Devious activity, and then even better play from them.
Yeah, and they're one of those teams that they're willing to pick something a little bit different that other teams might not be picking. And like for a second, you're like, is the Kaja still viable? But they make it work. And that's what you like to see from teams. That's when, you know, teams are kind of like surpassing that level of what other teams can do. Because if we saw maybe when we see other teams get a little creative or get outside the box, it's like, ugh, and especially when it fails, right? But DA gets the win with it. So it was a good pick. Like on paper, the Kaja looks good. It's just not everybody can always pull that off. Something that's maybe a little outside the meta, but DA makes it work, right? So shout outs, kudos to them, right? But Area 77 now, what do they do coming into game two? Because they got the breaths, they got some power picks on the field, they had a decent composition. What happened there that was really like the downfall of them?
Yeah, and that's really kind of hard to point out. I feel like when it came to the team fights, they just got behind. For me, they, like I said, it was very small kill count. So it's not like they were taking deaths or they were getting caught. It's just that every single team fight that mattered, every single objective, Devious activity was successful, and they carried that success onto the next objective, onto the next gank. And until it was at a point where Devious activity was so far ahead that you couldn't do anything but react. Area 77, they weren't even rotating, they weren't even trying to get ganks because they were behind. They couldn't find the openings, and it was from then on, it was that's chokehold that happens when you are ahead. You latch onto the enemy, you make sure that they can't farm, you close out the towers until like we were at that end game. No high grounds, and everything's basically stacked against Area 77.
Yes, I think so. Overall, I guess if we had to point out, it's a tempo and objective gap, right? Like tempo, in a sense of DA was just controlling it. They had a plan coming in, and their plan was always executed, whereas Area 77 were never able to really like make those tower cuts, make those things happen to get objectives on the map. And then when it came to turtles and lords, it wasn't just T, it wasn't just Kush. I think it was like Kush and T were able to continuously get Tarzan off his banter, right? Like he wasn't able to really get to where he needed to be, and the rest of the team weren't there with him. And then once that gold started to scale, DA never let the 50-50 happen. Like they never let the big fight that maybe Area 77 could turn things around happen. They just kept the chokehold on until it was eventually night time, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking about this. Tia and Yato have great synergy together, especially when they are successful. They can be rocky sometimes, but when they're on fire, and there's barely much that can stop them. And we saw here, especially now, a completely different DA than we saw yesterday. A very confident one here, and one that knows the check marks that they need to get on that list, and what they need to do to succeed, and sticking to the game plan here. Unfortunate for Area 77, it was more than they could handle, especially, like I said, a lot of these games, they can be a little overwhelming. It makes one of the teams look bad just because there's nothing they can do. Once that they get locked on and they fall behind, you're basically waiting for a mistake, and if a DA never gives you one, it's pretty much a one-sided game.
Very true, very true. And DA this time on the first pick. Now, we got some bans coming in. Draft is really starting to kick into gear now. Arlot banned from DA, still respecting Yureshi on that. Also showing that maybe it's not something they want to first pick here. Melon proving ground. What's this Lu Yi ban, man? The fact that... I mean, when you're first pick, right, you normally have like a ban or two that you can kind of like throw out if you're willing to go the distance, right? If you're willing to like test some waters here. Vexana's still open. A few things still on the field. The Nolan's still always a possibility. Joy has been taken out. CC gone. I'm trying to think. So Baratz and Nolan and Vexana are kind of the big picks. Ruby as well. Couple different options for DA. They let the Ruby through last time. They let the Baratz through last time. I do think that the Baratz is definitely a possibility, though, up for front. Even though they let them get it, I still think it's powerful, especially the way the DA played last time. I think it would be even better with something like a Baratz in their hands.
Yeah, and I mean, we didn't see the Nolan, which was open there, but I mean, when you're going with a tanky jungler against an assassin jungler, I want to say, dare I call it easier for the tank jungler just to kind of sit there in the objective, where the assassin has to pick his time when he wants to swoop in, try to get that retribution. So I mean, could be anybody's game. I don't know where we're gonna go here for DA, that first pick. Going with that X-Borg. I mean, they had such a great success with it in the first game. I'm wondering if Area 77 has an answer for it.
Yeah, I mean, X-Borg solid, especially because it's like you're preemptively predicting, like, yeah, go Baratz. We have this we got this X-Borg ready for you. You know what I'm saying? So, and you're right, Mikasa played wonderfully on it. So I don't even feel bad about this as a first pick. And because you're like preemptively expecting something like the Baratz, you're kind of setting yourself up to kind of have the advantage on the counter back. To whereas normally Red side has the counter picks in. Now DA almost feels like they're in the driving seat, but Area 77 says, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to lock in the carry. The Valentina might be questionable. With the Vex on the field, I feel like they could have probably locked that in, but I guess they still get the Eternal Guardian either way.
The one thing that I kind of like about the X-Borg pickup is... another Nana.
There she is, this little girl.
It's not even that I don't like the character. It's just that I get PTSD about playing against it. And when I see it out on the field and I see her doing it to pro players, where it's basically you land one ability. Ooh, when we get the when you land one ability, it's basically the entire combo coming for you. A whole heap of damage from Nana. But that's going to be coupled up with the roam being picked up by Devious activity.
Yeah, if Area 77 doesn't pick up their jungle right here, this could be, there it is. I was going to say, this could be like one of the first times we don't see a jungle locked in the first round of drafts. Does DA set themselves up for a problem here, though? Because Fredrin picked, now the jungle answers may be like dwindling down. There goes the Nolan band. Next up could easily be maybe, probably the Baratz band up next, something like that. And now DA, all they're left with, I guess either way, they have the Fredrin, so they could still pick up the Basha. They could still pick up a few answers. Diggy going to get banned out from DA, though.
Yeah, Diggy taking off the board there. It was very interesting to see Nolan. I hadn't even considered that the X-Borg might not be jungling here. So it's going to be very interesting. Melon is still looking for that marksman there. We don't even really kind of focus on the marksman there for Area 77. They take off the Nolan. I imagine they might be looking to focus down the marksmans, but I mean...
Think
with one
export
pick
my
kind of
jungle
on the
here?
board. Pardon me?
You think export my jungle here?
That's what I'm kind of expecting too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Are you expecting that?
Yeah, because you have the Tigreal that can frontline, Exborg that can really dive into the back. That means that even the short distance that ISO has to try to kind of melt people down, he's going to be dealing with Mikasa diving in with that last insanity. So, I mean, that's the way I'm kind of looking at this draft.
I don't know. It seems just a little scary with the taunt and the Terrify from like with the taunt from the Fredrin, and he's able to kind of close the distance onto him. Like I could see the Fraga armor getting bursted down quickly with the Valentina and the Fredrin. I mean, it's definitely possible, but you're right. Like the flexibility is definitely there if DA wants to go that route. There's still some options open on the side of Area 77. They need an EXP laner. Ruby's open. They might slot in again, but there goes the Grok. Also flexible for them if they want. Could be Ureshi, could be JQT. Could go either way if they want to, if they really want to go heavy CC. Because, I mean, they're not, I think it could be an option, especially with Diggy off the field. It's definitely something we could see from Area 77. They're not like unknown to be, especially players like Jay, players like Ureshi. They're not unknown to get, you know, to flex something that not everyone else is doing.
Yeah, we got a good amount of early game from the side of Area 77. A good clear, a lane clear with the Grok on there. You're going to be able to kind of negate some of that, the Molinas coming out from Yato. So, I mean, a good pick up there for the side of Area 77. It's just, I don't think Grok has been as successful for a lot of teams here. And then the Ruby pickup for the side of Devious Activity. So I'm assuming that's going to be the XP lane, and it is going to be a jungle Exborg.
I'm questioning it, man. I don't know. It's kind of dangerous, especially now with the Grok too. Positioning is going to be so key, and the way that it's really going to come down to T and Yato if they can open up the space. So it's going to be EXP Benedict, and now even more dive, even more things to kind of slow down Kush on this Exborg. I really like Area 77's drafts here. DA has like big combo potential, but Area 77 just has this like, I don't know, their draft looks mean because they also have some sweet combo, but they have the dive. I don't know. The Exborg jungle's not selling me right now.
For me, I feel like on Area 77, especially with the Benedetta, you're going to have to be very good, very precise to be successful on this with it. Especially, I mean, yeah, she can negate a lot of the CC, but I mean, you've got a lot of CC on the side of Devious Activity. You've got the Implosion, you've got the Molina, you've got Ruby, you've got, I mean, there's so much. It's gonna be like Neo in the Matrix here, just
dodging bullets, like, Molina's flying by your head, you know.
Oh, but ladies and gentlemen, Area 77 looking to take this to a Game 3 and avenge their first match loss against Devious Activity.
All right, so Kush on the jungle Exborg, not something we see every day, and some of the times we have seen it around the world right now. It has not been extremely successful, at least in the jungle. I am excited to see if they pull it off. You're right. Devious Activity does bring a ton of CC. They do bring exactly like what he needs to be able to hold his position and dance around and get that kiting burn damage off. I think it's about like who pulls the trigger correctly, because we look at Area 77 as well. You see this Grok. You know the wild charge possibility is there. You know the taunt and the Terrify from Tarzan and Marcuti is there as well. So it's going to be just a lot of kind of timing. Who's able to make that big play happen before the other team does, or who's able to hold on. A lot of it's going to come down to mechanics here from every player.
Yeah, I want to say like they both kind of have like the same type of composition, a very CC heavy, some front line there as well. And you're right. I think it's going to come down to execution. Who's going to be able to do it better? Who's going to get to these side lanes better and get themselves a little bit of an advantage?
I do feel like DA though is kind of like they're a bit more of like a slow roll. Like as they move across the map, mainly because of they have this, they have Kush on this. We're gonna have a little bit of pause, so we have time to talk about it. Kush on this Exborg. They kind of, the rest of the team kind of has to keep pace with that, right? The rest of the team has to keep pace with that. Torres, when we look at Area 77, at any, like, they're gonna be like quick hit boom with that with the Grok and everything, with a fast moving hero like the Valentina. There's lots of possibilities for them to kind of come at angles. Same thing with the Benedetta. Everyone on their team is kind of like, they're going to be a bit more, I feel like, if they can take this attack from angles, hit some flanks, hit pivots, pivot, all that type of stuff, it's going to be a little different. Whereas when we see DA, it's going to be a bit, I feel like they're just going to kind of be more grouped up, 5-man, Ube-esque strategy, kind of rolling into these towers, rolling into these fights. So it's, can the angles win? Can they get under the back line? Can they break through the front line that DA has brought?
Well, and that's kind of why I favor DA's composition, is because it's there's less that can go wrong with it. You just kind of group, you start marching forward very slowly, very methodically. Where on the side of Area 77, you've got these very mechanically inclined heroes. You've got to come at them from all these different angles. There's a lot of boxes that need to be checked for you to be successful, and you need to be very good at it. If they are on it, though, they're gonna have a very successful game. It's just there's an insurmountable amount of things that can go wrong in that process. So it just depends on how their play style goes out here, and if they get that upper advantage, and if they can kind of hold on to it and maintain it.
Yeah, so one of the big things for DA last game was they were able to get almost, I think, all 3 of the starting turtles. You know, they were able to approach, and that's last game we saw them approach it very methodically. This time they have a composition that can do the same exact thing. So I feel like the big answer for Area 77 is breaking the pace, right? Breaking that just scalpel-like precision that DA wants to bring. Kind of force, I think the real answer, like what I wish I would have saw from Area 77 maybe a bit early on, is force them into these 50-50 fights, right? Don't just try to buy time, because DA is not going to make the mistake. Force them into fighting to where maybe you can come out on top in that big mechanical difference. In those micro seconds, maybe you can make the correct decision. Because if they let DA just kind of play their own pace and just kind of get 100 gold scale here, get another 100 gold here, get another turtle here, take your tower, and just slowly put the chokehold on you, it's going to be a problem.
Well, yeah, and then maybe there needs to be an answer, maybe kind of realize, like, have a gut check when it comes to these objectives. Can we take this? Can we do something at this objective? Will we most likely lose this? If we are going to lose it, let's apply some pressure somewhere else. Maybe get the purple buff, the enemy's purple buff. Maybe invade another lane while this is happening. Maybe there needs to be a change up there. But like they constantly were contesting these objectives, lost the objective, waited for the next objective, lost the objective, and they just very slowly, devious activities started building that lead until there was nothing much that Area 77 was able to do. But we are right back into the action, ladies and gentlemen.
It's like they can't just go to Turtle knowing they're not going to contest it, right? It's like we're going to show up to Turtle, but no one's actually going to fight for it. We're just going to watch you take it. And I think that's a great point, right? Because plenty of teams do give up first Turtle. Plenty of teams do give up second Turtle. But they make an attack on the gold lane. They push into the mid a little bit. So that's where Area 77 needs to approach this. But it does look like they are ready this time to fight for this one.
Yeah, much better positioning on this first turtle here. You see JQT doing a great job with those walls. Ooh, here comes a final blow. Kush getting zoned out. Mark Cutie in a bit of trouble. Is going to use that last insanity. Tarzan picks up the first turtle. Oh, but Mikasa finds a kill onto Mark Cutie, and Kush goes down, followed by T. That is a 1-for-2 advantage to Area 77.
Yeah, plus they probably take purple here. He doesn't have Retri, but if they take this purple, it's not just a small win, it's a huge win for the side of Area 77 in that fight. They find 2 for 1, they find a turtle, they find a purple buff, and now they're moving on to the gold lane. I mean, onto the EXP lane. Area 77 catching stride quickly.
Yeah, very early. We were talking about this, all the different angles that they are coming from, and they're doing a great job of it right now. They've got the advantage, and they are continuing to keep that harassment on to Devious activity, keeping that pressure onto them.
Yeah, you know, and the big counter for Xborg, even in the past, one of the reasons why Xborg used to not do as well was because of high bursting mages. Or heroes that can kind of close the distance real quickly. As long as you can get rid of that frag armor as quickly as possible right in the beginning of a fight, it really kind of slows things down. It stops things. And if you can catch up to him and get in on him, then he can no longer kite you. And Area 77 brought a lot of that, right? They have Yureshi on this Benedetta. They have Mark Cutie who can dash in Terrify. They have a jungler who can get a dash and a taunt. They have a Grok who can get a big wild charge. I mean, they have a lot of answers to Kush right now. So I think the big job for T and Yato is just kind of huddling. Oh, big play.
What a beautiful wild charge. Yato taking down Jay, and Melon gets taken down as well, but not before he finds a kill onto Isa. We are still in here. Duo big push into the tower. Tarzan trying to get the taunt onto Yato. Is it going to be enough? There's a tower damage, and from the side, incoming Kush with the last insanity. He's going to find a kill onto Tarzan. I want to say, a little bit of a messed up gank there at the bottom.
Slightly messed up gank. They still did get Melon, which is pretty huge. They take down the gold laner. ISO goes down as well, though. So definitely I feel like an even trade, and when you're behind a even trade is not a loss. You know, when you're behind an even trade, it almost feels like a win sometimes. But Area 77 is still not letting up the gas just yet.
Mark Cutie comes in here. They're definitely not trying to give up this purple buff. Oh, and it has been a reset. Now Yureshi trying to put the damage on there, and you see the rest of Devious activity forced to back off. Big Terrify lands onto Mikasa, and I'm offended lands onto Mark Cutie. All the while Area 77 putting the damage on to the turtle.
Yeah, I mean, Area 77, they have a quick-paced team, like I mentioned, and Yureshi Cutie, Benedetta's probably one of the most proactive EXP laners you can have. She can rotate so quickly, get involved in fights so quickly. Yes, a little bit of a glass cannon, but as long as you have a handle on the skills, you can make a huge impact, especially in the laning and early game phases.
Ooh, Kush actually might be in a little bit of trouble here, caught between three members, but he does have a little bit of a suppression. And down comes the Electo final blow from Yureshi. He's trying to dash his way to safety from the top, though. Tarzan finds a kill, followed by Mark Cutie. That is 2 down for Devious activity, and what a different game from the first for Area 77.
They give up a tower though on the top side, but I don't think it's the end of the world. I still think Area 77, this is what I kind of want to see from them in game one. It's like, go for the fights, man. You guys know they do well in it. Mark Cutie's good. ISO's good. You have a very mechanically gifted team. Like, be willing to take the fights, even if you're not 100% sure you can win it. If you're 60, 70% sure, you guys have the mechanics that can carry you the other 30%.
Yeah, but I want to say here, Devious activity doing a good job. I mean, we've talked about this before. Kills are great and all, but if you're not transitioning those kills into objectives, you're not really doing much on the game to really kind of enforce your will and open up the map. And Devious activity doing a good job despite being on their back foot.
Yeah, I mean, Tarzan, though, does have the level up right now. Taking a look at gold. He's not too far ahead in gold above Kush, which is kind of important here. But taking a look at the gold lane, we do see ISO almost 1,000 ahead. Taking a look at the mages, a few hundred. ISO going full damage in the beginning on this carry, locking in the Corrosion Scythe, locking in the golden staff. Going to be picking up the DHS most likely next. And once he has that, it's game on.
Yeah, and you can see right now, I mean, still having a presence throughout the entire map. Only 4 to 5 right now, but the gold starting to stack up for Area 77.
I mean, Melon hasn't even finished his second item yet. He still needs a lot more time to come online. And this is when Area 77 really needs to capitalize. Oh, wait a second, Yureshi.
Oh, Yureshi from the back looking for an escape here. He's going to be able to find it. Man, that slippery Benedetta. Tarzan actually came in for the save, but Benedetta's already long gone.
My guy zoomed in for the hit and run, grabbed one, went back to the XP lane, cleared that up. You know, and this is the problem. Those are the angles. Those are the things that Devious activity needs to worry about.
Oh, Melon might have not long here. 3 members from Area 77. Tarzan locking on to Kush. Kush in a little bit of trouble. Still has the Faraga armor, so he's still got a little bit of an escape. Putting on the stacks on the Tarzan. And from the back, J Cutie going to try to zone out if they're going to be able to get this tower. Final blow out from Yureshi. Is he going to be able to find a kill? He is not, but ISO finds the tower at bottom.
Forget the towers, forget the objectives. We want your souls right now. Area 77 with a 5K gold lead, 8.5 minutes in, doing what DA did to them, but a little bit more brutal. They're going to come in for this mid tower now, and now we're starting to see the rollover. Now we're starting to see the the investment pay off on all the kills. They're going to start being able to take towers now. They're going to start taking buffs, just denying DA of everything.
Yeah, and almost the opposite of the game when it comes to the objectives here. You can take a look at the damage here. 29,000 already for Marcuti, doing a great job. You were talking about it. The big counter for the Xborg, being able to burst him down through that Faraga armor so that he doesn't really have that last insanity. He can't really stay in the front line to try to tank it off there. And I'm not even sure who got that. It looks like T was actually able to get that for Devious activity. Or actually, no, he wasn't.
Kush? No, Kush I think does. Kush has an orange, so I'm pretty sure he at least gets his orange. It's his first buff in a while, so that's a bonus, right? Needed that one. Now, I think this time DA on the back foot kind of forced to maybe slow play this. They need Melon to scale up. He's taking two deaths now. He started off way behind ISO, and now he's even more behind ISO. And it's going to take some time. Mikasa, you know, it's very similar to what we saw from Area 77 last game. The gold defense is gonna escape them, and even their tanky members aren't going to be able to make plays happen.
Yeah, and right now it's completely opposite plays of field here from the first game. DA feeling what the Area 77 was from the first game. They're not able to contest these objectives. They're getting zoned out very properly by Area 77. A little bit. Oh, Tarzan goes in. Maybe a little early. Area 77 jumped the gun a little bit there, but they are going to go ahead, focus down on this purple buff.
Now Lord still marching down the bottom side. I like the way Area 77's deciding to approach this, right? We let Jay did not clear that wave on the bottom side right away. He wanted Area 77 to be able to take that top tower, move to mid, and look, he lets the wave delay again here, which is very clean because now it's like they have time to take this mid and then make their way to the bottom. So I love the crush in from Area 77 here. Very clean.
Yeah, and they're hitting all the waves. This is exactly what you want to do with a Lord down at the bottom. It means that they have to answer the Lord, and you have pressure on the other two lanes at the opposite end of the map, and it needs to be answered. A great call by Area 77, and just great synergy when it comes to kind of locking up those lanes.
And they're going to get one final push here, see if they can take the last tier 2 on the map. We'll be able to do it cleanly. Well played by Area 77, just overall showing that we can play a clean game too. We can play methodical, but with a little bit of spice. You know, throw something like this Benedetta on your Reshi in there. Just a little bit of craziness. And we talked about in the very beginning, they have all these closing the distance heroes, whereas Devious activity wants to go against a bit more of a slow-paced team. They have no time to get the I'm Offended on. They have no time to get the big implosion off, because when Area 77 attacks, they're attacking from a distance, and they're closing that distance in a matter of seconds with the Wild Charge, with the dashes from Marcuti, with Yureshi, all of them. You know, they are just very hit-and-go style.
Yeah, and they're doing such a great job. This is what I was saying. Like, I mean, they have a lot of boxes that they need to check to be successful, but they are checking each and every one of them. They're coming at them from different angles. They're able to get these towers down, and they're doing everything very textbook, like you said, able to sync up the lanes and make sure that everything here, that there's not a lot of breathing room for Devious activity here. 36 seconds left on the next Lord.
And I would say that DA had okay, they would be hitting a power spike soon, but the problem is they're two big damage dealers. Yato and Melon are the ones that have taken some of the most deaths on the team, you know? 1-2, 1-2, both of them not doing too hot. So they're biting for more than just a few minutes here. They're biting for, you know, maybe all the way to 20 minutes if they want to be able to compete in this.
Yeah, and you had Marcuti dive in there with the Frighten, and that's going to expend an ultimate out from Melon right before this turtle comes out, or right before this next Lord comes out. Now they're going to go, are they going to be able to see T? They catch T out in the bush, so they're doing a great job zoning. They have the vision. Is it going to be enough? JQT in there with a Wild Charge, does pop up. Kush still has plenty of Viraga armor. We're taking a little detour here, little vacation to the side here. Are we going to be able to see what's going on at the turtle? I don't know what happened. Xborg got the Lord there. Kush able to pick up the Lord, and now things have turned on Area 77 right now. Tarzan takes down Yatu. 3 down for Devious activity. So they get the Lord, but they lose 3 in the process.
All right, so Kush gets the Lord, which is exciting. We will say that something exciting happened, guys. But at what cost, right? They lose 3 members. Kush, Yato, Mikasa, Area 77 might just try to close this in now and end it before Lord even pops up.
Yeah, and they're looking to close it down. You have 3 members at mid. They are going to be able to take down that high ground. And now starting to back up. They're going to start trying to empty out the jungle here. Oh, look at them trying to chase down Benedetta. Hiroshi. That is one of the most frustrating heroes. Top of the list to try to chase down.
I don't think they get him. No way. No, I mean, Mikasa, Luzlin, I'm offended. Not enough, though. Did you see and then big whiff by Mikasa earlier. Popsy, I'm offended during that Lord fight. Like, luckily, Kush still gets the Lord, and I think even though they lost 3 members, it's still kind of a win. They could have probably lost a lot more there. But Mikasa misses a big I'm offended during that, wastes it, and that's not, so then it wasn't only the Blazing Duet that was gone, but it was that too. They just weren't ready for that fight. Luckily, Kush puts his big boy pants on and pulls off a big steal, because that could have been it there. So they bide some more time, but like I said, it's still probably another 5 or 6 minutes until things come down to a standstill.
Yeah, and I mean, they buy a few. I mean, and that's the thing is, though, they were successful. They get the Lord, but they took 3 deaths, so they paid for that pretty heavily. So, I mean, I want to say these next few objectives are really going to tell if Devious. Mikasa is going to get trapped down. ISO going to find the kill there. Kush, in a bad way, is trying to disengage. On the other side, you can see the Electro final blow landing on the T. Is he going to be able to get away? Last Insanity out, and this could be it for Kush. He gets taken down by Tarzan. That is 2 down and 40 seconds still for the next Lord.
TA's crumbling. T just used implosion on absolutely nothing. Mikasa's whiff and I'm offended. DA is crumbling right now, and Area 77 is the cause of it. The chaos that Area 77 has brought to this composition, the chaos that they have brought to the Land of Dawn right now, is forcing DA to make several mistakes. And sometimes that's what you got to do. Sometimes you just have to lay the pressure on. And with DA being so methodical in game 1, I think Area 77 called it. It's okay. It's like this time we're bringing the fights. This time we're gonna put so much on them from so many different angles that they don't know what to do, and it is showing. The cracks in the armor are getting bigger, and Devious activity feels naked in the Land of Dawn right now, just unable to make a play happen.
Yeah, Mikasa getting trapped out here, but they're in the opposite, I want to say, opposite side of the jungle for this Lord. You can see Tarzan, he's back here. I mean, there's not much that you can do as Devious activity. They're just getting caught too. They're trying to split push. They're doing everything that you learn in Mobile Legends schools when you're behind, is try to send out that split pusher, but now that gets caught as well. It's just like, what else is left for Devious activity to try to do before this gets out of hand?
Pray to the Mobile Legends gods for Area 77 to make a mistake. Pray to whoever you got on your side, because Area 77 is ready to take him down. It's now a 2K gold lead for ISO. He's completely decked out. He's got the Wind of Nature in. Melon has locked in the Wind of Nature as well, and we're starting to see the side of DA, stack out. They need to pray for just a little more time, They're 12,000 behind. Area 77, I think, knows we got to maybe close this out here because the clock is ticking.
Yoreshi is like 5K above Mikasa right now. He is having an outstanding game. Lord pushing through mid. Kush at the front line trying to fend off this defense for the base. They're chunking down that Lord very fast. Area 77. Oh, from the back T. Lands an explosion on the 4 members. Pushing it in. This could be the turnaround that Devious activity was looking for, but Mikasa goes down. They're just so far behind. There's not much they can do. Now pressure put onto the base. Yoreshi finds a kill onto Melon, and that's going to take us to a game 3. Trex, I think we're looking at a long night.
A long night for sure, baby. It's rubber band match after rubber band match. Game 3 after game 3. What did I say? These 2 games, what did we all say? These 2 games are going to be the hype ones, and they are the hype ones. It's 1-1 right now. Match point for both teams. Area 77 just coming in clean that match. So clean. You're actually definitely just a star on that Benedetta. Just applying pressure all over. And once again, We saw last time Area 77 made some great plays, but the gold deficit was way too much. This time DA make a big play. You know, they get that big implosion off, but at a 12,000 gold deficit, it doesn't matter. They weren't able to shred them down. You know, they just weren't able to pull it off.
Yeah, and I want to say too, especially from when you're behind here, we've been seeing some. I want to say we've had some tough games for Ruby in these last 2 series, and it goes to show that, like, especially she's a very specific type of hero. Once you're behind, though, it's very hard to capitalize on her full utility, the tools that she has.
Yeah, now taking a look at some of these items, Area 77, I want to take a look at Marcutie, just straight raw damage here. Penetration, the crystal, the lightning truncheon, nothing too crazy to see here. Just the thing, though, to shred down Kush and the rest of the team. And Kush, this could have been the downfall, right? Like, went for a lot of physical defensive items, only towards the end finally locked in some sort of mage defense, and that really might have been the thing that tore him down. I think he was a little too worried about Yureshi, a little too worried about ISO, when really maybe the problem could have been Marcutie all along.
Yeah, that Valentina definitely. I mean, I was actually kind of skeptical when you talked about it, because I'm like, is Valentina going to be able to output that much damage to be able to kind of burst down the Faraga armor?
Look at that right there.
I know. So, I mean, I stand corrected. He did an outstanding job, and to the point where it just, when you have heroes like this and you're coming from behind, especially heroes that are melee, that you want to get in that front line, I don't even know what your plan is, especially when you're still landing great implosions from T on this Tigreal, but they are not able to capitalize on it because they're so far behind, especially in that early game.
And damage taken, Mikasa continued to just get chunked away in that front line there. Yato with 100% teamfight participation. Everyone kind of trying to do something there, but with 4 kills, it doesn't mean a whole lot. It's not hard to be part of all 4 of those team fights. But in the end, Area 77 takes it, right? And the export pick up front, I think, was probably one of the problems. But let's jump into some replays real fast. Let's watch the downfall of Game 2 for DA. This is about 5.5 minutes in. This is when Area 77 are really feeling themselves. I mean, just all under the tower. Marcutie, all of the team. And we were talking, the big highlight of that match was angles. And Area 77 continued to find them, from Yureshi to Jay to Mar. They were on them like a spider monkey. I mean, literally just everywhere.
Yeah, it didn't matter what they were trying to do, especially with Yureshi. Had a great game on this Benedetta. Well, I'm sorry.
That was the implosion right there. That T just completely, I don't know what. Panic. That was that play right there.
Yeah, I think this is one of the better implosions that actually happened from T. From the back, you could see him hiding out there, looking for, I think he kind of pops out here. He's going to find an implosion, but it's not going to be enough to save the team. There goes the implosion, a little bit of a push, but you're 12K behind. All you did is brought them closer to your team so they can close the distance and annihilate faster.
Surprise, and Melon also did not use the Blazing Duet. Like, during the pushback, he saved it. I don't know if it would have been enough either way with the implosion. Like I said, the gold deficit was just so much. I don't think their exact goal was to, like, get kills there. It was more of like, let's clear these waves, try to buy ourselves some time. But Area 77 did not let it happen. They hit the gas, and they hit the gas quick and ended that game in a very clean fashion. So now it's game number 3. Once again, we find ourselves in this position, Private, where both teams feel like they could win.
Yeah, both teams won in a very dominating fashion here. This makes it really hard, because it's going to be completely put up on the draft of these teams to see who kind of goes ahead. And I feel like it's hard. It's like I said, this last time we had so many boxes that needed to be checked by Area 70, but they checked every single one of them. They made sure they came from all these different angles, and they were able to be successful. And even with a very slow, methodical composition from the side of Devious activity, they kind of faltered. I want to say Ruby not performing as well as expected. There's a lot of CC when we've talked about this before. Once you get there's still certain heroes that are very strong, but especially those melee ones. Once you get behind, there's very little for them to do without getting bursted down and chunked to the point where they're feeding basically.
And I think a big game changer here this time was Yureshi was on Ruby in first game, and it's not a very like proactive EXP laner, right? It's not a very fast moving EXP laner. And things that Yureshi shines on, one of his most well-known heroes is the R-Lot, right? Something that can kind of move, dash, make plays happen. And Benedetta's a pretty similar hero, kind of has the same playstyle. And as, like I said, if Yureshi can kind of capitalize and be someone that can make plays happen, then he's comfortable. Then the rest of the team profits, and we saw it in action last game. So I think coming into this next draft, if Night Horde wants to pull it off, they got to deny him. They can't let, they need to have something that can not let, like, they need to stop him from moving around and being everywhere. They need eyes on him at all times, because if he can move freely, then it's just a target on Yato's head. It's a target on T's head. It's a target on all of their heads at any point of the game.
Well, and I think that's kind of the keys to success for Area 77 is, well, at least one of the keys, which is making sure that Yureshi is on a hero where he can shine. Not something that kind of has to kind of wait for the picks, wait for the kind of dancing around in lane for a bit. Something that he can have an effect, that can move around very fast, something that can close the distance and be to be an effect during those objective fights. So maybe that's something that they need to focus on, and maybe on the other side, maybe that's something you need to kind of ban out, is to make sure Yureshi is on those very stalwart, very slow heroes where he's not going to be able to shine, that he's not going to be able to use that mechanical prowess.
Yeah, maybe we see a Benedetta ban next. I don't know. I mean, I don't think so. But another thing is, last draft, Night Horde tried to like big brain it, right? They like, we're gonna first pick the export this time because we know they're gonna pick Barats. And Area 77 was like, probably not. We're gonna go for something else here. So I think don't get too far ahead of yourselves for either team. I think, remember, like, sometimes simplicity can make it. And I think when we jump into game 3 here, that's exactly what we're going to see. I don't think either team's going to go too far out of the realm of, like, when it comes to draft. I think just keep it simple, stupid. That's what we like to say sometimes, you know?
Yeah, but we're going to go ahead and jump right into this next draft. Of course, the two standards there, the Novaria and the CC taken off the board right away. And yeah, I'm wondering, do we have answers? Is there something from that last game? I feel like it was there's not much to ban out from that last composition. You'd kind of just want to answer it. Like you said, there was a lot of eggs put into that export jungle basket right away. Picked that up and then had a heck of a time being successful on it for devious activity.
Yeah, I mean, I think they tried something. I think they win for it. They can definitely, we know that their team, similar to like what we saw from Night Horde last time, game 1, a little off. All of these teams kind of the upper echelon can always go back to normal, can always kind of switch it up a bit, can always kind of get things back to just plain old meta and not get too crazy. And that's what I think DA is going to do here, kind of get back to basics. Area 77, though, with the momentum coming into game 3, they took game 2 very cleanly. And now it's like, we just kind of have to do the same thing here. We just play aggressive. I think that's where DA starts to falter. That's where Area 77 starts to shine. And I think they kind of found that rhythm. They found their tempo last game. And I think they can push that to a win here, possibly.
Yeah, very standard. We're kind of sticking with the same recipe when it comes to the bans here. We were talking about that R-Lots, definitely focusing there on Yureshi and the CC as well. So, I mean, I want to say that Devious activity already kind of has Yureshi in their sights as far as things that they wanted to ban out, but I'm wondering what we're kind of going through with the third one here. Is it something from last game, or maybe we just stick with the same recipe and change up the comp a little bit?
Yeah, now last ban coming from DA. Do they just like go for the Benedetta here? They go for the carry, which I think is also solid. Claude's still open though. Area 77 has been like picking their marksmans up front in the first phase. Barat's open as well right now. Wondering if they're going to like put ISO just on a safe pick at this point. And if they don't, does DA just snatch up that Claude right away?
I want to say what is open right now that hasn't been open for a bit, that Faramis is open now. Ooh. I'm wondering if we're maybe looking at a composition there with a lot of regen and keeping them topped up with that in the mid. We go
Hermes
with
Barats.
Yeah, I mean, Barats is still out there as well. Now that you've taken out the carry, you don't really have much on the lines of the marksman that will be able to kind of chunk him down. So we have that along with the Vexana. Yep.
Tana's kind of, but now it's like if Area 77 decides to go for the Faramis here, DA doesn't have the Valentina answer back. So it's a little, they've put themselves in a slightly weird position. Of course, Area 77, they could go like Faramis Claude, pick up the counter for themselves right away here. That's also a possibility, but then we don't have any XP laner for Yureshi. We kind of put him into a spot where he's not going to get the XP laner that maybe he wants. So there's a lot of things to think about for Area 77 here. Also, if they take the Faramis, it is a slightly slower pace they're going, whereas last game they kept it quick, they kept it moving. If they go for more of that sustainability route, it definitely changes things up, but there's the Claude, and they go for the Minotaur instead, which is also solid, so we keep it aggressive still, and I like it.
Yeah, especially because Minotaur, I want to say in the last two matches, the roams were kind of the second banning phase, taken off the board a lot. And this is going to kind of open it up, allow ISO to get farmed and kind of be able to dive in the back through the Minoan Fury, be able to put on that damage, and then get himself back out of harm's way with the BMI. Though I want to say Devious activity going back to route they were the game one with the Kaja, correct?
Yeah. Kaja just constantly locking on a Tarzan, man. Made those objectives very clean for them, and they played it very well. Bans though, Lu Yi, Area 77, I think just hone into gold lane possibly. Carrie and Claude are already gone. There goes the Brody. Maybe Bruno next. Maybe like a Ixia next band or a Harith.
I'm not sure about the Harith. We're not going to have the carry out there, and I feel like Harith is the big counter for the carry. So if you don't have that on the board, there's not really a reason to kind of put it out there. Maybe Ixia is still on the board. You'll be able to kind of have a little bit of a front line. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell when it comes to some of these right now. We have Valentina taken off there. A good ban, and I'm actually wondering what Area 77 is kind of planning with their mage position. Still have Nana out there as well.
Yeah. I think Nana could just be the safe, easy pick, right? Easy pick for them. And it just adds more layers of CC and everything they need. It's also a safe pick that can't really be easily targeted from T with the Divine Retribution. So definitely a nice answer. DA, on the other hand, still needs an EXP laner. Still needs a gold laner. You mentioned the Ixia earlier. We saw that earlier today, actually up against a Claude in the same faction. Did pretty well. Bruno also with the crit damage could be an answer. Can kind of have some range and decent poke against the Claude in lane, and can kind of come out on top.
Yeah, very interesting here. Oh, Irothel. I haven't seen too many Irothels out here. I'm actually not even sure.
I think we saw one on day 2, maybe it was.
We've had 2, and we're at 50%. So win and a loss for Irothel right now.
All right, that's not bad. 50-50 odds, man. You know, welcome to Vegas, baby.
Well, I mean, I guess we're going to see what the answer back is. Oh, the Gord again.
Gord again.
I kind of feel like I'm getting flashbacks, a little bit of PTSD from the first game where we had the Gord on Area 77. We had the Kaja on Devious Activity, and we know how that game went, where they had a lot of trouble. Area 77 had a lot of trouble kind of enforcing their will. Ooh, but
there's
we're mixing
the wild
it up
card.
this time. We're mixing it.
Yureshi the wild card. I mean, that's just seeing him on that hero. Like, it doesn't even matter if it fits in the comp or what. Like, just seeing him on that hero is kind of scary. Like, you know, I'm like, oh, well, man, who knows what's gonna happen? You know? How do they answer that?
And we were just talking about that. Yureshi really does good on heroes that he shines in. The heroes that he can let loose with his mechanical ability. And Benedetta is one of those. Does it fit into the comp? I think we're gonna find out. It's gonna have a heck of a time. I mean, we're looking for the next XP laner, correct? From Devious Activity. So I want to see what he wants or what he's gonna be facing in that XP lane. Probably not gonna want that Ruby again.
It definitely makes T kind of think about, like, it puts a little more pressure and okay, another hero that can move. So I actually like this answer because I was thinking, like, originally, like, your immediate thoughts go like something that can slow him down, but the Ruby didn't really work well last time. So instead of picking something that can slow down your Reshi, pick something that can keep up with your Reshi, that can also rotate very quickly, that can also pack a big punch, that can also close distance. So DA answering fire with fire.
Yeah. And you're basically answering with the same thing that Benedetta is able to do. Clear lane very quickly, close the distance back to the objective, and unload a pretty outstanding amount of damage onto the enemy, especially when you're going to have a target like Marcutie. He's going to be a sitting duck with that Mystic Gush, and if Mikasa can kind of find the angle, maybe find the flank to be able to close the distance on the Degord, it's going to be lights out for Area 77's Mage.
You can almost argue as well that Paquito maybe even has like a better level 4 spike than the Benedetta. It's slightly different. Yes, there's a slightly longer range with the ultimate of the Electro Final Blow, but I would say that Paquito can get the one-shots a bit quicker.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going the distance for the second series of the night. Devious Activity against Area 77. Both teams fighting to get out of a third place.
All right, let's remind you guys, this is brothers in arms right now. Both teams vying for the victory here, vying for those high position spots on the seeding list. Taking a look at some of these emblems, both mid laners and roamers picking up the Wilderness Blessing, going to be able to move fast, going to be able to make plays happen. And with last match's pacing from Area 77, I think that's important for Devious Activity, especially with the Benedetta back on the field. It's extremely important for Devious Activity to be able to keep up with the tempo that Area 77 is trying to bring. And instead of trying to kind of play it slow, maybe try to, speed things up a little bit. And that's kind of what I'm seeing from DA here. They definitely have a bit more of a movable composition here.
Oh yeah, a lot of quantum charges on Devious Activity. Definitely want to be able to move around the map, get those engagements, and then be able to either chase or kind of disengage. We can see a little bit of something starting at mid. Maybe not. They're just, both teams kind of vying, being patient with their time. Only a 15 gold difference between the two.
I like it. They put pressure on EXP, slow down Yureshi right before Turtle's coming, and they know that he was the big problem last game. And look, all three of them just honing down on Yureshi right now. And this also gives them a nice position over Turtle Pit here.
Yeah, and this is they're doing a great job of zoning it out. Marcutie comes up to try to help out a bit. This just tells you the effect that Yureshi had, that they're putting so much pressure out here. Marcutie, a little bit of trouble there, is going to be able to flicker himself away. Mikasa, this is what we were talking about, that Paquito, the amount of damage that he can output as soon as he hits that level 4.
Yeah, T still doesn't have level 4 yet. It's going to be another second until he does, which means it's not going to be too huge in this. Marcutie had to go back to base, so Devious Activity kind of claimed ground here, but Area 77 doing a good job at delaying.
Oh, are they going to be able to kind of do something about this turtle? We kind of come in there. Yato finds the turtle. Mystic Gush is out. Marcutie finds the kill onto Mikasa. Kush in trouble in the back line. Yureshi might be able to find a kill there. No, it was Marcutie who found it, and the rest of Devious Activity are trying to disengage.
Yureshi's a monster, man. This guy is a monster T. Gonna finally get revenge, but still, the fact he's able to bob and weave through there, get the outplay onto Kush, pick up a kill after Yato picks up the turtle. Even though he goes down, it's a huge win for Area 77.
And this is what we were talking about, is how much of an effect he has on it. Oh, Melon in a little bit of trouble here. Mystic Gush is out. Marcutie going to have to cancel that as he sees T coming in tow. But meanwhile, ISO doing a great job of getting a lot of this gold plating off of this. Oh, comes in deep onto Melon, but it's not enough to find the kill.
That was close. That was definitely a close one for Melon. I was like, what are you doing, bro? Just back off. Just give him the gold plating. But he does come on top, and he's still fighting out on this.
Yeah, ISO, I mean, okay. He's doing a great job. There's so much aggression for a Claude who you think is usually a pretty late or a mid to late game hero.
We'll see. Ooh, T gets a nice pull. Mark Cutie goes down.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
they find...
Yeah, Mark Cutie goes down. Sorry. Every time wait, Devious Activity got the turtle earlier. See, I get so confused because Yato correlates to Area 77 for me from back in the days. It's just such a weird time to see these two teams fight.
Yeah, and I mean, they're doing a great job, right? I mean, both teams right now are kind of like neck and neck. They're both doing a great job of kind of handling the aggression, putting the aggression onto each other, and kind of replying in kind.
So I kind of take back what I say. I think the turtle steal for the loss of Kush, like Area 77 still comes out on top, but the fact that DA got the turtle means that wasn't as bad as a loss, honestly, in the beginning there. Now it's 2-2. Gold at a stalemate. We're back to turtle number 2. Is this going to be the deciding factor here?
Yeah, we're going to see. I mean, Yureshi doing Yureshi things into the back line, trying to become a nuisance. Here comes the final blow. Kush very low. Mark Cutie finds the last bit of damage. Mikasa dived in with that, I want to say the champ stance, but is going to use that flicker to get himself back out of harm's way through the mid tower.
Mikasa looking for the game-changing play, but not able to really succeed with it. In the end, they lose Kush. Jungler goes down again, and now Tarzan gonna start to take off. And remember in round number 1 that Tarzan was getting the treatment that Kush is getting this time, except Mark Cutie is really pulling off these magic Gushes very well. This time he paired up with Jay Cutie and the rest of the team. Kush is just unable to even vie for these turtles, unable to even vie for these objectives.
Yeah, and I want to say, I was going to mention that too. The Mystic Gushes, he's not really starting off the damage. He's waiting until, I want to say, midway through the fight so that he just puts on the Mystic Gush, finds a kill, and then immediately can turn it off before Mikasa can kind of close the distance on that Paquito and put on the damage.
A little bit of a conceal play from DA, looking for something on the boss side. They find one.
Yeah, there's nowhere for JQD to go there. He got a Divine Judgment, and there's 4 members there. He took the entirety of the Vexana combo, and there really wasn't much that was going to happen there. ISO alone here is going to use that Blazing Duet. Ooh. Like a bar of soap. That boy is slippery and uses that BMI to get away from the tower before T can close the distance with a Divine Judgment.
And sliding around the bathtub right now like a half pipe, just all over the tower. ISO's feeling good, and they don't lose the tower either. So yeah, DA gets the pick off, which does kind of still standing at its stand. So I will say this up in the top side, EXP versus EXP. Mikasa definitely doing much better against Yureshi. Ooh. These guys are going at it.
Trying to outplay. Oh, no, Yureshi looking.
That's a fun matchup to watch.
He was counting his blessings right there. It took a little bit of a breath, and he is. I mean, this is a great matchup here. I love seeing, especially with the way these guys handle it. Oh, actually.
Forget Turtle. Take me back to EXP, man. Forget Turtle.
Oh, yeah, it does look like Tarzan. It does look like Area 77. They want the fight here. Divine Judgment comes out big. Eternal Guardian Mikasa finds Mark Cutie. He's going to expend that flicker and a stun. Mystic Gush is out. Mikasa getting taken very low, but Melon finds a kill onto J Cutie. Tarzan in a bad way, very low, is going to find a dash. Melon chases him down, and this might be a wrap for Area 77 in this fight. Melon with another kill onto ISO. Yureshi dodging, diving, ducking, trying to get himself to safety of the mid tower. Providing an escape there is Mark Cutie.
Let me tell you the 5 rules of Mobile Legends. You got to be able to dive, dip, duck, dodge, and dodge. And right there, Yureshi was able to do it, but still not enough. Area 77 does lose out in that one. Let's take a look at the replay. And Mikasa wins to get to this fight early, and they try to make the engage, but they're stopped immediately from that Eternal Guardian. Mark Cutie is zoned away, and there's the big advantage. Tarzan does get the turtle, but in the end, Area 77 just cleans up. ISO thinks he's going to make the big play, and look at that Terrify connect at the last moment. ISO unable to get those final hits, and Melon just chases him down and rails him into the ground there. And now DA taking a 2,000 gold lead advantage, going to start cutting off into these towers.
Yeah, and this is the problem when it comes to those engagements. Now DA has a sizable advantage. They are pushing their momentum. But when it came to those fights, the problem is that Mark Hudi got spotted very quickly. This allowed Mikasa to close the distance. Even though he wasn't able to get the kill, he made sure that Mark Hudi was not a part of that fight.
And taking a look at damage dealt right now, Melon 5-0-1, man. That is monstrous, and it's not something you want to see on an Airthil. It's not the most popular pick, but if it's able to scale like this, if it's able to get into its groove, you can definitely see the problem it can be. And they're going to try to lock onto him. He does have the sprint, and I mean, that's a hard hero to catch right there.
Ooh, a couple of ultimates expended there at the mid. Oh, Tarzan taking a heap of damage from Mikasa. Is going to go ahead, dash himself to the side. And now Yoreshi doing a great job in the background, kind of taking the attention. Kush does a catch up a Mark Hudi, and that is going to be a mage down for Area 77.
Oh! ISO chase down as well on the top side. That's 2 members down before Lord. This should be free for DA.
Yeah, they have devious activity right now. It's just basically bounty hunters. They're finding, they're able to isolate, spread out Area 77, and then one by one, they're taking them down and hitting them with, especially with these the mismatches here.
What was the name of that bounty hunter with the TV show?
Was it Dog?
With the mullet? Yeah, Dog? Something like that, yeah, Dog. Melon the bounty hunter. He needs a mullet over here. The guy's chasing him down. ISO not doing too hot right now, man. 0-3-0. Same thing with Mark Hudi. Mark Hudi had a decent early game, but we're starting to see the magic gush fall off. And it's almost like DA kind of wanted the Benedetta to come back. They had the Paquito ready to counter. They held it for the very last pick. They even picked up this Aerithil as their 4th pick, just waiting, knowing that maybe they had a counter up their sleeve, and it is working very well right now.
Yeah, and Area 77 is having trouble right now. Now you're going to have the Lord crashing down at the top. It's not luminous, so it's not going to be charging, not going to be chunking it down, so they should be able to defend this. As I say that, there's an Eternal Guardian. Mystic Gush is out to try to lay waste to it, and Lord is down, but we are almost, I mean, you can see the pressure starting to mount at mid, at bottom, and this might be down to about high grounds.
I mean, Area 77 does have decent siege control with the Magic Gush and everything, and you can see that DA doesn't want to, like, overextend their welcome here. They're still taking things slow. They just got this huge lead. It's only been a few minutes, but they still have to be careful, because if they walk in, they get cut off at the wrong point. If a Magic Gush sits on more than 2 or 3 of them for more than a second or two, it's a huge problem.
Well, it's so hard to because I'm trying to find an out for Area 77, a way that they can kind of come back from this. But I mean, we've seen this before. Both of these teams, once they start getting that advantage, they're very prone to being very tight. They hit the jungle. They start clearing out waves. They wait for the next Lord. They make sure that they're zoning out the enemies. So both of these teams, I mean, it's gonna be very hard to look for an opening for Area 77 if they want to be successful here.
And now DA gonna just, I mean, again, now once they get to, this is a good thing about DA, when they get the lead, like they do a little, sometimes when they're behind and they're really, the pressure's pushing on them, their passive playstyle can maybe be a problem, but once they get the lead like this, they're so good at just, we're gonna back off now, we're gonna wait, throw a little picnic in the mid, you know, and just kind of hang out. We got the lead, we don't need to rush anything. We're gonna get a nice position over this Lord pit. 3 members just hanging out down there. They're hitting the top lane macro, making sure they work that long lane on the opposite side of the Lord. They're going to kind of slow push it here, and that's exactly what they need to do.
Yeah, and they're freezing lanes right now. All of them just sitting in bushes. Bro, this is just textbook what you're supposed to do with the lead while you're waiting for this Lord to come out. I mean, a great job by Devious activity right now. Now the Lord is out, and this is kind of, I mean, I don't know if you're Area 77, do you make a play for it? You can see they already have vision. They knew Benedetta was up at top, so now they're going to start at the Lord.
Oh, the pressure.
Just kidding.
let's really hype things up here, guys. Joke's on us. Let me sit down for a second. I'll let you guys know I stand up sometimes when I cast, even at home. So yeah, here we are. Let's private.
Well, I mean, for me, I'm kind of wondering like what you need to do to be successful right now. And the problem is the marksman right now. Irithel is so fed right now. It's so hard to catch them. And that's the target you need. But the problem is if you try to focus on that, she's going to be able to pop that sprint, going to be able to kind of zone you away from the fights where you really need it. And you're going to get caught up trying to chase something that you're not going to be able to catch.
Right back into it. I like it. Just enough for a quick sentence from Private, and then we jump back into it. It was all part of the plan, guys. Everyone needed to take a sip of water, a sip of coffee real fast. Tarzan did have a decent angle on the boss side. I think he needs to... Oh, you're actually in trouble here. Walks right into Yato.
Oh, but catches Eternal Guardian. He's got 4 members chasing him right now. He's definitely not going to be able to get away there. T puts the finishing touches on him. But with that, Area 77 still not able to find an opening with that. And this is going to be an oblong number for Area 77. They're a man down for this Lord. And I'm wondering, like, do you want to make something happen out of this? It looks like Tarzan kind of toying with the idea right now. Pop-up lands. Mystic Gush is out, but doesn't catch a target right now. Mark Hudi, in a bad way on the side. Melon sees him, pops the ultimate, but is not going to be able to find a kill. ISO, though, putting on the damage, but look at it. Melon has more health now than before the ultimate struck, and going to be chasing away and kiting JQT.
Yeah, and that kite, that's what makes the Aerithel so clutch at times and why it still can be viable, because even there, the Minoan's Fury didn't come down fast enough, but Tarzan!
Yeah, Tarzan gets caught with a Divine Judgment. Yureshi into the back line, putting on the damage. Oh, and Yureshi finds a kill onto Yato, but Yureshi not long for the world. T finds a kill onto him. That is 1 for 2 right now in favor of Devious activity.
All right, minions are pushing down on the top side, though. Devious activity got to go up and clear. They want to try to sink these waves all at once. This time they're not fighting for tier 2s. They're fighting for, base breaking pushes here. We're 15 minutes in. They're going to take their time. They don't have Yato on the map, so I don't think they want to really rush this. Nobody's clearing waves right away, but also they don't want these to not be synced up. So they got to maybe, they got to, whatever. We don't have Yato. He just spawned up. Can they make something happen here, Private?
I mean, they're doing such a great job when it comes to syncing up these lanes. All lanes right now. And then where the Lord comes, the Lord is at the top, not at the mid. It's last time it was at the bottom. So you have the entire map spread out. Area 77 has to deal with all of their lanes being attacked at once. Lord is going to go down here. Now we're going to go ahead and put some damage on the mid. Conceal play is out. Is that going to be enough? Big Eternal Guardian comes down. Suppression onto JQT. Is it going to be enough? You have the Electro Final Blow is out and used, but you can start seeing Yureshi goes down here. Mystic Gush is out, finds a kill onto Kush. A good defense for Area 77, but they are down 2 members for the 1 from Devious activity.
2 members, 2 inhibitors. Maybe a few more minutes and DA could possibly close this out, but Area 77 not giving up just yet. Does DA want to keep their patient game, or do they want to close it in?
Mikasa with the flicker and the big boy damage is going to be able to take down ISO, and that's going to be all she wrote for the core. Mikasa putting the punching bags onto the core. Actually, he's going to have to dive out of that. More minions coming in here in the play, but that's going to be all she wrote. Game 3 goes to Devious activity.
Well done by DA there. The hype has been surrounding both of these teams, and this time DA comes out on top. But it's a best of 3, and Area 77 still proves that they have opportunity to take wins. They have opportunity to pull things off, but today DA escapes with it.
Yeah, I mean, a great game there for them. Unfortunately for Area 77, I want to say like these games are, especially when it comes to the top here, these games come down to who gets the advantage first. Once they get the advantage, neither of these teams were able to kind of overcome that, and that's unfortunate when it comes to here. A big show out for me is Melon being traded in here. I know we were both kind of iffy when it comes to roster changes, but really feels like Melon shined here for Devious activity.
Yeah, a lot of possibilities. Taking a look at some of these items right now, Melon definitely shined. 7, 0, and 5. The bench we never even knew was there came in and cleaned things up. I mean, in that last match, it felt like he diffed ISO. It felt like he was just a problem for ISO. And ISO is a veteran player, but Melon looked like he was in control there. Ends up no boots, no nothing, barefoot, all damage, just unloading, man. Yato as well with a 2-1-10, and T 3-0-9 making those pulls happen.
Yeah, and Gray here, we can see Melon here for the damage dealt in gold per minute. Very big highlight star for Devious activity. Tarzan, the sandbag, a ton of damage taken on his side. It tried, but I mean, once you get behind, there wasn't much that he was able to do. But I mean, Yato, we've talked about it, the amount of effect he had on a lot of these games too, with that mid, with that Vexana. I mean, it's not to be outdone. I feel like it was kind of between them, Yato and Melon, with how much of an effect they were having in a lot of these games.
And taking a look at damage dealt, Melon, yeah, just doing so much. Yato as well. But Mikasa, too, was kind of like the wild card here. And we were worried about the Benedetta pick. We were worried about Yureshi being able to pull that out once again. But I think they found the answer. They adapted very quickly. And that's what I feel like all three of these games have been. It started off with DA. Area 77 adapts, picks something that can kind of beat what they want to bring, and then DA change the pace, adapt, and find answers to Area 77. And I feel like if we win another game there, Area 77 might have been able to pull off another win.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm honestly so excited to see Melon. He got in there and he did exactly what he needed to do. Again, you know, I was talking about how I really didn't feel like I knew him as a player, and I was absolutely really like stunned. And again, you know, Timber shivered and all that Tora wasn't going to be there, but you know, sure enough, Melon showed up, put in the work.
Most definitely. Private. I mean, for you, well, I think Melon's definitely like a hot topic right now, right? Like, do we see more of him in the future? I mean, I think, like, honestly, I think he played amazingly. Like, maybe he's not the sub. Maybe he just hasn't been able to play the past week or two.
Well, another factor for that game was, you brought it up, was Mikasa on the Paquito. While I feel like, and here's the thing, is it didn't match Benedetta in the lane. It kind of did the exact same thing, but I want to say the ulterior goal of those characters, where Benedetta was trying to hunt down the squishy characters, I feel like Paquito did that a lot faster and a lot better. Able to find Gord, able to put the damage on him, make sure that he wasn't a factor during a lot of these fights, and puts on a lot of damage, which allowed Melon to kind of come in, especially I believe it was either the first Lord fight or the last Turtle fight that Melon just came and cleaned up shot after the entire team was basically put very low, and that's what got them like 4 kills in a row, and then really kind of started that roller of momentum for the side of Devious activity.
Yeah, and you know, speak of the devil, you guys will never guess who the MVP is.
Is it Melon? It's Melon. I mean, you gotta give it up. The guy comes in, first game. Some of us were about to change our votes because this guy was coming in. We're like, oh God, DA, not a roster change. This guy proved us all wrong. Just came in strong. Game 1. On the carry, played a great game, 3-0-1 at 16 minutes in, was just a monster all around the map, and then we come into game number 3 and also just carried with this Aerithil, was able to get 1v1s against ISO about halfway through the game, or into the late phases, and even now with Mikasa and T and the rest of the team holding on the front line, he just dominated. Look, I mean, two shots, it's done. 2 shots, you're dead. Lock on a Mark Cutie, every time you try to pop the Magic Gush, it was over. Very well played by Melon, and definitely someone I think a lot of us have our eyes on as we move forward, with the team of Devious activity.
Yeah, and speaking of which, I actually think he's ready and waiting for me in an interview. So, adios, captains. Look at you, man. All smiles. The world is in a craze. Melon, we don't know you, man. Tell us about you. Tell us about yourself. You know, like, how long have you been playing Mobile Legends?
I've been playing since a long time, but yeah.
How did you get into DA? Like, what was that whole process like for you?
The whole process. My boy Kush DM me and was like, "Yo, wanna join?" Yeah, that's it. But
oh man, so
yeah.
No, I mean, I'm honestly, dude, we've been loving seeing you. You know, we've loved seeing you playing. You know, and as a sub, like after something like this, after everybody really getting to see who you are, you know, like, might there be a roster change?
Let's see.
So, how does it feel? I gotta know, how does it feel to be the first sub to get an MVP?
The first sub, good. It's good.
And I already know, everybody already wants to know, did you go into these games knowing that you were gonna diff ISO? Did you know you were gonna...
Kinda. No.
That's the way. That's the way. I'll tell you what, man. You have definitely done a service to, I think, anybody who might be in a sub position anywhere. You know, really done the North American communities, you know, a justice in saying, you know, hey, just because you're on a sub doesn't mean that, you know, you're, you know, any worse than the players around you. And sometime, you know, you might be the golden goose. You might be the guy with the golden ticket. And it looks like today you were, man. So I think, honestly, I think more personal directed question. Do you have any good advice to players who, you know, might be in a sub position and are looking to step up and make big plays like this?
Probably just like practice and just have fun, you know?
No, I mean, sweet and simple. You know, we love it. So with that being said, I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much for the wonderful interview, and, you know, stay strong because we hope to see you again. What is that? Yeah. Have a good one, Melon. What an awesome guy.
That was cute.
He was. I was nervous too, man. I was nervous, man. I was nervous. Bro, nobody talks about me, man.
On, man. You should have kept your glasses on. That would have made you feel better, you know? I know you get a little scared.
No, I needed the eye contact, the eye to camera contact, you know?
Well, the good thing, a good thing I noticed out of there is that even though he was very, a lot of those games he was pretty superior to ISO, still a lot of humbleness to him. He went in there trying his best, but still paying that respect to ISO because he's got a lot of experience out here. But man, what a great showing for somebody who came in, dare I say, off the bench.
Yeah, I mean, very clean by Melon overall. Great games from all, I mean, and just all of DA really. Like, I don't think he would have been able to pull that off without the rest of the team making the plays they were able to. Great game from DA, man. 2-1, moving on up in the seeds.
Yeah, I was actually about to say the same thing. It really does take the whole team to work together. So whether you're Toru or Melon, DA is looking strong. And with that being said, let's find ourselves into the next break.
They do notice Tarzan, good positioning for Area 77 for this first turtle. Coldwill trying to stop, I want to say doing the best he can to kind of harass this turtle, now at about half health. Nicola Whoa! Looking for some damage. Here comes the last insanity. Mystic Gush is out, but Nicola with great positioning. Tarzan still gets the turtle, and this might be bad for BTK. Coldworld and Mobazane get taken out, and a great turtle and 2 kills for Area 77.
Back online, he was struggling early on, but he should be able to find a kill here now. Ooh, red side, lots of people.
DA once again bringing in 4 members, 5 coming soon. Bahari with the place to do weapon, more to get away. Toru bursts him down. sends Koharu back to base. Look at Yato! Force the proc to passive just to get away. That Eternal Guardian is starting to hurt. Uneven, a little bit of trouble here though. Getting shredded down. T able to pick up the kill. DA with the advantage, taking out 2 members from Fiends.
Lord marching down. It's going to be an extremely hard clear for the side of Fiends.
No One's Fury something. Kohari is able to shut down the war, but he's pulled in with the Outdefended. No One's Fury does lock on. Blazing Duet just to get away. Protozoid back to the base as well. But Uneven locks on to Kush here. Mikasa also pretty low. Chirobani looking for some sort of pickoff. Kush finally goes down, but still has the immortality. Protozoid looking for an angle as well. Gonna come in, but locked up, and down they go. But Mikasa saving the day time and time again in these team fights. A lot of damage onto Yato. Comes in, able to pop back onto Kohari. But DA not done just yet. Kohari back onto the base. And DA has locked down. They're going to take us to a game number 3.
That bot just splitting the whole entire strategy of LEGACi apart. Getting this neutral objective without any problems.
Oh, Holy Baptism locks on. Terrified. Boom. Knocked out. Koyaken hit by the Hayaken. Nash might just be next. Riles couldn't take a lot of damage. BloodThirstyKings on the prowl. Here comes in, gets a knock up on 3 members, but no one there to follow up. And
the members are all onto the top side. Is BTK going to clash with the advantage that they have?
Tono's welcome. Not able to land on it. Buddy. But it doesn't matter because the rest of the team is here to help out. Ken taking a lot of damage. Swansong comes in though. Able to unload on several members. Nicolette goes down. Koya Nash with a shutdown. Double. Will it be enough though? Because BTK is still riding forward. As Nash falls, it's 3 for 2 just when LEGACi had a shot. They lose it.
A lot of these objectives and small fights.
I mean, it's definitely a tough game for BloodHounds. Already a 4,000k. This is the exact. Oh, wait a second. Nice suppression. Nice grab. They're able to get the kill on Sayor. No black shoes for her. Oh, my foe takes a turtle. Gets to the Tone's welcome. Lands it down. Udabu. Damage. Tries to dash away, but Nakoko is on the trail. The last insanity gets the kill. And now a clash in the mid side. Violent Requiem locks on my foe, but he still stands tall. Finally falls, but takes Ramsey with him. It's a bloodbath right now. Tempest falls next. Sleeps as well. Nothing but Boca Roscoe left.
And also Fo was able to peel off the quad on the Blazing Duet, and that's going to be quite tough for any of them to come back.
Explosion does land. Members back, followed in. But wait a second, no one's free to counter back. Members are knocked up, and Chaos has unveiled the crystal. 2 members down for BloodHounds, 1 down for Night Horde. They find another. Boca Roscoe's next, and Tempest is alone. The Night Horde should take this game 2-0. I mean, that's definitely been the winning ingredients for GG in these fights so far. Tarzan was the first turtle. He gets knocked up, found out. Now best player, even though he's had a slightly rough game. Still been huge. Resi takes an Eternal Guardian to the face, locked up by Chicken, knocked up by best player, and Hoon gets the kill. Looking a little bit rough. Mark Judy's gonna be the next to fall. Tarzan not able to get away. The Amapenda locks on. His Mons Force dropped by ISO. He's moving in onto several. He's unable to get the kill, and he might just go down. But Tarzan finds best player. It's 1 for 2.
Hey guys, welcome back. We hope that you guys didn't enjoy your break too long or too much, because we still got a couple huge matches coming up. This next one being BTK versus the BloodHounds. Trex, how do you feel?
I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling great, Zeke. We had 2 best of 3s. You know, we're really vibing. I'm hoping that they did enjoy their break. Private, how about you?
I am too. It's going to be an interesting matchup here coming up next. I mean, big fans. I mean, crowd favorites in North America. BTK, big fan base for them. Interesting notes that I want to bring up too is that initially last season, BloodHounds took on TOB and were the only team to ever take a game off of them during the season. So maybe a little bit of that luck gonna kind of spring in here against BTK, maybe.
Honestly, I feel like it would be so fun to watch the BloodHounds thwart them. You know, BTK, we've seen them looking strong, but I think a little thump on the head from BH could be fun.
Fair. I mean, it could definitely be fun. It would definitely add to the spiderweb of insanity tier list that NACT has going on. Because now we just stacked another layer onto it with DA beating Area 77, and it's just like nobody really knows. And yes, if BloodHounds beat BTK, it could be fun. I don't think the viewers will have fun. First, tell them to have a bad break, and now you're saying 80% or 50% of our chat to, but hey, man, you're doing a great job, Zeke.
BTK's not gonna lose. That's what somebody's in there saying right now. How dare he? He thinks he could come in here with his round glasses and tell me what's what.
Save us, please, Private.
Well, it's gonna be an intense matchup here. I mean, BTK coming off of a huge victory off of Gaimin Gladiators here. I mean, everybody. It's hard to match how many people and the excitement and the electricity for that match. BTK showing that they are still alive, not just alive, but kicking right now and doing the unthinkable. Shades of last year when they were able to beat OP at the grand finals. I think a lot of people took a collective, especially big BTK fans, took a collective sigh with that match and like, yeah, we're still here and we're still ready to show out.
Trex, would you mind taking us through the BTK roster?
Of course. I mean, as we all know, it's a roster that I think a lot of us have gotten familiar with. Basic in the gold lane, Cole World as the roamer, Nicolette in the mid lane, Moba Zane, Mike Gazna in the jungle, and Mielo in the XP lane. A roster that, has had its rocky edges, but has also made a huge dub last night. So it feels like they're finally kind of getting themselves together, which we've seen this story before with BTK. We've seen them have rough day ones, rough day twos, and then pull off crazy wins later on in the season.
Yeah, and especially I want to say one of the biggest issues that we saw from them when it came to their match. I want to say eyes opened when they took on Area 77, took that L, but I want to say took that L well. They went back to the drawing board. They identified where their problems were, the synergy, maybe the connection between kind of the rotations and the plays, and they really cleaned that up, which was super evident yesterday against Gaimin Gladiators. And I don't expect anything less here against the BloodHounds.
Private, you want to take us through this BloodHounds roster? As the handsome caster?
Of course. We have Sleeps, Ugo Bugo, who's going to be on the roam, Boca Roscoe on the mid, easy peasy, bringing up our jungle, and then Ramses. Now, for what it's worth, BloodHounds have had a season and qualifiers full of hurdles. I want to say there have been some, from what we used to see from them, is they used to go up, and I want to say get a little bit better with each season. They seem to have kind of stalled out a bit, where a lot of their outside the box picks are not as surprising to the rest of North America, and they're a little bit more ready, especially when it comes to kind of Ooga Booga and that roam position, where I think a lot more people are prepared for some of his outside the box picks, and it's hasn't been as conducive for BloodHound. So they're really looking to kind of shake things up here in their match and maybe show us something a little different against BTK.
Absolutely, absolutely. But without a further ado, I want to know, who do you guys think is going to win this matchup?
Well, after a long, hard night of, checking my tarot cards, debating, asking my daughter who she thought was going to win, we came up with an answer, and it was BTK. It was a hard choice, though.
It's kind of hard, especially like we said, with that game yesterday, even before the game yesterday. I mean, even when they took the loss against Area 77, you can't argue with the skill of BTK here. They've been in the top of North America since I've been casting for North America. So, I mean, they've always been up there at the top spots. But, I mean, here against a team that has had the hurdles that BloodHounds have, it's kind of hard to expect anything but BTK's dominance here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think that although BloodHounds have had a rough start, I don't really count them out of this matchup, you know, quite yet. But of course, going based off of what I have seen over the past couple of weeks, naturally, I think am leaning in the direction of BTK.
Yeah, is that why you think BTK is going to win, Zeke? Just because BloodHound's taking losses? Is there any other reasons?
Well, look at you. He thinks he's funny. I haven't seen BloodHounds really performing the way that, you know, I've seen them perform in the past, and I don't think that they're incapable of it. I think that I think they got to shake off the rust, get their big boy pants on, because I would like to see them.
You'd like to see them beat BTK?
Head. Yeah, I just don't know if I am saying that, but
okay, that's fine. You're allowed to say that. You're allowed to say that you would like to see BloodHounds beat BTK. I just wanted to make sure it was clear.
I would like to see BloodHounds beat BTK. I would love it, actually.
Right, that's cool. That's a vibe.
That's the American dream, really.
Okay, really just honing in. Sure.
Somebody give me a flag backdrop.
I like it. So we're gonna be waiting for these teams to match up. So let's see. Let's theory craft private, right? So definitely, I mean, I think all of us do agree, as we saw on the predictions, BTK is the favorite. They've really kind of tightened up their synergy. Is there a way to are there some cracks in the armor, do you think? Like, are there something that we can find to push them apart? We have seen them lose. So how can BloodHounds maybe find that if they want to win here?
Well, step one is I feel like BloodHounds needs to pay respect to the meta. The meta is the meta for a reason, and there are some outliers that can happen. There are some people who are really skilled on these outside characters, but I mean, from experience, from what we've been seeing from BloodHounds, they've experimented, and those experiments have come up a little short. So I mean, maybe it's time to go back to the meta, go back to those picks and kind of see what works there, and start from there. On the other side, when it comes to picking against a team like BTK, I want to say where we have seen success is making sure, well, one, don't give him the barats. That's you give him the barats, it's pretty much, you're basically saying that we're trying to go home early, because he is amazing on that and Fredrin are pretty much, I want to say, the big picks for Zane, where he almost doesn't even need the rest of his team on there because he's pretty amazing on it. Those are the big two ones for me. I'm not sure how well you can kind of put it in there. I feel like a lot of BloodHounds hurdles come from a possibility of maybe hero pools, or maybe they don't play certain heroes that are in the meta. It's hard, and I hate the feeling like it's a negative on to BloodHounds, because they are still a top 8 team in North America. It's just, man, you're coming up against a team like BTK, and you need to have all your T's dashed.
For sure. Again, I do think that I want to see BloodHounds picking heroes that, not only are they comfortable playing, but heroes that make sense in some of these games. They've been super unconventional, and we've just not seen that leaning into their benefit. But without wasting any time, let's get straight into this draft. I want to see who wins.
Thank you so much for the toss, Zeke. Zeke's done a great job of dealing with us today, Private. I just want to give a big shout out to Zeke. He really has. We've been giving him the old haze today, I feel like, and he's doing a great job. So big shout out to Zeke, everyone watching, man. He's doing a great first season on the host desk, especially dealing with us. So I think one thing I do want to point out, I think a good answer for BloodHounds here, one of the times that we see BTK kind of falter is like when one of their members are really like targeted on. We've seen them fall when like Mobazane kind of goes down a few kills, but I don't think it's just Mobazane, and I think that's where GG kind of lost yesterday, is they tried too hard to focus on a Mobazane. But I think any one of them, I think if BloodHounds like hard focuses on a basic, hard focuses on a Nicolette, and I don't just mean by draft, I mean like pressure in game, try to get 2 or 3 kills onto one member, and I think that's when we'll start to see like them fall down, because either it's like, oh, is it this player's fault or whatever? However it happens, I think that could be an answer here, is find your target, lock it, load it, and see if you can just give that player hell. And that might be a good answer for BloodHounds. Now, how do they achieve that? That's a little beyond my knowledge, but I think it could be an answer for them here.
Well, that was my critique earlier for BTK, is that they were so easily able to isolate or kind of bog down onto Zane. And I'm like, you have 4 other players there on BTK, amazing players that have a huge history here in North America of being in some of the top teams. So I mean, you shouldn't just be able to kind of like really hone down on Zane, because the other people should be able to pick up, and that's what we saw yesterday, is that the rest of the team now has that synergy, now able to kind of cover down and punish the team if they really kind of focus down on one player, which is going to be very interesting here. You're talking about them being able to hone in on one, where I feel like a team like BTK should be able to see that hole and kind of like envelop around it, and kind of cover it up. So that's gonna be very hard here. Oh, and I mean, we're focusing pretty heavily on Cold World here from BH.
No, but Hilo span from BTK. Hilo span, is just Hilo span from BTK. Did someone say something about like Ooga Booga playing Hilo? I feel like Yue was saying something about Ooga Booga playing Hilo, so maybe some scrim info. Whatever, man. Yeah, cool. Totally. BloodHounds now. First pick. Nolan's open. Ruby's open. Arlot's open. CC's open. They go for the CC pick. BTK. Probably just Barats up front on Mobazane. He feels comfortable on it. Lock it in as well with maybe the CC for Cold World or the Vexana for Nicolette.
Well, and it depends on what kind of respect we're paying to BH. I mean, we do open up that CC. Like, I do agree. Barats, if we're coming to a normal draft from BTK, you're looking at the Barats, possibly the Vexana picked up, help out Nicolette, who's been very astonishing on her. And we'll see where we go from there. Is it bad to say I would love to see Zane on like one of those mechanical heroes? I kind of miss like.
Are you saying this is the game that he could do it? Like if he wants to have a little fun, he could have some fun with BloodHounds. I agree. I'm not going to disagree. I think this, if he doesn't, sadly, it would be nice to see. Ooh, they do switch it up a little bit though. Pick up an Angela, which I don't think we've seen BTK go like the support roam route just yet, have we?
Well, I mean, against Gaimin Gladiators, when it comes to support, it's they have the Matilda against Gaimin Gladiators, which is where they had the big problems with.
She's like slightly different though.
Yeah, well,
like,
I mean,
she's an aggressive
support.
She's like
I was just talking about how good he is on the Barats. And that's sans a support on his team. So now you're going to have the Hearts Guard to compete with on that Dino. You're going to need to be able to burst through it. I mean, on their side, you're thinking Xborg is already off the table. So the only thing left is kind of like maybe the carry. Potentially Alpha, maybe Gord. I don't know. Natan, not a bad pickup there, and a big amount of early game damage with the Khalid. One of your favorite pickups there.
Yeah, well, I mean, and Ooga Booga has pulled this pick off as like a crazy pick before. You know, we kind of wanted BloodHounds to maybe not get too crazy, but here we go. Button up, ladies and gentlemen. We get to see Ooga Booga's Roam Khalid here. Normally, I would say the Roam Khalid can be like viable if it's up against something squishy in the enemy jungle, something that you can try to bully, right? Because he has crazy level 1, crazy level 2 damage, but you're up against an Angela and a Barats. So it's a little tough to try to bully. They're going to pick up the Arlot now for BTK, something to really just give that Khalid a tougher time. And yeah, it's a little iffy here. They do have the Natan for some late game salvage. We know the shred that can come from that, but I don't know if they're going to make it to late game.
Yeah, and that's the thing is Natan needs some items. I do want to say the change to his entropy, that ultimate from him, it has made him a little bit more slipperier to be able to catch. So I mean, he might be able to use that to his advantage, especially in this early game. But man, the rotations of BTK have usually been a pretty strong, precise. So it's going to be very interesting to see if they can kind of keep him safe through that early game.
I like how BTK is now. It's like, now we're going to ban out the Martis, which again, like, you don't see many bans come, but they know what they're dealing with here. They ban out the Hylos, they ban out the Martis. They're really just kind of like, it's the slightly oddball picks that BloodHounds likes to pick, and BTK showing respect, but my question is starting to become with BloodHounds. It's like, is it a show of respect, or is it just all BloodHounds can play? Like, are they just failing to adapt to current meta? Me and you have been talking about the BloodHounds a lot because a lot of us expected a lot from them this season, and so far they're still kind of sticking with these cheese strategies that we've seen throughout the past season or two that, in my opinion, has limited them from breaching like the levels of competitiveness that they could be at, because they have pretty much kept the same roster. They have pretty much kept the same players, and I feel like they could do a lot of things. I'm not saying they can't win this game. I'm not saying that, you know, the Rome Khalid isn't viable here and there, but I think it does need to be talked about. Like, it does need to be talked about at some point. That like, why not just, you know, keep it simple, man? And if they win this game, yeah, I eat my words, but it's you know, it's not always viable. It doesn't always work.
Well, I mean, and that's kind of why I brought it up earlier. The meta is the meta for a reason, and I don't want to get into an argument of you can only stick to the meta. That's the only way that you're going to be successful. But there needs to be an appreciation for it. You need to understand why it is successful, and then be able to counter it if you want to kind of reach outside the box. We're going to see if BloodHounds can kind of put that together here. They really are. These bands, I mean, these aren't bands you usually see. No. The Hylos, the Valir,
these are Bloodhound
the
bands.
Martis.
Yeah,
this is just Bloodhound specific.
Let me go to page 63 real fast. Where's Bloodhound's bands at again? Oh, there we are. Hylos, Martis, Valir. It's very obvious, and there is some respect there, right? There is some, like, they are very good at these heroes, and BTK knows that. But now with them gone, it's like, what does BloodHounds do here? They pick up Rome Khalid, they pick up this Natan. Now we get the Vexana. We got the whole package for BTK. They have the dream team right now. You have Barats. We have a bunch of heroes that are normally on the ban list in BTK's hands right now.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just basically meta versus something that's meta versus BloodHounds.
It's like BloodHounds.
And that's basically what a lot of their games have been. Is been the BloodHounds versus the meta. Lately, they haven't been as successful as we saw them last season. But I mean, this is the point though for North America, and dare I mention like Gosu, who didn't even make it. North America is always advancing, always evolving, and you cannot stagnate from it. As good as a team as BloodHounds is, I mean, you need to kind of press forward if you want to break into that top four. And it's because there is just a league of difference. And not to take anything away from BloodHounds. Actually, we're gonna get a Raphael. Oh.
Okay, hold on. Story time. I was in chat last night. I was on stream last night. Basic jumps into chat. We're watching a game. I forget. It was MPL last night. Roger got picked up in gold lane by TNC. Basic goes, I'm going to pick Roger tomorrow. Watch me. And everyone's like, no, you're not, bro. No, you're not, Doe. He picked Roger. This has gotten picked a few times in MPL now. It's like actually like it's questionable. It's on the line of can it be meta in the gold lane right now. So this isn't too crazy. This has actually been getting picked. It's had like 3 picks overseas.
Well, I mean, though, if you've seen it, but what is making it successful in the marksman position?
I don't know. Skylar picked it. It worked. Skylar made it successful. Skylar from RQ or whatever picked it, and it worked. So that's what made it successful. Let's take us into the game, though.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, fan favorites, BloodThirstyKings going to be going up in their first game against the BloodHounds, a best of 3 series. We're going to see if BloodHounds can try to take this to 3 games.
I like how... Let's see if they can take it to 3 games. Let's see if they can win it, baby. Come on, Bloodhounds. Zeke's got your back right now. I will say this. Bloodhounds did kind of even up their draft a little bit here. But wait, no. That's Boca Roscoe on Mage, not Rome. Okay, so now it's still a little questionable. I want to say that they even things out. I'm not against it, though. They're going to have crazy pressure in this laning phase. I will give them that much. You have crazy damage. You have crazy movement speed paired up. I mean, you have 3 heroes that are just, like, zooming around right now. You got the wheel on Easy Peasy on the Barats. You have the sand passive from Ooga Booga being able to move around. Plus, you have the speed up just to add on top of that with Boca Roscoe. There's definitely some aggression here, and I think that is Bloodhound's win condition. Look for picks quick. Look for aggression early on.
For me, it's just Mobazane walking up on the Barats, walks up, grabs the Retri on the Litho Wanderer, walks away without much effort into it. Oh,
all right, now. I mean, and all right, so let's take a look. Let's talk about gold lane real fast because we have Natan up against Roger. Now, we have seen some different builds for Roger so far. I think last night we saw a Thunderbelt first build going on the defensive route. That did not do too great, so I'm kind of excited to see, is Basic going to build defensively at all? Is he going to go full damage? Now, the big problem with Roger in the gold lane is he doesn't get the... Normally, you want Roger to be able to like get kills, kind of scale early on, and he's forced to kind of take a slower route in his scaling. So I think it's going to be big for maybe him to rotate, him to look for kills at some point, maybe around 5 minutes, 6 minutes or something. Milo able to get a solo kill, though.
Oh, a 1v1 solo kill up there. That's not going to spell well for Bloodhounds, especially with this first turtle fight. Oh, Ooga Booga gets right in the fray of things, and BTK let him have it. Down to about 10% health there, and he's going to have to back off. This is going to be a free turtle for BloodThirstyKings.
Free turtle, and that's not good. Like, oh, Ooga Booga goes down as well. Boca Roscoe, 3-0. Turtle, that's a big win for BTK.
And now they're starting to enforce their will into this jungle. Easy Peasy actually able to get his purple buff, but Mobazane makes him pay for it in kind. 0-4 advantage to BTK.
1,700 gold lead already. Basic also bullying in the gold lane right now. Dropping the emotes and all that good stuff. Ooga Booga on this. Getting a little bit of damage on Mobazane, but still Boca Roscoe's not there to help out. If they could have maybe... Oh!
Sleeps by himself, trying, has the entropy. Doesn't know Nicolette. Coming up from the back. Is he going to be able to get it? And that's the end of Sleeps. Down for the count.
You ever go night-night Sleeps? Well, you just did. Go to sleep, Sleeps. I got them all. They're ready to go. They're sitting in my pocket, ready to pull out right now. So what is it? 2,000 gold lead. We're 3 minutes in. Basic, maybe a little bit of trouble here.
Ooh, yeah, he's going to have to back off there. Not having as fun a time here at the bottom lane. Ooh, we got 3 members from Bloodhounds. But Basic sees it, is going to try to back himself off, is going to use that transformation to get away. Heartsguard is up and down goes Ooga Booga. Now the tables have turned and the rest of Bloodhounds are going to back off from the bottom lane.
Adley Cole World takes that kill. Basic not able to get it, so he's still unable to really like get something, but still he's 0-0-2 now. He's level 6, he's a level over Sleeps, and that's going to start to be huge.
Yeah, we see here from this replay, this is the first turtle fight that came out there. Just, I mean, an amazing pushing ability from the side of BTK, able to zone it out, and basically a free turtle for them, and that was the first objective of the game.
And BTK now going to continue to smother here a little bit. Bloodhounds need to kind of find an answer to this. I think their goal is late game, right? Like, that's got to be their goal. But that's kind of always been their goal, and BTK's already got a 3,000 gold lead. It's almost 1,000 a minute. One of your end game heroes, you know, the Natan, has already taken a death. I think at this point, Bloodhounds really need to kind of focus down on Sleeps and make sure he's okay.
Oh, Sleeps does use that entropy, but here comes the Heartsguard. I wonder if Basic's going to be diving there. The rest of Bloodhounds not going to be paying mind to the bottom. They're looking to contest this turtle. You're already about negative 4,000 gold. Ooh, they're trying to come in here. Damage coming down. Lord or Turtle is getting very low. Mobazane still able to get the retribution on it. Still no deaths from BloodHounds, so I want to say mildly successful that they didn't put all in onto that Turtle and are able to disengage.
Basic wants that so bad. He flickers in.
Yeah, he does.
Finds it, gets the kill. For a second, I thought, I was like, oh, should he do this? He goes for it. He's able to pull it off. And now, on to the next one. Roger is hunting Ooga Booga. Maybe able to get away with this. He's going to move on to Bokarasco.
Oh, that's it for Ooga Booga. He's not going to be able to get away from Basic there. And Bokarasco in trouble, too. Basic going to find himself. And he's going under tower. He really wants it. And is not able to find it. Thankfully, he's still going to use that transformation to get himself away from the tower.
All right. Almost a 5,000 gold lead. We're looking at almost 1,000 a minute. Basic going to move on to this tower. 70 seconds. We're going to be on to the... do we have another turtle coming? Yeah, one more turtle coming, then Lord. Mobazane solo queue in the purple buff.
Yeah, and this, I mean, you can see Ooga Booga going in there. Mobazane doing a great job of zoning it out, not getting caught by any of those slashes from Ooga Booga. And it's just, this is the problem with that pick. I mean, you're running out of the spot where that Khalid actually shines, and that's in the early game. Oh, here comes Easy Peasy. Oh, that's 3 members. They're locking on the Mobazane. Here comes the Hearts Guard. Here comes the Noms from the Dino. That actually might be enough for Mobazane, who gets bursted down. Bokarasco with the kill there, but now going to pay for it as Yellow comes in, dishing out the damage. That is 2 kills for the side of BTK there, punishing BloodHounds.
Yeah, but Basic's going to clean up, pick up a double kill. We did get a look at his build earlier. We got to look at some of his items. I know he just left in the Corrosion Scythe as well, but he started off with that Thunder Belt, goes into Corrosion Scythe, so now he's got the slowdown. He's got a little bit of defensive capabilities to kind of deal and kind of hold off in that front line, and he's 2,200 gold ahead of Sleeps right now, and honestly... the Roger is going to do well in the mid and late game. Like, it's not going to be he's not going to scale horribly. He's going to kind of help BTK as we move forward into this, to whereas Sleeps is just fully devoted to like 20 minutes at this point.
It's really interesting. Oh, actually, Ramsey's in trouble here. Basic chasing him down. Oh, Ooga Booga misses the Sandstorm, and Mobazane finds a retry on to the last turtle. Now they are giving chase. There goes the Detona's welcome, and that's going to be all she wrote for Easy Peasy. Locking onto Ooga Booga. He's going to use that flicker to get himself under the tower. I don't think they're done. They don't care about the tower. They're chasing him down and back under the tower. Ooga Booga with a nice passive for that skill, too. Is it going to be enough? Basic. Locking on to Sleeps. Now here comes Ramses with the yo-yos, and that is going to push Basic away. Final slash lacks on to the rest of the BloodHounds, putting the back. Bokarasco goes down. That's going to be another kill. Ramses down. It's just Ooga Booga. You need to run for the hills. Cold chasing him away from his tower.
You know, if they're going to pick the Roger, we could have saw Mobazane Roger. Just saying. That would have been fun. But Basic also gets it. He's 4-0-4. At this point, BTK is just dominating. 10,000 goal lead, cutting them off at every point. BloodHounds just unable to mount a defense, right? The Khalid is not performing. It's 0-5, and with that, they decided to not go for a damaging mage. They decided to go for the Rafaela, and that is not going to scale, right? That is not something that's going to like be the supporting, be the savior here. It's not a golden goose. It's not an egg in a basket. And right now, everything's cracked for BloodHounds.
You say that, but he does have the only kill for the BloodHounds.
You're right. My bad. Bro,
now BTK pushing
darkness.
on into the mid-ground, the mid-high ground towers, and forcing their will. There's really not much that BloodHounds can do. You can see them now starting to focus down onto the bottom lanes, pushing and here comes Mobazane from the side, going to go ahead and try to zone them out. This is going to be another high ground tower for BTK.
All right, 12K gold lead moving in. They don't even need this next Lord. They may be able to even try to close this out soon. Milo going to go clear that top wave, and that's huge for them, right? And I mean, at this point, I don't really think there's a way out for BloodHounds, man. I mean, I think at this point it's like, let's just go to the... And I hate to be the caster that says that. I'm not trying to be biased, but it's just like their answers were early game. Their answers were find kills within the first few minutes, make sure Ooga Booga scales, make sure Bocarasco can help supply the team with speed, and those answers are gone.
Yeah, and now that we're into the middle, oh, Easy Peasy gets blown back. Now here comes the Raging Sandstorm. Mobazane with the Detonas, a welcome. Basic finds a kill onto Sleeps. Mobazane finds a kill onto Ooga Booga. That is 3 down as Easy Peasy goes down. This might be a wrap as Bocarasco falls. They're not even concerned about the core. They're trying to blast down Ramses, and that's going to be a wrap for this game. 1-22 and an end at 10:30.
Great game by BTK, great game by BloodHounds, but BTK takes the victory there. 22-1, 9 towers, 3 turtles, the whole shebang. That's what we call that right there. Well played by BTK.
Yeah, a very dominant performance by BTK. I don't think anybody expected anything less. The one surprise was the Roger. I'm not sure how well. I would love to see how well that plays into a more even-sided game. I want to say that Corrosive's scythe a very interesting item to build on the Roger, because it does. I mean, in theory, it blends well because you're going to get the slow from that item, and then you also have the slow from his normal basic attacks.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, because it helps with the chase. It also gives you a little bit of speed, and then also you pair it up with the Thunder Belt and everything, plus Endless Battle. I mean, it in theory, it's not completely unviable. Is this a good test run for it? I don't think this means that Roger is meta or anything like that. It was a good game to pull it out, especially with the composition that BH had. You were able to kind of bully there. They didn't really have the withstanding front line or anything to really. They had nothing really to punish it. So I mean, it was a good pick. We still have to see it though in a bit of a different type of match before we know if it actually works.
I just want to tell the viewers to calm down before we start seeing a whole bunch of Marksman Rogers in ranked.
Too late. Too late.
But man, you can see here, amazing. It's just as coordinated as BloodHounds were. Look at all the 100% team fight participation. They were getting caught, but at least they were getting caught together.
Well, I mean,
except for Ramses.
Team fight participation goes by kills. How much you were part of the kills. There was only 1 kill, so hopefully all 4 of them were involved in it. All 4 of them were involved in that 1 kill. So I mean, yeah, team. It wasn't hard to get 100% that game. You just had to be there for the one big bang.
And that kill going over to Bocarasco, and you didn't believe.
I'm sorry. My apologies.
But man, I mean, dominating performance here. Mobazane, I mean, we talked about him on the Barats, just being the tank that he is, especially with the Hearts Guard, almost impossible to take down, except for that one death where I think he maybe bit off a little bit more than he could chew against the 4 members of the BloodHounds. But man, this is just I want to say a clinic put on by BTK to show why they are where they are in North America right now.
Yeah, I mean, and I could sound like a broken record, and it's like, so what does BloodHounds do to win this? You know, they don't pick they don't pick Rome. They draft different. They got to draft different, man. Because there's already here's the reality situation. There's definitely some skill gaps between certain players and teams. We know that there's people that have had more experience, have more achievements. So there's already that. Let alone if there's a draft difference too, right? Let alone if there's something a little bit crazier on the field. And the Natan wasn't a bad pick, and it's nothing. And I say this a lot. There's nothing wrong with picking one kind of out of the box pick. But when you pick 3, right? When you go for the Natan, you go for the mid lane Rafaela, and then you go for the Rome the lead, there becomes a little bit of a problem, right? It's now we're stacking things up, and it does become an issue. BTK gonna have first pick on the red side this time. BloodHounds gotta make some change.
Well, and that kind of comes down to there's one side of it where you pick something outside the box because it works, because it fits. We can't just pick something surprising just for the sake of being of it being a surprise. There needs to be some type of formula to it. There needs to be some type of equation, something that it does well that the rest of your team comp can kind of synergize with. At this level of North America competition, the top 8, it's not just ranked matches, it's not just those Mythic Glory matches. I mean, you're at the top 8 of North America, and you need to, like I said, you need to have the respect for the meta. You need to understand why the meta is there. Unfortunately, BloodHounds have kind of struggled with it with their picks here, and I'm wondering, where do we go here, and at what point do we kind of change it up? Do we kind of go back to the drawing board and be like, all right guys, let's kind of settle down, what do we want to do here if we want to be successful?
All right, this is the plan. They're debating BTK. You know, game 1, they get real crazy, and now BTK is going to waste all of their bans on Hyloses and Rafts and Khalids. And this time, BloodHounds are going to pick the meta, I hope. They're like, well, you do see now we get all the good picks because they won't ban them.
Well, there's even, I mean, dare I say, an execution that needs to be kind of handled if you're going to do it the meta. And if the BloodHounds don't play it, I mean, I wonder how experienced they are with it. We do see the Brass getting taken off there. Big answer for Mobazane, who does, I mean, favors that heavily. He also favors, I want to say, the Fredrin as well. Is that something else that we ban out, or are we just giving it to him? For me, it's almost kind of like a waste. You're going to ban the Barats and you're just going to give him Fredrin. Are you going to ban the Fredrin and just give him Barats? It's like he's very dominant on some of these. He might be changing it up. Ooh, we do see Ruby getting picked up. I want to say not a successful night for Ruby. I'm assuming that's going to change here with BTK.
Possibly, you know. Percentages are slightly in their favor. Ruby, I mean, yeah, it's been a rough night for real for Ruby. It feels like the nerfs have already hit, honestly, because we know they're coming soon, but it feels like the nerfs are already there. But I think a lot of teams are finally kind of figuring out how to work around it and how to be a bit careful. And also, it's not an easy, like in the roam position, it's not like the easiest roam to pull off, right? Because it doesn't have any crazy dive. Her ultimate is not super long range. You really got to be able to find those angles and close that distance a certain way, you know, and there are certain players that are able to do it very well. You know, we saw Shark, even though they lost last night, Shark had some crazy I'm offended plays in game 1. So it is definitely something you need to know what you're doing and have a good handle on it. On the side of BloodHounds, they pick up the Fred, they pick up the Clint. Now, this isn't, honestly, this isn't too off. Like, the Clint is semi-viable. Do I think it's first pick viable whenever you have the Claude and the carry on the field? I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, Claude and Carry, the big pickups early game, and they just provide a little bit more, I want to say, Clint's kind of that single target damage, and then he needs a little bit to kind of start taking off. He's going to need to be I want to say left alone to kind of reach that potential. And we've already seen the rotations of BTK on a spot, whether it's you're dealing with 4 members, and already with the first 3 picks, you've got the Ruby, you've got the Tigreal, an insane amount of CC for BTK, and then the regen ability with that Nether Realm.
Yeah, and they feel confident with it enough to where it's like they don't even pick their damage up front. Like BTK is like, we get a nice, and they have a nice rounded formation here with those 3 picks alone right now. They could pretty much lock any mage into this, you know, any semi-decent mage into this, and just about any semi-decent jungle, and it's gonna work. I mean, any semi-decent gold laner and any semi-decent jungle, and it's going to work, right? They don't have to have like the best gold laner, you know, even something like an Airthol or Nixia could work in this composition because it's very safe, you know, no matter what you have, as long as it scales, it's gonna be okay with those 3 heroes around it.
Yeah, I want to say like that's Farama's pickup kind of spurned by the Clint pickup. So you already know that they're not going to be picking up Claude, who can decently put on that Blazing Duet to kind of counter the Nether Realm. So it's going to be very interesting to see what we go here. I don't think we're going to be picking up Claude for BTK. We do get the Vexana pickup from BloodHounds. I want to say this one Dare I say, a much more grounded a draft from BloodHounds. I like it, but there's still 2 more picks, so they can go anywhere with these last 2 picks. But we'll see. As LEGACi gets banned out, good big focus onto MLBB with this draft.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think it definitely feels cleaner than last game. You said it perfectly, grounded. You know, it just feels a bit more leveled. It feels more well-rounded. It seems like there is an idea and a strategy and possibilities. And you have the Fredrin, you have the Vexana, which is a solid pick. You have CC. You're checking off boxes right now. You have some late game damage with the Clint. Early game could be a problem, but you still have poke. Even Clint can kind of, he only really suffers from like getting ganked possibly, but he can kind of deal with a lot of other gold laners in laning phase at least, as long as he's safe. So I think BloodHound's next thing is find a roamer that can kind of maybe hover between gold lane and make sure that Clint scales.
So I'm predicting either something crazy from MLBB, or we're probably going to see the Boxia or Alpha coming out from him.
He's last picking, so it feels like he could pick something crazy here.
Yeah, so he still has that open. We still have one more ban from the side of BTK here, and they are... Is that the Hilda?
Oh, he's going something... He might be going something crazy here. That's the Hilda ban, yeah.
All right, so we're going to see from Easy Peasy what he has left. I want to say Martis is still on the board for them. That'll give them a good early game push from BloodHounds. Let them be able to kind of, especially something that will negate a lot of the CC that's coming out from BTK and gives them a lot of early game presence.
I'm wondering if Zane picks up the Noland here, maybe. Noland's open. And it would be a good reason of why they picked up, like that is a heavy front. You have lots of peel. If you want a way to protect Squishy or Jungle, those are 3 great picks to do that, right? So we could see maybe MLBB pick. I think you're onto something here. Of course, we say it all the time, but he doesn't do it. But I think, like, it's not crazy to think that on the side of BH, we get the Minotaur pick, so more CC. The composition looks clean from the side of BloodHounds. We need a gold laner. I think maybe carry. Give me a carry Noland right here, man. Just go in. Carry Noland. Or Brody Noland. Or Yusun Shin.
Maybe even a oh, there's an Natan.
Okay.
You know, we haven't seen Terizla in a while. I want to say there's just more favorable XP laners, but I want to say a good.
No, that's going to be like that's gold lane Ruby though. Gold lane Ruby, jungle Natan. Gold lane Ruby, jungle Natan.
I don't even know what to say about the draft. I mean, I want to say BTK feeling a little loose, little relaxed with this draft. BloodHounds, we're going to see what their last pick is. I believe we're waiting on the... Oh, okay. We already have the jungler, so we're waiting on the XP laner from them.
So we actually saw these exact 2 offlaners. I want to say... Chad is definitely going to correct me if I'm wrong, but we saw this same exact composition almost from either, I want to say, Blacklist or Team and ID. Going for kind of the more old school composition with your jungler being marksman, and then bringing in this, if you remember, like pre-M3 era, double fighter off lane, gold lane marksman, gold lane jungle. This is also something that we have kind of seen the possibilities of. Is it super viable? I don't know, but what a better time to test it out, right?
Well, I mean, I've always been like, if your entire team is on the same note and you execute it properly, you can make even a failing plan work. And that kind of boils down to that old school 1-3-1 strategy where you use the jungler, get him fed no matter what lane he goes to very quickly, and then you kind of close out very quickly. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 2 of the BloodThirstyKings taking on the BloodHounds. BloodHounds on their back foot here, looking to hopefully take this to a game 3.
Yeah, here we go. I mean, I like it. It's definitely going to be spicy, but you said it this time, BloodHounds does have a much more grounded composition. Even their EXP laner with the Thamus, decent pick. It's not something we see all the time, but it can be solid, especially against the Terizla. It doesn't like super falter against it. Taking a look at some of the emblems
Nothing too out of the ordinary, honestly. The Wilderness Blessing for Nicolette and Cold World, keep them moving. Quantum Charge for Nicolette as well, just help increase that movement speed even more. And I think for the side of BTK, nothing too crazy probably in this early phase. Wait for Mobazane to hit level 4, maybe even a little bit longer, maybe 6, 7. That's when we're going to start seeing a real power spike happen. On the side of BloodHounds, I kind of want to see him like get aggressive. You have the Fredrin. I think you can maybe push in. You can maybe try to, you know, push in onto Mobazane in this early phase and take the advantage.
Well, the problem's going to be for if BTK engages, is the Bloodhounds going to get lured in to the bait of trying to take down the front line? You can already see Mobazane. This is the type of damage you're going to be dealing with if you leave him unchecked. And that's what they're going to be looking to do. BloodThirstyKings are going to try to use that front line. Yellow's going to try to get that penalty zone. They're going to try to keep that front while Mobazane just chunks them down from the back. It's going to be a big read for Bloodhounds if they can catch that and be able to close the distance on him.
All right, so, and when we watch BTK approach these team fights, as you said, it's like Mobazane sitting in the back, honestly, maybe even the middle, and they're going to be giving it's very similar to like funnel strap back in the day, right? Like give Mobazane a bunch of gold, let him farm, and everyone just kind of closing around him. They have essentially 3 tanks. I know 2 of them are fighters, but 3 bulky hero. Oh, big penalty.
Yeah. Big penalty zone, easy peasy, able to get the first turtle. Mobazane with another realm, still trying to chunk down the enemy. Easy peasy finds a kill onto Mielo. Bloodhound doing a great job trying to enforce their will here. Ramsey's getting taken down very low, and BloodThirstyKings gonna have to disengage.
Okay, so BTK does have to understand that if they're going to go for this composition, they got to take it slow. Zane's damage is not going to be there until about, until at least a full item is locked in, maybe even 2. And they have a composition to slow play this. They have a composition to slow pace this. And, they might feel a little gutsy because they're up against Bloodhounds and they just 22-1'd them in the last game. But if they want to make this composition work and possibly, hold it in the pocket for future strategies, they got to take this game slow.
Well, that and they're going to have to be the synergy on a basic. Did he just use the I'm offended on a minion?
Clear wave, baby.
Well, it's also going to come down to the rotation of the CCO. Nicolette going to find Ooga Booga here in a little bad way between 2 members, pulls them back, and it looks like nice implosion from Coldworld. Going to push them to the center, and Ooga Booga goes down. Nicolette finding the kill there. Nether Realm is out, and BTK giving chase to BH, who is now disengaging.
And Mobazane already going to push in. He's already cleared out his jungle. Gets a little bit of one little tap on the gold plating. So BloodThirstyKings quickly find an answer there. Ooh, basic able to flicker away. Easy peasy being aggressive. Bloodhounds, on the other hand, I think they need to know that they won that fight much earlier. They have, like if they group up and take a big fight, they honestly have the advantage. Like they have the power spike for these first several minutes. And I know it's kind of scary. You're up against BTK, but this is their chance to really kind of buckle down. Doesn't matter what you think. Like, Mobazane's not outputting crazy damage just yet, to whereas Easy Peasy is at level 7. Oh, wait a second.
Yeah, it implosions catches Ooga Booga with the Minoan Fury. Down goes Nicolette looking for another kill. Down goes Coldworld. This is going to be an advantage for the Bloodhounds and another turtle pickup.
And that's what they need to do, and they just need to continue on that roll as much as they can. If they want to get this win, make BTK, push them behind. They want to get to mid to late game, and Bloodhounds needs to stop that as fast as possible.
Well, the issue that's going to come here is you're getting the kills, you're getting these objectives in the name of the turtle and stuff, but we're going to need to start transitioning these into towers if you want to have an advantage. Kills and the turtle don't mean much if you're not opening up the map to keep yourself an advantage, especially because I want to say Mobazane, the later this game goes, the harder it's going to be for the Bloodhound. You see Ooga Booga getting popped up there, going to get bursted down by Mobazane. He doesn't even try to finish that as Mielo's passive there does the job.
Yeah, the bleed is vicious right there. But I think you're completely right. BloodHounds, they were able to get those kills, but you don't see them like take those angles onto the tier 3s like you see some other teams do, where you cut lane and you take out the tower. And when they have 1,000 gold lead, that's exactly what they should be doing. They should be coming down to bottom side, pushing in, waiting for the wave to come, doing the same thing to top side, moving around the map as a unit. And I feel like they're very split up right now, trying to protect their members instead of trying to take down towers. BTK still just trying to farm. Mobazane taking his own farm, taking mid lane, just pure funnel strat.
Yeah, basically it's just everybody is feeding Zane right now. Now we're going to have a little bit of action possibly here at the bottom. Ooga Booga and Sleeps kind of safe at their tower. Yeah, it does look like it. BTK just doing a good job of finding enemy jungle after they clear out theirs.
I just imagine all of BTK spoon feeding Mobazane right now. Here comes the airplane. Here comes the mid lane. And it's true. And I mean, it's definitely, the idea is solid. But it's not meta right now for a reason. BloodHounds have a good composition. They should be able to pull this off. If they can get this other turtle, it could get them to a point where maybe they can, you know, capitalize off of that, but BTK doesn't want to let it happen.
Ooh, Ramses gets caught there, and we got a good little position here. Mobazane trying to chunk down this turtle on the backside. Mobazane does get the turtle. Now they're going to go ahead and dive in on this. Big pop-up lands onto BTK there. Yellow in trouble, but out comes the Nether Realm to keep them topped off. Easy peasy with a beautiful ultimate down on the basic. Who's going to have to create some distance and go back to his tower.
Great Appraisal's Wrath, and we've seen those a few times, and that's what I mean when I say like the Fredrin for early, like oh, implosion.
Oh, implosion and a push into the tower. That's going to be the end of the line for Ooga Booga, who gets taken down under the tower.
Got to be careful for those, and BTK moving as a unit. Zane feels comfortable as long as he has the entropy. He can kind of get away from any plays that try to come in onto him, so he can kind of move by himself freely here and there. BloodHounds do take that middle tower. Let's take a look at some of the items. Sleep is holding a nice gold lead, and he's going to be another possibility. He hasn't taken a death yet. He is taking some slower build routes. He goes for the Thunder Belt, able to kind of work with his passive a little bit. Next is going to be Endless Battle. He does pick up that mallet to get a little bit of penetration to kind of help with the damage a bit in these early stages.
Ooh, Ramses in a bad way gets taken down by Mobazane. That's going to put this to a 4-3 lead for BloodThirstyKings. Basic gets caught entering a bush, looking to try to create some space here. Sleep putting on the damage while Ooga Booga trying to create that CC, and Basic still
where are you going,
gets
Basic?
away. Does he know Boca Roscoe is in the bush?
Oh, doesn't know.
The Eternal Guardian, all that work done by Basic, ruined by an Eternal Guardian by Boca Roscoe.
He should have just gone back to base, man. He should have just gone, he's like, I'm going to get a little bit of lifesteal off this camp. And there's Boca. Picks it up. They needed that. They definitely needed that, but BloodHounds are starting to take some towers. They've broken down the bot side. They've broken down the mid side. BTK still yet to really find a stride. They're 600 gold behind right now. First Lord is up, but Mobazane is deathless. He's been just free farming for a while now. I'm waiting for that moment to happen when he just starts shredding.
Yeah, and that's going to come down, especially when it comes down to lining up the CC from Cold World, from Basic, for them to be able to kind of like interchangeably have that CC out there so that they're pretty much put into a coma, which will allow Mobazane to kind of like work his magic. A little bit of a concealed play as they move into that side bush. Ooga Booga gets caught there, and their Cold World finds himself an implosion, and that might be it. Oh, nice pop up there. Nicolette with the kill on their Nether Realm is out, but they're still getting chunked down very low. Another pop-up on to BloodHounds in the name of a penalty zone from Yellow, who's going to use that flicker to get himself away. Oh, catches himself a frighten from Boca Roscoe. But I want, Mobazane a little bit of trouble. Ramses finds him and gets chunked down by Mobazane, blasted. Boca Roscoe gets annihilated by Nicolette, and easy peasy, no longer able to sit on this Lord, is going to have to back up.
And now Mobazane, he doesn't care that he's got 20% HP. He's going for this. Easy peasy, needs to find a route in.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the side of BloodHounds, they got backed up. They were kind of, I mean, there was a lot of action happening around them. Easy Peasy was trying to focus on that Lord. Unfortunately for him, that, oh, Ooga Booga in trouble here. You're going to get backed up with the I'm offended, pulled back again. Sleeps trying to put on the damage, of pop-up lands on the Cold World, and Easy Peasy finds the kill there. Basic, the next one on the chopping block, is going to use the flicker to get himself away.
All right, so now BTK takes the lead. The clock is now ticking, right? BloodHounds have kind of lost some of that early game opportunity, and BTK is capitalizing. We've passed the 10-minute mark. Mobazane's going to start feeling better and better as more and more items start locking in for him. He's still deathless. He's been playing well on this, able to zone back. Let's see. He's got the feather. He's got the... He's got Crystal. He's got 3 items locking in. We're starting to see it happen.
Sleep's able to just narrowly get himself away. Easy Peasy in trouble in between 4 members of BTK. Trying to, NetherRealm is out. Here come the rest of BloodHounds. Ramses locks on. Is he going to be able to do enough damage? Lord goes down in the back line. You can see Ramses trying to lock on the Mobazane. Mobazane using that entropy to create the distance, and Ramses gets bursted down to dust.
And Ramses keeps trying to come in on Mobazane, and he is just pushing him back, kiting, able to play it very well. BTK not letting up at all. BloodHounds, I don't think they're completely out of this if it just comes into terms of composition. They still have huge combo potential. Sleeps still completely deathless. He just needs to find a good position, but wait!
Yeah, Boca Roscoe gets taken down. Same with Ooga Booga. That's 2 down for the BloodHounds. Mobazane gets taken down by Easy Peasy, and Basic finds a kill on the Easy Peasy. That is 3 down for BloodHounds.
Yeah, 3 down for BloodHounds, 1 down for BTK. BTK doesn't even care. It's like, fine, Mobazane's not here. We still have some damage to output. We can still kind of push in onto these towers. They're still trying to make it a quick night.
Yeah, the one thing though that I kind of want to say is just that while the BloodHounds is losing, I want to say this is just a more put together composition, and I feel like while like BTK is kind of dominating right now, they're just having a better success. They're able to trade better. They're able to find kills onto Mobazane. They're able to just kind of speaking on when you kind of keep your picks grounded in the meta, and they're having just a little bit more success with it.
And we also see BloodHounds like getting some kills here, and even like the small mistake from Mobazane in that last replay. He entropies a little bit too far to the inside. Easy Peasy finds the angle, gets the kill. So like we know that BTK does bleed, right? BloodHounds knows that. They just need to get the right play off. They're not out of this. They have huge set potential with their team. They just need to be careful for those implosions from Cold World. Make sure Sleep's at a good angle, and Ooga Booga needs to try to get a big flicker Minoan's Fury. And I mean, I know it sounds like a lot of boxes to check, but it's not impossible with the team that they have.
Yeah, and it's created. Those successes are created by the fact that they have a composition that really shines with that. They have the CC, they have the front line, they have the damage coming out. So they are creating those boxes. Unfortunately, I mean, you're kind of a little bit behind, half health on it. Easy Peasy sees it. He's looking for an opportunity to kind of dive in there. You see Cold World, the rest of BTK, they're at that little L bush through the mid, and that's another drag out. They really want to fight here, BTK. They're definitely trying to bait out something from the BloodHounds.
Yeah, Mobazane feels comfortable. He knows his team is there, right? He's going to keep chipping at the Lord. One thing I have noticed, conceal play.
Yeah, conceal play. Clovo comes in with an implosion, catches 2 members. Down comes the Eternal Guardian and the penalty zone. Basic finds a kill onto Sleeps. Ramses still trying to chase down Mobazane. He gets obliterated up there at the top. Down comes the Appraiser. Ramses not able to find a kill. Mobazane finds a kill onto Ooga Booga. That is 3 down for the side of BloodHounds. They chase down Boca Roscoe.
And Easy Peasy just on the hightail. On the hightail back to base. Milo going to try to look for him, but look at this. BTK closing in on the base right now. It's 20 seconds on the clocks for several members. Easy Peasy going to finally go down.
Yeah, and this might be a wrap for the BloodHounds. They're going to be able to take down this 5 seconds left for Sleeps, 9 seconds for Ooga Booga, but this might be a wrap. That's at Natan damage, and this is going to be all, well, if they focus on the core, that's going to be a clean sweep for the BloodThirstyKings in dominant fashion over the BloodHounds.
Yeah, I mean, BTK just completely dominate both games. Second game, yes, there was some shines of possibilities from BloodHounds, but BTK knew their composition. They knew what they had to do, and they performed it, and they succeeded with it. BloodHounds had a composition. They had some win conditions that weren't able to be met in that game, and the same thing with game one. I feel like both games, they had clear laning phase advantage, and they weren't able to capitalize on that. BTK, on the other hand, knew what they needed to do and succeeded.
Yeah, I mean, and you could take a look at the stats there. I mean, it wasn't as one-sided as the first game. I feel like BTK a little bit more relaxed with the play and the picks for the second game here. But still, I mean, the result was basically the same. BloodHounds unable to kind of keep up with the momentum, especially as it turned to the mid and late game.
Yeah, and taking a look at some of the items, I kind of want to see what Basic was building as well. He goes for full damage, which I think is kind of needed there because they were like all they have is Mobazane on the damage. Mobazane almost completely builds out 5, 1, and 8. Milo also doing a wonderful job. I feel like this just, I hope that maybe we see something. I mean, I know that you know, this is a good time to test some things like this, but I hope that there's maybe possibilities for compositions like this, you know, in the future for BTK.
Yeah, like you said, like there are options for kind of testing this stuff out. Mobazane here, gold per minute and damage dealt to the carry and rich guy here. Maybe kind of tired of taking the back seat when it comes to some of those tankier carries or those tankier junglers where he kind of has to take a back seat and just do a job of being the tank. So maybe a little bit of a lax there. He's able to kind of shine through almost 80k damage here, and 81% team participation or team fight participation.
If you're gonna listen, we'll let you pick Roger game 1 basic, but game 2 I want to get in a ton. It's like if you get to have fun, I get to have fun. And BTK definitely just had some fun those games, and overall just played well. Milo taking a lot of damage, but overall, if we look at BTK's team fight participation, everyone's kind of holding their own in this. They knew when to come together at the right times. They knew when they needed to be there, and everyone showed up.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of impossible to state without. I mean, there were some great sets by Cold World as well throughout that. The implosions, especially with the angles he was able to find some of those at. But just overall, great job by BTK and a very dominating win.
I'll tell you what, man, I was sad. I really wanted BloodHounds to right on the forehead again. I said it a couple times, man, and that second game, I thought they could do it. And then BTK slowly started pulling back ahead, and I'm like, go cry in my corner. But all in all, very good games played by BTK. BloodHounds, you know, again, they made some adjustments, and they did see more success than they saw in the first game and the second game. Sadly, it wasn't enough tonight, but we continue to see, we continue to hope to see more from them in the future.
Yeah, I mean, BloodHounds, it's you know, I have this like love-hate thing with them, you know, like I love them because they've kept this roster for so long, and I just see the potential in them, and I really hope, like, no matter how this season ends, they look at some of these things and they work on it, you know, because they do have some moments of greatness. We've seen them play games where they, you know, as I keep kind of repetitively saying about them, is like stick to the basics. They have some games where they do that and they perform well. And I think that's where they need to look back on these games and see what they're doing wrong and kind of work from that. BTK, on the other hand, I think needs to also kind of look on these games and think about, you know, all right, like, how can we make some of these strategies work on teams like GG's? Like, how can we make some of these pocket things work on other teams to be our curveballs later on?
Well, I think that's kind of the problem when facing a team like BloodHounds, because when I've talked with a lot of the teams about who they like to scrim against, a lot of the teams I've noticed they don't. BloodHounds is not at the top of the list for scrimming against because their picks usually don't go in the meta. So it's almost like it's not a good practice, you know what I mean, to try something when you know that the enemy isn't going to be picking into the meta. So it's going to be kind of these outside the box picks for him. So it's very hard to kind of iron down. I do want to say though, like we were just talking about, I mean, I don't think BTK's performance here surprises anybody. I don't think how dominant they were. It was really a surprise. But I want to say, if BTK or if BloodHounds could take a look at this, how they performed in that second game, look at the difference from how they performed there and the first game, to kind of like show like, or maybe this is what we need to start doing to be successful. Maybe we can kind of start grounding out some of these picks to kind of come ahead later on here in the season.
Well, let's see it. Who was the MVP of this series?
I don't even know. Mobazane with a nice MVP as the Natan in Game 2 and in Game 1 on the Brats. Did have just overall a clean series. It's kind of hard to tell who the MVP is in these games when everyone just kind of plays so well on the side of BTK, but Mobazane comes through clearly.
Yeah, very dominating performance by him. And I mean, this is what we were talking about. I mean, it's to the point where you actually have to ban him out to take away a lot of his picks to kind of try to be successful, or to even have a plan of attack for his team. And that's just saying something about the player.
Actually, speaking of Mobazane, I think I've got an interview waiting for them. So watch yourself, Mobazane. I'm coming in hot. Look at him, the man, the myth, the legend. How you feeling?
I'm good, thank you for asking.
Good, man. You know, you guys came into this match, I think it's safe to say, you know, confident. Was there anything you guys were watching out for?
BloodHounds likes a lot of weird heroes, like Powerless. Uga Buga likes the Hylos a lot, so we figured we might as well just ban that. Their mid laner really likes Valier, which is pretty strong into tank jungler, so we just banned that out. But yeah, we weren't too worried about much.
That makes sense. Yeah. So what teams are you guys still anticipating matches with?
Well, in the regular season, honestly, we went versus most of the really good teams, except for DA. We're all looking forward to going against DA, and then of course going versus GG and A77 in the playoffs.
So, you know, we all saw BTK started off a little bit on the slow side this regular season, but since then, you guys have managed to turn it around and been successful. What would you guys attribute to that success?
I think we just needed a little bit more time to get used to each other and like communicating about things, because the team is relatively new. It was made, you know, maybe only a few weeks before NACT started, so we're still just working things out and getting used to each other, and you know, overall just becoming friends and good teammates, which I think honestly, the more that gets better, then the whole team will.
Yeah, absolutely. Very well said. So I gotta know, everybody wants to know, man, the game last night, GG, how did you feel about it?
I felt pretty good. Not much else to say. Yeah, good feeling. Because that's our first time that we beat them in the regular season for a while now.
Yes, maybe it's an omen. Maybe it's a torch to things to come, you know? So I guess my last real question for you is, you know, is there anything you want to say to the viewers? You know, I think there are a lot of people in this community who like you, they love you, they look up to you. If you got any words for them?
I would say to those people, thank you very much for supporting me and BTK, and we'll try and do our best for the rest of the round robin, the rest of the playoffs, and hopefully try and go to MSC.
Well said, man. Well said. Well, I'm not going to hold you up too much. You know, I know you guys just played your hearts out, and I know you got to be a little bit tired, so I'm going to let you go. So thank you so much for your time.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Deuces.
You tell him how you thought you wanted BH to bonk him?
I should have. I did. He'll see this. He'll see it. He'll know.
Well, but it's okay.
He'll see it. You better see it. No, I'm just kidding. But nah, it was very well played by both teams, and you know, I do think Mobazane on that Nathan definitely came and showed out.
Yeah, I mean, I think BTK just came and showed out. They had fun. They felt good. Another win. I like the fact that they're still like, they know DA is another team that they're gonna have to go against here. There's still more challengers to come, and this is only regular season.
Private.
Yeah, and especially we just watched DA have an excellent matchup here tonight as well. And I want to say, I talked about it a little bit before that. I think yesterday a collective sigh from not just BTK fans, but from fans of North America, because I think nobody wants to see any kind of squash matches. Everybody who's a fan of some of the top in North America, they want to see us get stronger, and that comes with more competitive matches. And what we saw yesterday was a hugely competitive match for BTK. Tonight, them just kind of showing out against BloodHounds, pretty much establishing and setting that standard out there, showing why they are up there for North America right now.
Well, speaking of competitive, it's time to get competitive with how fast you can pull out your phone and get into this next giveaway. This one has a limited quantity of only 30, still first come, first serve. Trex?
And it's for the Holy Priest SD skin. It's like one of the things I like about these, the second ones they always give us is you know what skin you're going to get. It's not like a toss-up between 10 different skins. You're getting the Holy Priest. And some people might not even go for that. Maybe you don't play SDs. Maybe people aren't feeling too greedy. So a little bit of a better chance maybe that you get one of those 30 spots. Have you guys also heard about you can now put in your redemption code like in the game? Like I feel like in the past you had to go to some website, and now there's a redemption code thing like in-game under your profile. You like click on the cog and type in redemption code, and you can put the code in right in the game. It's pretty cool. I stumbled upon it the other day. I'm not saying I've been doing it. I'm just saying I stumbled across it the other day.
Stealing just Trex up here sneaking out those skins behind everybody's back. As I was just moseying through my profile, I noticed.
That's us.
He said just happened to see it. Look at him. He said just happened to see the banana shirt when I opened up the game to claim all of the skins. I hear you. I see you. I see you over there, Banana Man.
All
right, next games, next series. You're doing great, Zeke.
Let's go ahead and move on to that.
All right, last series of the day, GG versus LEGACi. Is it going to be what we just saw, or is LEGACi going to be able to put up a fight? Like GG, we either have two options here for GG, right? It's either they are angry and are just going to come in swinging, or the morale is low and LEGACi has a chance to capitalize. I think either way, if there's any time that LEGACi had a chance to beat GG, today's the day.
For me, that I think we talked about a little bit off screen is like I was saying that I would not want to be the team that faces GG after taking that loss to BTK, because I feel like if GG is half what we think they are as a team, they're going to be looking at, you would have talked about, they were in that voice channel for like an hour after that match, probably talking it over, identifying the holes and trying to find a way to get around it. And I doubt we're going to see them make those same types of mistakes, especially against LEGACi. But like you said, if there is ever a time to kind of hone in on a weakness, this would be it. And this is the time for LEGACi to try to show out.
Well, all those answers will be answered, but only after this break.
G? You wanna G this? Kill him. He's dead. He has Purify.
Yeah, he did.
Next Lord. I don't think they can fight Lord, to be honest. Gina doesn't get caught.
Purify.
Nice.
Kush.
I see you, Kush. I see you, Kush.
Done.
We win this. It's over. Guys, magic.
Hey, kill him. There's no flicker.
No, we're fine. He's dead.
Push mid right now.
Push.
Yeah, they don't have XP.
Nah, I think they're gonna try and fight it. They're gonna try.
Okay. Nice. Okay.
Nice. Good flicker.
Should be free red buff too.
No purify.
Yeah, it is.
And blue.
Just one thing.
Oh, nice. Hard.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
Yo,
bursting them.
1
We
million.
can fight, we can fight.
Nice. Yo, hard. Nice.
Low. You got it, you guys got it.
Yeah.
I'm
Yo, we can just lord. Oh,
No,
okay,
we can.
We can.
We can. Look all out.
Holy sh.
They do notice Tarzan. Good positioning for Area 77 for this first turtle. Cold-Will trying to stop, I want to say, doing the best he can to kind of harass this turtle. Now at about half health, Nicolette. Whoa! Down, looking for some damage. Here comes the last insanity. Mystic Gush is out, but Nicolette with great positioning. Tarzan still gets the turtle, and this might be bad for BTK. Cold-World and Mobazane get taken out, and a great turtle and 2 kills for Area 77.
Back online, he was struggling early on, but he should be able to find a kill here now. Ooh, red side, lots of people.
EA once again bringing in 4 members, 5 coming soon. Koharu with the place to do weapon, more to get away. Toru bursts him down, sends Koharu back to base. Look at Yato! Force the proc the passive just to get away. That Eternal Guardian is starting to hurt. Uneven, a little bit of trouble here though. Getting shredded down, T able to pick up the kill. DA with the advantage, taking out 2 members from Fiends.
Lord marching down. It's going to be an extremely hard clear for the side of Fiends.
No One's Fury something. Kohari is able to shut down the Lord, but he's pulled in with the Outdefended. No One's Fury does lock on. Blazing Duet just to get away. Protostroy back to the base as well. But Uneven locks on to Kush here. Mikasa also pretty low. Chirobani looking for some sort of pickoff. Kush finally goes down, but still has the immortality. Protostroy looking for an angle as well. Gonna come in, but locked up, and down they go. But Mikasa saving the day time and time again in these team fights. A lot of damage onto Yato. Comes in, able to pop back onto Kohari. But DA not done just yet. Kohari back onto the base. And DA has locked down. They're going to take us to a game number 3.
That bot just splitting the whole entire strategy of LEGACi apart, getting this neutral objective without any problems.
Oh, Holy Baptism locks on. Terrified. Boom. Knocked out. Koyaken hit by the Hayaken. Nash might just be next. Riles couldn't take a lot of damage. BloodThirstyKings on the prowl. Here comes in, gets a knock up on 3 members, but no one there. Follow up. And
the members are all onto the top side. Is BTK going to clash with the advantage that they have?
Dona's welcome. Not able to land on it. Buddy. But it doesn't matter because the rest of the team is here to help out. Ken taking a lot of damage. Swansong comes in though, able to unload on several members. Nicolette goes down. Koya Nash with a shutdown. Double. Will it be enough though? Because BTK is still riding forward. As Nash falls, it's 3 for 2 just when LEGACi had a shot. They lose it.
A lot of these objectives and small fights.
I mean, it's definitely a tough game for BloodHounds. Already a 4,000k. This is the exact. Oh, wait a second. Nice suppression. Nice grab. They're able to get the kill onto Sayori. No black shoes.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You guys already know what's about to go down. GG versus LEGACi. You know, we started getting into some of our thoughts earlier, and honestly, I'm ready for it. I'm so ready for this game. Trex?
I'm also really ready, man. I think GG, they took a loss last night. They got to come in swinging this game. They got to kind of, show off. LEGACi also sitting at, not the best score right now. Bottom of the standings along with BloodHounds. And even if LEGACi can't get this win, I think it's just a huge statement for them if they can at least, take a game here, right? If they can, put up a great fight. Because one of the things I will say about LEGACi is, unlike what we saw from BloodHounds, they don't pick too far outside of the range of meta, right? They don't know how to keep it down. So what they need is just to kind of tighten up their playstyle. It's not only draft for them. I think so. Maybe we see some moments of greatness from LEGACi here.
Yeah, interesting thing here too, especially when it comes to the rankings. Gaimin Gladiators actually, I think they need to get a sweep here to get back in the first place. If it anything but a sweep, they'll move down to what is it, a 4-way tie for second place right now, which already is kind of amazing to me right now. Just to say that that there's 4 just really even teams kind of competing here at the top of the mountain here in North America.
Quick correction.
Definitely.
If they win, they will hold first. Sorry. If they win, they will hold first. They'll have 9 points. But they'll be very, very slimly above. Like, they'll only be a point ahead if they 2-1 here.
Whose guy is this? I do think Private hit it right on the head, though. You know, I think the fact that there are so many teams that are being so competitive and it is such close, you know, points, I think it's awesome, actually, because I really want to see who's going to end up in this second, who's going to end up in the third, who's going to get these different seedings, because it does make such a huge difference in who these teams are going to go up against going into the playoffs.
I mean, it definitely does. But at this point, it's like, if everyone ends up this close, like, how do we even decide? I guess it ends up going down to like head-to-head, but still, it's going to be... I mean, at this point, it's like we see the top 4 teams that are probably going to end up. It's really like who ends up in the 5th slot and kind of gets in a bad position, or if anyone gets pushed down at the last moment. But still, the fact that Night Horde and Area 77 are only a point behind Fiends, BTK, and DA, it is going to kind of come down to these minute matches. Like later on when BTK goes up against DA, can one of them at least like put a point on the board to keep themselves in the upper echelon, like even if they lose, or will they fall below, you know, Night Horde or Area 77 or something?
For sure, for sure. And I do think that we've got the first roster up with a sub. Trexus, do you want to take us through it?
Trexus will take you through it. This is going to be the roster change. PDR is going to be swapping out, and Whoopi is going to be Whoopi is going to be coming in for LEGACi here.
Wow. It's good.
PDR is going to be swapping out. Whoopi's going to be coming in, so I think it's going to be kind of big here. I mean, it could be the big change that they need. It could be something that, you know, it could be possibly a problem. Hopefully it is something huge for them. LEGACi now taking a look at the roster. Jolie, Koya Ken, Koya Nash, Riles, and Whoopi. So... I mean, we know Riles. We know some of these. We know Jolie. We've seen Jolie in past teams in the past. We know some of these players. We just haven't really seen them pull off the big win just yet. Riles definitely still a bit rusty. I mean, still has some things to work on, but we definitely can't count them out completely private.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to mention too is when it comes to these roster swaps, I mean, we did just see a roster swap of Melon, who absolutely shined now that he had an opportunity to play, even getting the MVP. So maybe we can expect the same type of, maybe Whoopi is going to be adding that synergy that LEGACi has been lacking in some of their last games. Only time will tell as we get into it. You're talking about like Riles having some difficulty, having some hurdles out there. I want to say his play style, normally what he plays, what he likes, what he favors, not conducive to the current meta. He likes those assassins, likes that Hayabusa, but I want to say unlike the BloodHounds, he has kind of respected the meta and tried to play into it, just not having as much success as I'm sure he would like with it.
With that being said, Private, do you want to take us through the GG roster?
Yeah, we can go ahead and take a look at it. I mean, everybody knows these staple names, as he is going to be on the marksman lane. Shark coming up as the roam hoon, the mid best player on the jungle, and the newly added fried chicken to the XP lane. You already know these guys are looking to lick those wounds from yesterday and show out here today against LEGACi.
So, with that being said, who do you guys actually think is going to win this?
I mean, I think GG is definitely the favorite here. My vote goes to GG. LEGACi sitting at the bottom of standings. I think it's an easy guess to guess what everyone's predictions are. Even Yue, who normally always goes for the underdog, picks up GG on this one. I mean, there's GG.
Unless
GG,
he
guys.
thinks they're the underdog here, which I doubt is.
He's on to something we're not.
Yeah, but I mean, it's hard to deny that the type of matches that GG has had, even as TOB in the last year, they've kind of come through like a hurricane in North America, especially when it comes to the season games. I mean, and that's why yesterday was such a big deal to watch them take a loss in the season games where they have been so dominant. But we're going to see if they can go ahead, take that lick, and continue on here through the season and continue to be dominant.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, you know, I went for GG just because they've been them. They've been them historically, and they've been them so far this regular season. But let's not waste y'all's time. Let's get right into the draft.
All right, last series of the night, Private. It's been a long night. It's been a good night. We've had some great games. We've had some crazy games. We've had some rubber band matches, and we've had some 2-0s. And now we're closing things out with GG up against LEGACi.
Yeah, I mean, especially the early tonight, I was really excited about the first two series because they both went the entire distance. It's always great to see two teams so evenly matched that it's going to take them to the extent of the series. I would love to see that here. It's just that LEGACi has had some potholes that they need to get over, and some holes in their drafting and play style. We're going to see if maybe they can kind of close that up here.
I do like that we're kind of back to normality now with our bans and picks and everything like that. Nolan ban, Joy ban, Matilda on the side of GG. GG also, you know, getting back to something, because last night we saw them take a very different approach when they were going up against BTK, and I think that was a thing that backfired. And I think they also, now we have to look at them and think, okay, let's remember what's important here, what's not important, and let's hone down on that. The Arlott, that is a hero that is really just kind of like, we didn't see it in all the time getting banned in qualifiers and even in early stage, and now it has just kind of skyrocketed up into the beginning bans.
Yeah, and he's just provides such a presence, a lot of tanking, and then the setting potential from him, and then he's also slippery as heck to try to catch in these games as well. I do like, it's interesting to talk, especially when we're talking about the draft, because this is a completely different draft than we usually see, especially that we saw from GG when it went against BTK, and this is kind of like leaves it open a little bit because those former drafts usually kind of focused on Mobazane. Here, kind of, what I'm hoping to see from GG is something that kind of blends into a composition that they're willing to put out, maybe even something a little bit more mechanically inclined for best player.
And we, you know, we saw some weaknesses, some cracks in best player on the utility jungle. Last night he had a little trouble dealing with the Akai, and I'm wondering, like, LEGACi, because I know, like, Riles is still a competitive player, and I'm sure, and I feel like most of the people who join NACT are competitive. They want to win, you know, even if they don't know if they're going to get to grand finals, they want to win. They take every game seriously, and I'm wondering if maybe LEGACi jotted down a few notes from last night. Maybe we see something like the Akai pop up. It seemed like a good answer to GG. It seemed like they had a little bit of trouble dealing with it. The Novaria also very solid.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if we're going to go ahead. Are we going to give up the Angela to GG here? Do we take it off the board by picking it? Maybe going with a tanky composition of our own? Because, I mean, we already saw how dominant the Angela and Barat's combination can be. But no, we're going to go ahead, pick up the Ruby. A lot of CC there. Like I said, we've talked about it almost to deafening here tonight. Ruby, I think it takes a very skilled hand to play Ruby and stay successful on it, especially if you get behind on her. So, and because she doesn't really have the greatest win rate, but she's picked pretty commonly here.
No, this is actually our first time seeing Shark on the Angela. And tonight it feels like we've just been seeing Angela everywhere, but Shark has not picked up this hero yet this season. And it's a very different vibe seeing Shark on something like a support roam like this. Like, yes, he was great on the Matilda, but when it comes, we don't really see him pick up things like the Raft, the Angela, you know, some of those more supportive roams very often. He does great on the aggressive. He does great on the engages. So it's interesting seeing him take up more of a backseat roamer like this.
Yeah, I absolutely understand what you're trying to say too. And especially Shark has an inescapable amount of mechanical ability, crazy amount of mechanical ability for a roam, and his map present is unlike any other. And I almost feel like he's wasted on an Angela. Yeah, this is like, it's just something that kind of is in the early game. It kind of bothers them. So expect something like this to be played very aggressively by Shark. You're gonna see him invading. You're gonna see him trying to be a nuisance to LEGACi, and maybe see if LEGACi can try to combat that with something of their own.
Yeah, but it also really shows like faith, you know, Shark, because Shark is a playmaker, man. Shark can be the game changer for a team. So him doing that is, you know, he's putting faith in the rest of his team right now. Like, okay, you guys can also carry, you guys can also make big plays happen. You know, I am here with you. And yes, he will be aggressive, but still, he's not going to be able to do any like huge CC. He's not going to do any crazy I'm offended, you know, nothing like that. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see GG approach this game in a slightly different manner than what we usually see. LEGACi, it could be a great time to capitalize on that. You know, it's one less worry out of the way. They've kind of got some of their base grounds down. They've got the Faramis in, they've got the Ruby in, they've got the Navaria, they've got some range, they have some sustain. Now we just need to see what they're going to pick for jungle here.
Yeah, interesting. A big focus onto that mid lane. Vexana, Valentina taken off the board. That kind of leaves, I mean, the Lilia. You still have the Nana out there as well. I mean, maybe a Gord as well. It doesn't have a huge pick rate, and I feel like Gord has had a not as high a success rate. Yuzong going to be picked up by LEGACi here for a lot of that back line dive. I mean, the only real target here right now is going to be that Bruno for the side of GG.
Riles might be looking for something cheeky here. He's waiting for a very final pick. I don't know. The thought is there. I don't know if he's definite to do it, but you know, depending on what GG picks here, if they go a little too squishy, he might try something crazy. You mentioned the Lilia. Whoa! Forget your cheeky. We're going cheeky. Best player brings out the Ling. So what, EXP Barats? EXP Barats? Maybe Roam Barats, and it's actually going to be a mid-Angela, who knows? But we have seen Hoon play the Angela before, so like that could also switch. Lao Yi? All right.
Okay. It rolls. I'm just so excited with the amount of Lao Yi we've seen today. This is one of my favorite characters out there. But on the other side, we're going to see Riles picking up the Leomord. I don't even know if I think we've seen it once this season in NACT.
And I don't think in regular season, maybe in like qualifiers or something. I could be wrong, but I don't think we've seen it in regular.
You're right.
At least not on none of my days. No, I haven't cast it. I'll remember that. It's all right. So it's not bad. It's not a horrible pick. We've seen. It's always been something that's like in the back of our minds. We've seen it used on world stages. We've seen it used and work before. It normally needs set potential. It needs something to combo with. You have the Ruby, so you have a little bit of something there. But here, all of that aside, if there is a time to beat GG, what did I say earlier? Today's the day. LEGACi, you're up against an assassin. You have some very possible win conditions here. Bully, invade, take purple buffs. It is very clear cut. LEGACi should know what they need to do. Whether you like Riles or not, he is a veteran. He's been around a long time, and he knows what win conditions are. I'm just hoping he can pull it off.
Yeah, we're going to see here, ladies and gentlemen, Gaimin Gladiators taking on a LEGACi. We're going to see if LEGACi's double fighter composition can be successful against Gaimin Gladiators.
Oh my god, I didn't even notice that it is double fighter. There's no marksman, no damage, so what do? Like, I think at that point, yeah, you just heavily invest into laning phase. You heavily invest into mid game. Try to find a spike, snowball, because you don't have much late game, right?
Yeah, and so I mean, especially when it comes to these objective fights, I feel like the objective fights might heavily favor LEGACi. I'm interested to see, like, I mean, who is best player going to target? It's going to be on to the rest of Gaimin Gladiators to get somebody low that will allow best player to swoop in for that Tempest of Blades.
I mean, it's pretty much just Kuya Nash. Nash needs to be careful hanging out too far back with those meteors and everything, because best player is definitely going to be looking for you. You are the only target, the only person that you can really burst down here. So hopefully Kuya Nash is able to kind of angle around that, and if Kuya Nash can do that, then there's definitely some possibilities.
Yeah, no, very, I want to say a slower paced game here. Not too many ganks, not any ganks just yet. Not getting bodied in any of the lanes. Both teams respecting each other, but we do have the first turtle of the game coming up.
All right, so turtle up. Everyone kind of making their way up there, but we do have to keep our eyes on Riles. He's clearing purple first, it looks like, and it looked like he second guessed it. Kind of went back for a second, but also best player clearing orange, so it's definitely going to be a late first turtle.
And they're kind of jockeying around it. You see Ken from the flank here. Going to try to lock on to Zia. We do have an I'm Offended Heartsguard out there to keep him tops off, and he is able to get away. Shark, I mean, man, God save for that. And best player gets the turtle on the other side of the map.
Yeah, rough start. Good idea, I think, giving up the turtle. If they could have pulled off that gank, it could have definitely been a win. Now they all head straight to orange. They know exactly where best player's at. They're like, no. Literally all of them. Best player.
Ooh, Tempest Blades is out against a 3 members. Going to use that Finch post to go ahead and fly atop the rocks there.
And Riles didn't have retry, so he loses out on that orange buff. Here comes the urgent play to the bottom. Nothing too crazy, but Hoon does hang out. Hoon hasn't showed face yet. A lot of damage.
Yeah, Jolie still had that flicker. Is going to be able to get away. And still 0-0 for both of these teams.
0-0. I like it. I mean, it's kind of what GG wants. They want to let best player scale a little bit. LEGACi looking for plays, trying to do what they want.
Ooh, we do have another realm that is out on to Zia. Gets taken down. Now starting to chase down Shark and best player. They decide, Kuya again. Maybe a little close. It's for that BM to try to go back home. Oh, you see a Finch pose there. Best player looking for an opportunity. Latches on to Kuya Nash. Getting very low. He chunked him down. That was a lot of damage that went on to Kuya Nash there. Best player picking up the pieces there. That's going to be 1-for-1 to Gaimin Gladiators and LEGACi.
And here's the thing. Like, Nash is their only late game security, honestly. So I think they need to be a bit more careful about kind of peeling for him. I think Nash needs to be more careful. Maybe just stay with Kuya Ken as much as possible. The Kuya combo, the big brother combo. They need to kind of stick together, because if Nash gets picked off too much and this game does get forced into a state of 15 minutes or so, it's going to be important that Nash has the items that Nash needs.
Well, yeah, and I mean, you already talked about, Kuya Nash in trouble here. Best player locks out. My God. And then Hoon with the damage on the side, able to take him down as well. They have really locked on the Nash. He needs to realize he has a target, not just on his back, on his front. We do have a diversion coming up onto the bottom lane. Shark and Hoon going to go ahead, burst Yin Yang onto Jolie, slowing him down. Here comes Kuya Ken, takes a Yin Yang for himself. Riles comes in with the Phantom Steed, trying to put on the damage, but the Hearts Guard going to go ahead, keep him topped up. Here comes the Nether Realm. It's not able to keep the rest of LEGACi topped up. Riles very low, trying to clear out the lane, but man, the damage already has been done. 4-1 for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, best player gets a split push. People, even I forget about it. I feel like Louis' damage is always underestimated in the early game. If you can get that Yin Yang off, the damage is insane. I mean, 2 players on LEGACi just instantly dropped in a second. Shark running. Diversion.
Taking a tour of the enemy side. Oh my God, he actually might get away. Yes. And they make Jolie pay for it, and that's going to be 2 down, 6-1. I can't believe Shark ran through their tower to get away. Big pop-up lands onto LEGACi. Whoopi trying to put on his best damage there with that black dragon, but not able to save his teammate. Riles goes down.
For a second, it felt possible. Now, Gaimin Gladiators holds a 6,000 gold lead. I feel like there was some opportunity here for LEGACi. Best player was willing to go for an assassin. They pulled out the Leomord, which has some very strict win conditions. They weren't able to get it, and now without a gold laner either, it seems like their possibilities are diminishing as the seconds click forward.
Yeah, I mean, the Angeline combo, I mean, we haven't seen that in a very long time. The meta kind of leaning more towards the tanky. Oh, man, you can see here from the damage. I mean, already, Lu Yi with 23,000 already. You were talking about that yin yang, especially in the early game. On the bottom, Zia finds a tower, fried chicken. Oh, just narrowly misses a Detna's welcome onto Whoopi, but still keeping the pressure on to this top tower.
And that's going to be another tower down. We're just about to break 7 minutes in, and LEGACi is almost down to inhibitors. Not really able to put up with the pace that GG is bringing, and that's the Ling as well. Ling is able to kind of split push, keep a lot of pressure. You pair that up with a diversion that can move you around the map consistently. I mean, Gaimin Gladiators is literally able to be everywhere at once.
It's not often we get to... Oh, actually, best player going to go ahead, latch on to 4 members here. Delsketch is going to go with the Tempest of Blades, trying to lock down NetherRealm, going to keep the rest of LEGACi topped up. Vision given out by that Novaria. Ooh, Jolie catches a Yin Yang. In comes the Phantom Steed from Riles. Is he going to be able to protect this tower? Not able to do enough as Zia is chunking it down with soccer balls.
And like I said, since Nash takes those 2 deaths early on, those meteors just are not chipping out. Even Hoon can take one to the face and be okay. Best player could take one. Zia can take one, and it's all right. And they need that little bit of chip damage for Riles to be able to kind of clean up and reap the benefits of it. Let's take a replay of this one real quick, because Shark this is like, you talk about baited. This is baited. I'm going to run through your base, get some heal back, and then boom, collapse. GG's, well played.
That's just Shark for you. We were talking about his mechanical ability. His understanding of the game is just a bar none. He's just has it on a different level. Here, best player going to go ahead, clean up the first Lord of the game. Looks like Gaimin Gladiators looking to kind of close this one out fast. 10K gold lead, 8 minutes in.
Yeah, that's more. Normally it's like 1,000. Normally like a big lead is like 1,000K a minute. Right now we're at like 1.3, 1.4 a minute right now. Taking a look at the heroes, at the items. Zia's already 3 itemed out. He's ready to go. Taking a look at best player though. He's got the Corrosion Scythe for slow. He's got the Berserker's Fury for crit. And then add that up with the Wind Talker, and that's where the damage is coming from right now. 7K gold, almost 3,000 over Riles.
Yeah, and Navaria, we were talking about that. That doesn't even have a damage item yet. So, I mean, you can see here the damage is still coming out. Lu Yi leading the way for Hoon there. Now we have the Lord crashing down at mid, down at the high grounds. In comes best player looking. Oh, dashes in. Tempest of Blades is out, locking out. NetherRealm is out along with the Black Dragon. We'll be looking for an opportunity. Here comes the Phantom Steed. This actually might be bad for the side of Gaimin Gladiators as Whoopi takes down best player. Successful defense for LG. I say that, but Zia's still there, hammering away at that high ground tower and able to take it down.
They probably move up to... Holy, bro, everyone just does so much damage on GG right now. Whoopi gonna get pushed back. This is troublesome. Goody Nash unable to defend. I mean, in GG, this is once again, we're back to the 10K gold lead effect. Even if you get a kill, even if it's 4v5, we still have the advantage.
Yeah, and right now, GG doing a great job. Even, I mean, you were talking about it. I mean, everybody is able to chunk down onto LEGACi, even with the defense they're putting up. I want to say, like, Riles, even with the Phantom Steed, he's getting chunked down on that Leomord. And, oh, we do have a diversion.
They're going into the base.
I don't think anybody's...
Oh, my God.
Shark actually goes into the diversion to the surprise of the rest of LEGACi.
Baited. I was just about to say, I was literally, as they were like, had the diversion, I was like, they won't go into the base. You won't do it. You won't do it. But they go on this. Here comes another one. Where will they go this time? Best player with the Finch post ready to go up. I mean, so GG feeling comfortable right now. Like we said, 10K gold lead. They're going to move on to this tier 3.
Oh, yeah, the diversion outside the map, and then we do have another roam. And the Tempest of Blade does find Kuya Nash again. Friles does find a kill onto Hoon, but Zia putting down Whoopi. That is 2 down for both teams.
Yeah, White Chicken ends up going down as well. So LEGACi is mounting some defenses here. They've turned that 10K into 9K. There are possibilities. Riles is starting to do a little bit more damage. We just saw him poke down about half a health bar from best player. So, like, the possibilities are there. They're just feeling slim.
I mean, we're talking about that, but the reason Fly Chicken died is because that diversion put him right under the tower.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Oh, man. Another diversion going to go ahead and put them into good spacing for this next Lord, and there's not really going to be much that LEGACi can do. They're turtled up inside the base and trying their best to kind of withstand and put on the defense. However, I want to say Gaimin Gladiators kind of tightening that choke around LEGACi.
Yeah, I mean, 2 more inhibitors to go, 12 minutes in. You know, they're taking their time. Best player's going to get a little bit more farm, go back for his orange buff. Lord's going to be coming soon. Diversion into the base, so...
Yeah, it doesn't really ever catch anybody there, and they're not able to put any damage onto this tower just yet, waiting for the Lord coming through the mid lane. They haven't even synced up the lanes. It does look like that's what best player's going to go ahead and attempt to do at the bottom lane.
To make their way in. Sync everything up and look at Shark. He's hanging on the backside. All he knows he can pop his heart card at any moment. He's probably eating a snack right now. Who knows?
Sitting there underneath that giant teddy bear he is, as they're going to go ahead and come in here. Tempest Blades is out with another realm. We did see the Phantom Steed out there. Whoopi in trouble on the back lines. Is going to be taken down. Best player finds the kill there. Zia on to Whoopi. Best player finds another kill on to Kuya Ken, and Riles actually able to take down Hoon. But this is going to be all she wrote for the first game. That's going to be 1 for Gaimin Gladiators.
GG takes the dub 1-0, rockets himself onto match point, and you mentioned earlier they need this sweep, keeps them with a nice clean lead. If they too won it, they still hold a 1-point difference, but a sweep will kind of still hold, even though they took that loss yesterday, it still holds them as the top of the leaderboard, the top of the food chain.
Yeah, we take here a look at the KDA. I mean, right from the beginning, we identified Kuya Nash on that Novaria going to be like especially in the early game, the only real target, and they honed in on him quickly. After that, it was basically fair game for just anybody else on the map.
I'm wondering, like, let's say LEGACi does pick up, you know, a actual gold laner or something like that. Like, do you think they had better possibilities there? And it kind of just goes back to, you know, you get these opportunities when some of these teams try to cheese you, like what GG just did. And I feel like LEGACi kind of just missed the opportunity there. Like, take advantage of it. If they're gonna try to cheese you and play you, like, you know, that's your best time to stick to the basics, which has just been the word of the day today. Let's take a look at some of these items. Best player just goes full damage, and we did start to see it matter towards the end there.
Yeah, and especially here, unfortunate for Kuya Nash, never even able to take off. Did get that Genius Wand, but they're still towards the end. 13-minute game there, just coming up with the Genius Wand. He definitely did not have the damage that you want on a Novaria to be able to kind of chunk them down. You can see here, gold per minute, best player up on top, and then damage dealt Hoon. Despite taking all the, I want to say Hoon probably took the most deaths on Gaimin Gladiators, but outputting a ton of damage.
That's the Lu Yi for you. As we said, it just feels so underrated in terms of damage. I think the only downfall for Lu Yi has always just been the fact that it's not the most, even though it has the diversion, it's not the most mobile, right? It doesn't have any flickers in the kit or anything like that. But if it's able to have a team that can support it, Lu Yi can definitely be a problem, you know, against other teams.
Yeah, definitely. And that's kind of you talked about the downfall of her. You can see here damage taken. I mean, Fly Chicken, the heap of damage taken, and very successful here. And I do kind of like this composition almost. I'd love to see how it went against another composition, another team, just because you have the Angela able to kind of keep up the Ling and then able to keep up the Brats into the XP lane.
I mean, overall, it was definitely clean. And again, we're testing things. The Angeline combo is something we used to see a lot that we haven't got to see in a very long time. But the possibilities are always there. And I think now that this is one of the reasons why I like Fried Chicken on the roster now, is because I feel like Fried Chicken feels comfortable with just about anything you give him, right? Anything you want to hand over to him in the XP lane, if it is semi-viable, he can at least pull it off safely. So there's always a possibility for some sort of flex pick like that, you know? And like picking up that Barats up front and then flexing it over. And maybe they don't pick up the Ling, but if they need something else in the jungle desperately, something that could maybe counter another team, the possibilities are always there.
Is it fair to say, I mean, I miss seeing plays like with the Ling or with these mechanical heroes at the forefront. So we've gotten a lot when it comes to like these tanks. It is refreshing to kind of see those plays, especially with the Tempest of Blades, kind of dive in, dash through everybody, and then be able to kind of get yourself back out with that Finch pose. It's been something I haven't seen in a while. It's not, I guess, as viable, especially with so much CC right now in the meta, with tanks being able to kind of dance around the turtle pits and the lord pits. So I mean, so very refreshing to see. But LEGACi gonna need to kind of add something to the roster there. I mean, that double fighter composition didn't really work out. I dare say a little better than having a marksman, because then you would have had another target for best player in the early game, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. You would have another target for best player. That's maybe why it happened. You know, maybe they had different plans. Who knows? The game's over. GG takes it. And you know, I do kind of agree with you. There are times that I miss the flashy assassins. I am an enjoyer of the current like tank meta, but also or utility jungler meta, whatever you want to call it. But also, I do wish there was a way to fit in a few more like assassin picks. I wish there was some way to like counterplay there, but it does feel currently like we're a long way away from assassins being able to be in the jungle. I think the real best option is like if they could find a way to slot them into like gold lane or something like that, like find a way to make a couple assassins viable in a different lane, because jungle, it does just feel like they would get bullied, you know.
Interesting, a little bit of respect paid to Riles there. Got the Hayabusa ban out there for Gaimin Gladiators. Gonna start this off with the Arlot ban on the side of LEGACi. Arlot, man, he's definitely picker ban here. I think he's been banned 90% of the matches we've cast here in this season. Just nobody really wanting to take the risk of having him out there, as he provides so much for a team composition.
Yeah, he's just a monster. And it's not even the fact that he supplies so much for the team composition, but also for... Oh, my camera froze, sorry.
Okay, able to say all of that while keeping a straight face is a Trex. We do see that the Nolan ban comes out here for the side of LEGACi. On the other side, we have a Harley ban, which is very unique. I'm not sure if that's something unique for the side of LEGACi, if Riles plays that, or if maybe it's something that they usually see in the mid. But Gaimin Gladiators definitely, I want to say a more personal banning for the side of Gaimin Gladiators toward LEGACi here. But we're going to go ahead and continue on here. Still waiting on the next bans to come out here. I mean, we talked about it a little bit. The tanky junglers kind of reigning supreme here. We did see a little signs of life. Gaimin Gladiators went with the Ling last time here. Joy going to be taken off the map for LEGACi. I mean, we talked about it here right now when it comes to some of those assassins that are in the meta right now. Nolan, Joy at the forefront. Oh, but this leaves open the Matilda for LEGACi. I want to say Matilda has been so strong, especially because her second ability, the Guiding Winds, paired off with the Flask of the Oasis, provides so much regen, so much shield for your team. So a good pickup by LEGACi. Very strong support in the current meta right now, and we're just waiting to see what Gaimin Gladiators have in store for their counter or reply picks to the LEGACi. Yep, and so we're gonna wait for Hoon and Zia to go ahead, get their picks up here. About 8 seconds left. Oh, we're gonna have the Kaja. We've talked about it before. Kaja doesn't have Kaja doesn't have the win rate that you would expect. Oh, Kadita, another big pickup that I haven't seen too often, but is so strong, and I want to say kind of forgotten here. A lot of CC and a lot of damage. Fear not, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be disturbed by that stone cold stare of Trex he is getting things fixed behind the scenes as we move on to the next picks for LEGACi here. Riles and Whoopi looking to pick up something here. So 22 seconds left on the clock, and I'm wondering if we're gonna go ahead, try to iron out those mage and XP lanes, or are we gonna go ahead, try to pick up a jungler for the side of LEGACi?
All right, sorry about that, guys. Back in it. What do we got? Kadita from GG. A nice pick from Shark as well. And then Jolie gonna lock in this Melissa. Take us through it, Private.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say possibly. And out comes the Fanny. I can't. When I see him on a Fanny, I still remember
flashbacks.
The international scene, being taken down by Edith. Melissa, I'm not even sure how that matches up with Melissa's go away. I'm guessing that's still able to kind of keep Fanny at bay, the bubble go away from Melissa there, so should be able to keep them away, but I want to say Kadita is going to be the big problem for Jolie on this Melissa.
Yes. Sorry, I'm still working out. I still have to work out a few kinks. I'm sorry.
Right now, we are working into the second half of the banning phase here. We do see that Fredrin has been taken off the board by Gaimin Gladiators, and Yuzong taken off for LEGACi. They're definitely wanting to take away some of that backline dive, but with that, you kind of still have other answers in the favor of Yuzong. You've got a Lapu that can dive into the back. You've still got I want to say Terizla who can dive into the back lane, which is so that's why Yuzong is kind of an interesting ban for me.
I mean, yeah, you're definitely right, but I mean, it is something that I feel like anything is scary in Fried Chicken's hands. I think the real thing isn't really about the bans here, but how LEGACi is going to deal with this Fanny. Melissa does have a good answer to it with the go away, right? So able to kind of stop Fanny from getting in. I think at this point, though, LEGACi's already got a roam in, so Franco might not really be an option here. Something to really lock down the Fanny, that's going to be the tough call. Maybe they could go for an EXP lane Grok or something to maybe help out, but still a lot of prime targets for best player right now.
I mean, you've got the Akai out there. You've got Ruby. Yes, you still have a Ruby that can go into the XP lane. I mean, both of them together actually do pretty decent. Oh,
there you go.
There it is. Especially when you're looking to kind of counter the Fanny out there. So, but I mean, best player's Fanny's on a pretty decent level. So, I mean, especially like I said, especially if you're going to pick a Fanny, I've always said, if you're going to pick a Fanny, you need to be good enough on the Fanny to pick it early so that because you don't care about the counters because you're so good on the Fanny. And I think that's what best player's trying to show out here right now. Still waiting on that last pick from Fly Chicken.
So does he still go for something divey? Like you said, the Lapu could be something to kind of close the distance, maybe bait out the go away a little bit early, or just go for something a bit bulkier. And I think they definitely kind of want something maybe a bit more stable, not as divey. And there it is, something that can kind of hold ground. That's not going to leave the rest of the team behind. But either way, the whole team is super divey. I mean, everyone's just get in there, kill, kill, kill.
Yeah, and that's the thing too here, especially even if you have a heavy spin out to try to back everybody off your squishy back line, you still have to deal with Hoon, who's going to be able to put on these rough waves and just go underneath everybody. That's where I want to say this Matilda is going to come in clutch. Are you going to be able to have that synergy where Matilda's going to be able to take your back line, maybe scoot them away from everybody quickly? That's going to be something that's going to be hard to tell here. I want to say, as far if we're looking at a pure draft, I kind of like LEGACi's here.
LEGACi.
I mean, I know it still comes down to the play style. It still comes down to the synergy of these teams. But as far as drafts go, it's pretty strong from LEGACi here.
Well, in all reality, LEGACi should be able to win this game. If we just look at draft alone, LEGACi, I think, clearly has the better draft. Yes, there are possibilities, but if this was any other two teams, I think most people would say that LG has a slightly better draft.
Yeah, but we're going to find out if LEGACi can bring that dream to fruition. This is going to be Game 2, Gaimin Gladiators taking on LEGACi, our last series of the night.
And Ken already being very aggressive, staying in best player's face, keeping him low, and that's exactly what LG needs to do. This time they know the plan. Fried Chicken, though, rotating up so quick, putting pressure back onto LEGACi, and that's where they're going to have to watch out. Chicken able to rotate, and you got to make sure, and Whoopi's going to need to stay on him. He needs to keep vision on Chicken, because if Chicken gets a bad angle at some point onto LEGACi, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, and I actually wonder, you can't lock on the Divine Judgment through the heavy spin, I assume, because he's not going to be able to get close enough. So that's going to be very interesting. I want to see how Shark's going to, how he's going to be able to kind of get these Divine Judgments to kind of stave off some of these fights. Ooh, we have best player coming in there, locking on, is not going to be able to find a kill, but does find himself an escape. Jolie, life flashed before his eyes.
Yeah, he's just letting him know. He's like, I'm here. Remember that. Remember the feeling you just had, the clenching that just happened. That could happen at any time. Anytime.
Yeah, we can see here Azia very comfortable right now. Riles over here trying to get some jungle. Shark being a nuisance here. 10 seconds left for this first turtle. And I want to say this first turtle fight really going to kind of set the tone for both of these teams.
I mean, and like you said, the Akai works perfectly in dealing with the objectives. It should be able to kind of keep best player at bay. Best player is going to have to kind of think about, when do I want to engage onto this fight? Hoon, Fried Chicken, and Shark are going to be the ones that really have to deal with Riles. Best players are not going to be able to make it. Whereas Riles, do I use my heavy spin on these three people, or do I wait for best player to come?
Divine Judgment out on Kuya Ken, who gets wiped up by Hoon, and now we have ourselves a fight. Fried Chicken finds a kill onto Whoopi on the back line. Best player zip lining through the enemy jungle. It's just Riles here alone against 4 members. Oh, he's going to have to be pushed out back towards his tower. That's going to be a free turtle for the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
All right, so there's your first turtle right there. If it's setting the tone, GG has taken the tone and are running with it. Kuya Ken trying to make a play on Azia. Shouldn't be too major, but we're already seeing best player keep the movements. We're seeing Hoon make big plays with the Kadita. It's been a while since we've seen him on it, but the skill is definitely still there. And the threat of pressure, because there's kill pressure from just about every member in the mid of GG, whether it is Hoon, Shark, or best player. If any 3 of them catch you at the wrong time, it could mean death.
Yeah, and that's kind of the lethality that you have with their composition right now. Kuya Ken on the other, who's going to go in here but against 2 members, decides against continuing on there. Zia already pressing on. Shark finds himself a Divine Judgment and able to take down Kuya Nash so quick. Our Gaimin Gladiators, even best player not even able to come in there fast enough to find the kill, is going to be looking for the Litho Wanderer.
I'm swinging in. Wait, what happened? Taking a look at the items, though. Best player holding a little bit of a lead, already scaling up, locks in the mallet first, takes in his time. When we take a look at the gold laners, it does feel like Jolie is keeping up, but in terms of gold, Zia is ahead right now.
Yeah, an 0-3 right now for Gaimin Gladiators. Still have a 2K gold lead. Riles comes in onto Shark here, trying to zone them out. Here comes Fried Chicken, man. That's not the person you want to start. A heavy spin activated early. Only about 20 seconds left on this next turtle. Best player comes in. Still hasn't really gotten any kills yet, but still has the threat of it. Kuya Ken, ooh, has that circly eagle there, able to help him escape, but just narrowly.
Best player should have just gone for it. circled around with him on the cables, waited for him to close in, but no, best player not trying to overextend. You know, one thing about best players, even when he goes for some different picks, you know, against certain teams, and I've talked to him before, like, he still always wants to win, even if the rest of the team is kind of having fun, like what we saw last game. Best player is still pretty competitive, and now Fried Chicken bullying Riles.
Oh, man. A Fly Chicken actually might be bit off a little bit more than he could chew. Circling Eagle locks onto him, and you're going to get the pop-up there. Vengeance is not going to be enough to save him, but best player able to get the turtle in the meantime.
So, GG, look for a concealed play, have about a 2,000 gold lead. They really want to get this gold lane.
Oh, yeah, they do have the Divine Judgment. Jolie still able to stave this off. Petrify lands on the Jolie, and that's going to be a Raphoon finding the kill there. 1-5 in favor of Gaimin Gladiators.
I mean, Ken goes down, Jolie goes down. Another one for GG, and Zia's going to be able to take this tower here. Maybe Nash will be able to defend. Flickers, oh, nice try.
Nice try. A for effort, but not enough. Whoopi, oh my god, early flicker there. Whoopi didn't even want to take the chance there of getting caught by Fried Chicken on that Thamus.
Yeah, we're definitely starting to see some of the issues arise. Riles doesn't even know they're there right now. We're seeing some of those small, minute things. We're seeing some of the little mistakes from the side of LEGACi, and GG capitalizes on them every single time. Best player now.
Oh, Whoopi with that Ruby, and best player actually a little bit in trouble, diving back and forth through the tower, decides against continuing the pursuit onto Whoopi.
Best players, like you mentioned earlier, hasn't really been able to like fully shine on the Fanny, but one thing is, as long as the Fanny's deathless, at any moment, it could happen, right? Fanny's best player is definitely not falling behind right now. Just say hasn't been able to get any big kills, and this could be the first one.
Oh, Divine Judgment. That's going to be the first kill for best player. The Divine Judgment locked onto Matilda, drug him back, and that's where best player was able to swoop in for the cutthroat.
And Zia now focusing on the top side. Now Zia being able to move around this map. He's going back for it. He's like, we're going to cut this lane. We're pushing it till the world ends. I'm not swapping around. I want more.
Yeah, ooh, big heavy spin coming out, popping up Riles, but it's going to put him in a bad position between four members of Gaimin Gladiators. Best player coming in through the backside. You can see, locking on to Kuya Ken, I believe, and that's going to take down Kuya Nash down for the count. Shark over here with Riles. Ooh, this might be a bad way for the Panda. Four members locking on. Ooh, the guiding wins, able to pull Riles back to the safety of the tower.
And I think Ken is feeling a little overloaded right now. It's like, I don't know who to guide wins right now. Like, it's like, go to gold lane. I need to help you, Riles. We have problems. The boat is leaking, and we are sinking right now. They need to find an answer quick. It's 4,000 gold lead. GG is escaping with another win. Match point. LEGACi unable to put a point on the board all season so far, and they might not be able to tonight.
Yeah, and you see an uncontested turtle for Gaimin Gladiators. Unfortunately, LEGACi not in a position to really kind of push that contention. You see Hoon, great positioning on the side. Kuya Nash, interesting rough waves there for Hoon. Doesn't really find anything. Actually gets popped up himself. Heavy spin, trapped against the wall. What's Shark doing? With the Shark with the
that's what you get for that diversion last game.
Yeah. It's a little payback there for the diversion there. Shark with a little bit of hello, watching as Hoon gets destroyed at the mid lane.
All I hear is evil laugh. Jolie goes down. Another pick off for GG. 4.5 gold lead.
Yeah, and right now 2-8 Gaimin Gladiators in a very firm and destructive lead over. Guiding Wind's going to pull Riles back. A bit of damage coming out there from Zia, but he backs off from this bottom tower.
Now Fried Chicken also, keep an eye on him. He's up on the top side, cutting lanes, taking towers. You know, Fried Chicken's always got his head in the game. You guys can play your games, letting each other die over there. I'm doing my job.
Yeah, best player finds another cutthroat on Kuya Nash. And I mean, we're talking about his kills. He just took a little bit to get warmed up, and he's already got 3-0-4 right now. Just took a little bit of time before he could really start taking off on this Fanny, especially against a team that pretty much, I want to say, counters him.
He had to oil up those cables a little bit. You know, it's been a while. He's been playing utility jungles for the past season or so. It's time, you know, and now he's ready. He's feeling comfortable. He's able to move in with blinding speeds and do his job. And here he comes possibly through the middle onto the tower. Nash forced back. Nash is having a bad day right now, man.
Yeah, I mean, he's been targeted each game
2 games
by Gaimin Gladiators. He's been this, I mean, and that's kind of what you get when you play the mage. I mean, you're going to be the target immediately. Zia, so quick, able to take down that tower. Whoopi misses the I'm offended, and unfortunately, that's going to be, you see Shark coming in with the Divine Judgment, big hop up. Hoon tried to go ahead and take him down, but the guiding winds from Kuyaken able to drag Riles back. But he might be in trouble here, getting bursted down. Another guiding winds takes him to the safety of the base.
Misses the ammo. Doesn't even get like the purifier or anything from Zia. That hurts, man. That hurts right there. I'm hurting for that one right there. GG now getting first Lord, 8,000 gold lead. They're gonna close in. They just have to. They just have to do what they're doing, man. There's nothing really to like say about it all. They're just cleanly. And here's the thing, like the real problem, it's not that GG is honestly like, you know, doing anything super crazy. It's LEGACi's just making a lot of mistakes. They have it. We said we like their draft. They have a draft that can actually compete against GG right now, but GG's just outplaying them, outclassing them overall.
Yeah, and that's the problem when it comes to this. It's the execution that needs to kind of stay up there, especially with a draft where they're kind of completely counter. Ooh, nice little pop up on and a heavy spin out, but still not able to capitalize on it is LG. You can see best player going to go ahead, help out with the mid tower. We are down to only high grounds with the Lord crashing at top and all the rest of the lanes crashing alongside of the map. Down, cleaned up at the bottom and mid tower. Still the Lord up at top, half health on that high ground, so they're not able to get much out of it, but still minions crashing into the high grounds. We do see a little bit of damage coming through the mid. Shouldn't be too hard for the side of LEGACi. Oh, big Divine Judgment lands up there. That's going to be Riles down for the count. Pop-up lands on the Shark, who is dangerously low. Unfortunately, Whoopi and the rest of LEGACi not able to capitalize on it as Zia comes in with a blazing duet to ward off the rest of LEGACi. And just like that, Gaimin Gladiators disappear into the jungle like thieves in the night.
Really, this is straight guerrilla warfare right now. I mean, literally, Zia's just standing still under their in between 2 towers, blazing duetting, not moving at all. BMI's back. Best players swinging around on vines right now, just everywhere. Nowhere safe for LEGACi. They're going to stay under the base, and here comes another one.
Nash taken down again, but Whoopi actually able to find a kill on Hoon. Best player down. Oh, we're actually going to go ahead and see if we have a little bit of a contention, but Gaimin Gladiators safely going to retreat back into the jungle.
Now, the real question is, you know, do they finish this in 14 minutes or do they finish this in 15 minutes? You know, like next Lord going to be coming up in 43 seconds. Do they go for it or do they try to look, you know, try to capitalize on a big play? They're hanging out pretty close to their base. They're not even trying to play it safe. They're not even trying to stall lanes or anything. They are just staying in their face right now.
Yeah, they're just keeping the pressure on. I think this is a more relaxed game for Gaimin Gladiators. Probably kind of taking a break, especially after that loss yesterday. So, I mean, they're pretty dominant here right now. I'm not even sure what you do as far as LEGACi is concerned. 10K down right now at the 13-minute mark.
A whole lot of 10K gold leads tonight, Private. Many of them, time after time, and so far the 10K gold leads have a 1. And for many reasons, even at this point, if LEGACi has the competition to fight this, we said that before, but even at this point, if somehow they just came online, it would still be tough to overcome that.
Yeah, another Lord going over to Gaimin Gladiators. Best player picking it up there. And now we're probably looking at the last push. Unless LEGACi can pull out something miraculous here, it's going to be very hard for them to be able to kind of withstand and defend this.
So I'm thinking GG should be able to close out this time. We've seen the damage from Hoon. We've seen the damage from Zia. Zia's still 105, and now he's got even more gold locked in compared to the last big push. LEGACi gonna just have to hope and pray right now. Conceal play coming from Shark.
Oh, he does a flicker in, trying to get on to Riles, who uses the heavy spin, is going to be able to get away. Oh, he is so low too, but this is not enough. Just, you see best player on the side. Oh, actually takes a heap of damage. Lord goes down. Fighting right now is a LEGACi, trying to preserve their damage, trying to preserve their core here. Shark in the midst of it, and the rest of FlyChicken, half health on the side here, deciding whether he wants to engage or not. Whoopi, very low, going to have to go back to the base and heal up. Riles still in the midst of it, trying to tank the damage here. FlyChicken, Whoopi comes in, big I'm offended, lands on the Makuri, finds a kill on to Hoon, but taken down. They both trade their lives. Blazing duet from Zia deep into the back line, trying to put on the damage, is going to be able to get out there. Half health left onto the core, and FlyChicken dangerously low. Zia gets takes down Whoopi, and now all damage kind of focused onto this core right now. I don't think FlyChicken is going to be able to do it here and be able to take it down. Jolie finds a kill on the FlyChicken. Are they going to be able to get the last kill on their best player coming in with the cables? Finds a kill, but is it enough? They're still looking for the kill on the Ken. This is over, ladies and gentlemen. A sweep for Gaimin Gladiators.
I think it's like, it's time to sleep, guys. Just focus base. Standing there just like tapping it, tapping it, tapping it. Finally, it goes down. GG takes the sweep to end the night and hold down their #1 position on the standings.
Yeah, #1 position reclaimed by Gaimin Gladiators. Definitely not missing a beat after yesterday's game. Coming back very strong against LEGACi.
And well played by them. I mean, LEGACi gave it their all, I guess. You know, they try to do well. GG, though, today was not the day. GG takes the loss last night, and they come in today ready to play and comfortable at that. I think this is something that they probably needed, right? Be able to have a little fun on the map, come in and prepare themselves for the weeks to come. Taking a look at it, 16-6 was the final score. Game ended at 15-21. LG unable to take a single tower away from GG there. Just completely swept by GG.
Yeah, I want to say, especially when it comes to a lot of the rotations, just too much for the side of LG to handle there. I mean, look at the stats here, too. I mean, Shark here, 1, 0, and 12 on the Kaja. And then eventually, while not a factor for the early game, once the mid lane, the mid game hit, best players started coming online, 4, 0, and 6.
Yeah, I mean, we did start to see some possibilities from Jolie there. Like, the damage was starting to come out. And it just goes to show, if LG would have been able to kind of sustain through the beginning phase, kind of get through laning phase, there was possibilities for their composition, but GG did not let that happen, and LG made enough mistakes to where they just couldn't compete.
Yeah, and this is the kind of the gap we talk about when it comes to the top 8 in North America. There's just, I mean, GG just at the top of their game here. I mean, there's very few teams that can really kind of come at them neck and neck. We did see last night one team able to kind of get a victory, but I mean, most people, you have to admit, that was a big surprise. No surprise here though. LG, I mean, struggling against a GG here. You can take a look at the stats. I mean, not much of a story here when it comes. I mean, the damage by Zia, huge, 74,000 there. But I mean, when it comes to like it was mostly pickoffs this game, and that's kind of what this team fight participation kind of shows you.
Yeah, I mean, and they played it exactly how they needed to. Pickoffs, aggression. Just, we said in the very beginning, almost everybody had kill pressure on the team at any point, and LG was unable to withstand that.
Yeah,
I mean, damage taken. Everybody on LG took a lot of damage, especially Riles. Whoopi as well. I'm still, you know, Whoopi ends up being the sub in, but still, in the end, GG takes the win. Welcome back, Zeke.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, bro? Are you tired?
Never that. Honestly, dude, I feel really good, man. I was watching these games, and honestly, I can't say the GG did anything that we didn't expect. They came in super strong. They continued to maintain their ability to play all the way through. And even with a strong end, I think both of those games, we were, right around a 10,000 gold lead. So, yeah. Drex?
Yeah, it was great games overall. We're losing Zeke, man. We're losing him. We're losing him, man. He's been slowly. It's all right. We got you, bro. Yeah, it was a great. I mean, it was an okay series. GG definitely didn't do anything crazy out of the ordinary. I was hoping, don't get me wrong, it would have been great to see LG pull something off. The season is getting closer and closer to an end of the regular season, and if LG has anything up their sleeve, if they have anything planned, it is time to pull it out now.
Yeah, it's that's kind of the story for it seems like right now, especially LG, who unfortunately there has to be some teams at the bottom of the barrel, and right now a BloodHounds and a LEGACi kind of sitting there. I want to say a lot of statements being made here tonight for them about improvements that need to be made, hurdles that need to be kind of jumped over, and maybe a little bit of a cleanup that needs to be done for their rotations and stuff like that to kind of, if they want to be able to kind of, like we said, break through that top 4 here in North America.
With that being said, you know, I know it was said earlier, but these are still, regardless of how they're ranking within this top 8 regular season, these are still some of the best teams in all of the North American team. None of these teams, whether it's BloodHounds, LEGACi, or Gaimin Gladiators, they're not bad teams. It's just there's still a skill gap between some of these top teams, and that's what we got to see tonight. So, next topic, MVP. Who's gonna get it? Trex? Let's find out.
Best player, Shark, Chicken, best player. I was thinking that. He got to play the Assassin today. I was really just going to say all 5, I swear.
I was about to say, of course you're going to get it if you list all the players.
But best player was the first one, you know, and the reason why is because he got to pick the Assassins today, man. People have been wanting to see it. He got to play him. He had a great game on the Ling. I think ended up almost deathless. Had a good game on the Fanny. Got to have some fun, swing from cables, jump on walls, all that good stuff.
Yeah, it was. It's not often that we get to see best player on those assassin heroes where he gets to kind of really shine through with his mechanical ability. We got to see it here tonight. Usually, I want to say he kind of sticks more towards the meta, which is those tankier and heavier heroes. But I mean, a nice little exercise for him in his abilities.
So I think this phone is ringing. I think there's somebody waiting for me on the other line. Let's get into this interview. Well. Who do we have here? How are you feeling after that game?
Hello. Feeling good.
Feeling good? So far we've seen GG leading the pack, but not without a couple of hiccups. Going from last night's loss into today's game, were there any fears?
No, not really. We just had a good rest. Cause it's been a while since we had a loss like that, so we needed some time to take it in, and then just went to sleep.
Yeah,
woke up fresh.
So, all right. So, goated is a term that we've seen used to describe GG's lineup. What does that really mean to you?
GG lineup, you said?
Yeah. We've seen GG's lineup. You know, you, Fried Chicken, Shark, all of you guys referred to as some of the GOATs, you know, greatest of all times in North America. What does that mean to you?
I guess it just puts, because more supports, more expectation. So we want to deliver not a disappointing match. I think that's what means to us. Just try harder, not just for ourselves, but for the people that cheer for us.
For sure. We saw you pick up the low. We saw you pick up Kadita. What were the ideas behind some of these picks?
Kadita just wanted to combo with Kaja. That's pretty much it. And then Louis, I've been trying it out in the rank, and I think it's a pretty good hero, pretty fun. You can make good plays with it. Yeah, I like it.
What can we expect from the Gaimin Gladiators moving forward?
Moving forward, I think we need to really focus on preparing the draft. I think learning from the yesterday, and then yeah, stay focused, and then don't be too overconfident.
So, last question I got for you. Any advice you got to all these people watching?
Advice to them?
Yeah.
I mean, drink water. I don't know. I'm an ML player. Not in a position to give advices, I think. I only know how to play ML.
What about advice to ML players?
Oh. I don't know, ban Matilda.
All right. Well, then I'm gonna let you go, Hoon. Thank you so much for your time.
Have a great day.
You too, buddy.
Good advice. Good advice.
But drinking water,
Drink
right?
water, and I need a T-shirt that says "Drink water, ban Matilda." Drink water, ban Matilda.
Quoted, and I quote. He's so funny. That was fun. Oh man.
Well, it does look like they have. They did learn a little bit. We talked about it yesterday. They kind of lingered around in that voice chat for a while yesterday after that loss. Identified the things that were the issues. Ban Matilda going to be number one up there alongside some of their usual bans when it comes to BTK, but not out of the woods yet. They still have a couple more fights here before we move on to the playoffs and a few more weeks of exciting NACT matches.
Yeah, for sure. And I do think we have actually got some results that we can take a look at.
I love results. Here we go. It does look like Horde gets the 2-1 over Fiends. If you missed it, go back, rewatch it, because it was one hell of a match. After that, Devious also takes a dub 2-1, and those first two games in general just pushed NACT to the limits. BTK comes in with a resounding sweep over BloodHounds, and then GG cleans up the night, getting the sweep over LEGACi.
You know, very exciting matches here, but we can take a look at the standings here. In first place with 10 points, Gaimin Gladiators regain the top of that mountain. And in second place, a three-way tie between Fiends, BloodThirstyKings, and Devious Activity. In a tie for third place is Area 77 and the Night Horde. I want to say Area 77 took a little bit of a loss here, sitting there at 7 points as well. And at the bottom, LEGACi and BloodHounds yet to earn a victory here in NACT.
Crazy to see such a tie going on.
I mean, I think things will start to balance out a little bit, but yeah, it's like, because it's just been, what has it been? It's been this team beats this team, but this team beats this team, but this team beats this team, and it goes back and beats that team. It's in this big circle of NACT life.
Yeah, it's almost like it's weird counters for each other. Like, this team can't beat this team, but is definitely a counter for this team. And it says more, especially when it comes to the ties, it says more about kind of like the top of the mountain in NACT or in North America right now, that there's so many teams that are so evenly stacked against each other. And I want to say this has been and looked like the most competitive season yet in North America, where it's just not... You're not sure. As when you came into this, I want to say when I first came into this through the qualifiers, I had a pretty clear picture of who was going to be at the grand finals. I want to say that picture has been pretty muddied through a lot of these games here. There's a lot of teams stepping up, a lot of teams giving it 110% and showing that nothing is for sure.
Well said, well said. With that being said, I do think that we're about ready to pull this end of the night in. So, any last thoughts?
It's been a great night. Zeke, you've been doing a wonderful job. You know, keep drinking Red Bull, drink water. Water, ban Matilda.
Specifically.
And yeah, I had a lot of fun. We had some great games that started off the match. You know, it's going to be a great game next week. BloodHounds versus LEGACi. We finally get to see who's not going to be in 8th, who's going to be in 8th, and who's going to be in 7th. I'm hyped up for that one. And I'll see you guys next week.
Yeah, it's been a very exciting, very chill and a fun cast here. It always is with Trex, but now we get to add Zeke to the pile there to kind of loosen things up here. It's been exciting. Wild card. It's been exciting here. Very great matches, and hopefully everybody else enjoyed as well.
Well, with that said, stay tuned, folks, and meet us here next Saturday. And until then,